blood straight to my head. I've been learning how to love again. I can feel it crawling under my skin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio, and you're joining us for week 4 of our Collegiate Overwatch 2 tournament. We have a bunch of teams really competitive this week because things are starting to narrow down. Remember, only the top 2 teams from each division go on to the playoffs or are guaranteed to go on to the playoffs. So these next few weeks are going to be some of the most crucial matches we see of the season. To call it all here for you, I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Artemis Rain. Artie, I hope you're ready to see another week of Zarya and Symmetra doing their thing, or maybe the last week I'm told that they can do their thing.
Okay, so it's more like Zarya's last week to do her thing. Symmetra, if you keep up with Owl, you'll be familiar with the London Spitfire comp. That is, you know, the Reinhardt, well, honestly, the tank that a lot of people don't feel like you can get much value on anymore of Reinhardt. And then you have Symmetra, you have Bastion, Lucio, and Baptiste rounding out that entire comp that has been viable since this summer. So with that in mind, if that comp has been able to work, and then we introduce Zarya and these Zarya changes, and that composition's still able to work, this impact on let's Zarya is too powerful, which most likely is a side effect of just the ability for a player to one-trick her in lower divisions and rank up grotesquely, and then as soon as she starts getting counted in those higher ranks, they really start to struggle. You kind of can't allow that type of dynamic to persist to keep the ecosystem of competitive Overwatch healthy, so you start to nerf a character that's way too easy to do that with, i.e., a lot of the tank changes that we saw at the very beginning of the season are going to be reverted at the start of next season and in the next coming patch. So we're probably going to see less Zarya-centric compositions coming out. Today will be the last, competitive week. We'll be able to see that type of action. The Zaryas, flourish and blossom, have their wings as big as humanly possible until they get clipped and drop back down to the ground. However, we might see the resurgence of that London Spitfire comp because it's never really been in a situation where it could not be viable. When you have a Symmetra and Reinhardt that communicate well with each other, their frontline to backline communication is solid, it is a fantastic comp. It's hard to learn, but once you get it down, it's really difficult to counter.
So one last week of glory for Zarya, and these are the teams that can take advantage of that week in our lineup. We're going to be starting out with Ferris State versus Northeastern. James Madison versus Lindenwood is going to round up. Both of those matches are in the East 1 division.
And then for our midway point of the evening, we're going to go into Ashland University taking on Ole Miss. And to close out, we're going to have Boise State taking on South Florida for our final game of the evening.
So as a quick snapshot of where these teams stand, the top 2 teams are about 8 teams in each division. Top 2 are guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. Others have to go into the last chance qualifier, and if you joined us yesterday, we talked at length about why that's not optimal. So where Ferris State currently stands, they're tied for 3rd, and Northeastern is tied for 1st. So it could go either way. I mean, this win is going to be very crucial. I have to imagine if Northeastern wins this, they might have already guaranteed themselves a spot.
They will secure that playoff opportunity in teams that aren't in that top 2 position. You go to LCQ, and it is a battle until the bitter end from that point on. You're always going to be pitted up against the top seed. If you make it out of LCQ into playoffs from that position, it's not fun. It's not easy, but the team right now that we are discussing that looks like they are already positioned to be in that spot without having to worry about last chance qualifiers is going to be Ferris State.
And I just have to introduce this team again because we've got Duali. And if you joined us last week, you know of Kavushki. Had some incredible plays, won all of our hearts, or at least mine, watching that play. A tough match against St. Clair, but they still made some great plays. So Kavushki, Chance, Axe, and Pickle Piglet. So let's hope they do better this week. But Northeastern might have something to say about that.
And for Northeastern, we're going to have, this name is giving me PTSD just back to that JavaScript flash game of Quap, Scoop, Hagwig, Sashi, as well as Zarya Gaming. I am very sorry, Zarya Gaming. Though if my memory serves correctly, Zarya Gaming is actually not the main tank player, so maybe not as bad of a change coming this week for that player.
And let's take a look at how this match is going to play out, what stages we have in the roster right now. We only have the control stage, and we'll fill them out as the match goes forward, but it is Antarctica.
Ooh, all right, Antarctica. All 3 of these sub-maps, once again, it feels like most of these newer maps that are coming into Overwatch, it is a love it or hate it type style. A lot of the complaints that came out from players when it came to the Antarctic map when it was introduced was, and I never thought I'd hear these words when it came to a control map, too big. And it's not as though there's a lot of dead ends, but there's a lot of opportunity for flank type heroes such as Genji and Tracer to get a lot of value to come in and get out safely. It all is according to pathing and, of course, falling on to Overwatch players' ability to maintain object permanence, which seems to go out the window as soon as someone leaves their line of sight. With that being said, it's reminiscent of some Halo maps. I love it. Others hate it. Best of luck to any team that has to deal with a Tracer that does not know how to mark her effectively.
I mean, we saw it last week on Antarctica. those flankers really appreciate that buff to Zarya bubble that they got. They're going to have that utility taken away from them. But this week, they can still make some killer plays on those flank routes in Antarctica.
Most definitely, and if you run with the more standard Zarya composition, which is centric around like, that Genji and then you have the Bastion, your Zarya intros doesn't use bubble, Genji dashes in, gets the bubble to make sure that he can securely get in and get out. But then as this Genji is spearing themselves into the enemy team and pulling attention, Bastion swings out around a corner, goes into turret form, picks a squishy and says, goodbye, my friend. So making sure you understand those cooldowns is really important in these Zarya-centric comps.
We're getting ready to launch into our first game of the night, Ferris State versus Northeastern. It's the Bulldogs versus the Huskies. We have an all-dog matchup in our first match.
Okay, well then I know they're already top seed, but I have to favor the Huskies. For those of you that are familiar, I'm from Washington, and so there actually is a high school by where I live called Ferris, but Washington Huskies, UW, I have to root for the Huskies.
Okay, well, my aunt, true story, my aunt is a bulldog breeder, actually runs a kennel. So I have to say,
right.
Okay, if we're looking at our histories and backgrounds, I'm with the Bulldogs.
I'm from Spokane, so it's Gonzaga Bulldogs, but too much Bulldogs, Huskies.
All right, well, we've got everything all mapped out. The gauntlet has been thrown down. We're just waiting for the first stage to start. And overall, what stage, if we're talking about the three that we have a possibility of starting out with on Antarctica, do you have any preference, or we could just take a look at the stages as they come through? I believe this is the first one, actually, because I'm hearing the game background music.
Honestly, I don't have a preference for any of these stages. I feel like just any composition, again, state of the game, allows for, depending on your pathing, allows for a lot of compositions to be successful. It's all about pre-fight planning, where you want to go and understanding where you need to execute your comp from. I feel like the Zarya compositions are beneficial and useful on any three of the submaps here for Antarctica. With that being said, I still love seeing Ramatra on the Antarctica submaps, but we'll have to wait and see. More than likely, I anticipate seeing Zarya comps or Orisa comps.
Round 1, capture the objective.
All right, the doors open. It is do or die time. As we see, Ferris State is going to be in the blue, Northeastern in the red. Kavushki sticking on that Reaper that we saw him use last week. First engagement is going to involve some damage trading back and forth. Sashi almost down to half health. Chance almost being taken out, bailed out, and Kavushki picking up a double to start things out. Ferris State looking like they might be the first to take the point.
Suzu is forced early from Axe and is dangerously close to this Zarya, who is at mid-charge. However, Chance as well as Axe managed to clean that up. It's going to be a first fight victory going towards Ferris State. Looks like right now betting on the Bulldogs, but putting it all on blue, so to speak, was the way to go. We'll have to wait and see how this next fight shakes out. We do see the transition with this Bastion and a Hanzo is going to be a little bit more difficult because Hanzo, a little bit of an RNG is coming in. Make sure you check your heads if you are Ferris State.
Northeastern has to make it out of these cramped corners. They're going to use the Zarya bubble, put it on the Bastion. That Zarya is very charged up. They do manage by brute force to take out the Bastion. Question is, can they sustain? Zarya Gaming definitely is close to high at around 80%. Any more feeding her and she's going to be able to melt anyone she chooses.
Have to give credit over to Ferris State. They recognize how the advantage would be played here for Zarya. They waited out to try and burn down how much charge she had by taking the long rotation. Kavushi comes in. It's got to clean up Zarya Gaming. Frontline is currently non-existent for Northeastern. However, Zarya very close to that Graviton Surge. Julia is going to have beat to counter it so long as we don't see an Ajax.
Kavushki and Axe, everyone from Ferris State, except Pickle Piglet, is going to be able to use their ultimates for this next round, trying to go into the backline. Death Blossom brought out, and the Anti-Nade is thrown out, but it only manages to take out the Immortality Field. That was beautifully countered. However, Axe and Chance are still keeping Ferris State's hopes alive by getting a pick each. Ferris State is up in this fight, 4-2. And as the timer passes 80%, this could be a clean sweep in the first map.
Something you typically hear me crying about when Jacob and I are on Valorant together is checking your angles, and it feels like it's something that's become more prominent in Overwatch now too. You need to make sure you're not letting these flanker characters be behind you and live behind you rent-free. Make them pay for it. That Reaper was not checked, he was not marked. Now we have a Graviton Surge coming in. Axe has Kitsune Rush, Beat was already used. Instead, it looks like they're going to save Kitsune and use Shout. So we have a drop down to point. Kitsune Rush is burned, but Chance is gone. And we're going to have a visor into Kitsune, which can be deadly. And it is Pickle Piglet picking up a three-piece combo.
Well, Northeastern might currently be undefeated in their division, but that could change if Ferris State has anything to say about it. They're one map closer to picking up this first round.
All right, so I love me some JQ. I am, of course, in love with Junker Queen. I like Zarya, but the recent changes, I understand. It's supposed to help you make it so you help your DPS a little bit more, but the advantage that these JQ compositions come into it, especially swapping out the Genji in favor of this Reaper, with Lucio, Kiriko, Reaper, and JQ, the amount of sustain that players are able to receive is disgusting. And then with that in mind, on top of that, Soldier 76 plays an off angle, has a healing pad, even more sustained. And if someone decides to chase after your soldier, well, he's pulling attention of one, if not more people, because he's far away. They have to close that gap with the composition they have with the Zarya comp.
It's basically the cinder block meta. There's no squishies whatsoever because there's so much sustain. All right, we're getting ready. We'll see if Ferris State can't take this point as easy as they did in the first stage. Northeastern trying to take a flank route on the upper ground. Bastion's going to come through. Going to take Pickle Piglet down to low health, manages to heal up. Who doesn't manage to heal up, that's going to be Sashi. Is taken out first, and then Hedwig. Both the DPS is gone for the Huskies. Zarya Gaming is trying to hold on, but there's just too much pressure. And Ferris State takes the first point very quickly.
Similar story to what we had on our first sub-map. You know, typically the person you don't want to see dying first is your Lucio, your main support. If your main support loses, it's like losing your tank. You're losing a lot of utility. But as I'm speaking of a main support, Dulia goes down. So hopefully we see Northeastern capitalize on the man down, plays to their advantage, starts claiming some space because that Lucio is essential to allow for a lot of the sustain that comes out for Ferris State.
Pickle Piglet is going to be missing that sustain as they are taken out. Hop is the next, picking up Axe. Chance is falling for Ferris State, and this is going to be the first team fight they lose in this control match. It's going to be back to start. They managed to get 33%, 32%. I was being optimistic.
Again, that just highlights the importance of having your main support alive. Lucio's gone. Your ability to disengage from a fight is out the window. Zarya Gaming's going to push forward and claim this space away from Ferris State. They are taking the coastline long rotation. Hanzo might have recognized this a little bit too late. That is 4 or 5 people looking at Sashimi. Sashi is going to be eliminated. Axe goes through, boop, but the passive for the tank prevents the JQ from falling off the map. Sorry, Gaming is forced to disengage. We have window possibly too late as Reaper comes in the backline. The bubble from Zarya Gaming comes in clutch for a few moments as Hedwig is still going to end up getting eliminated.
And now it is a battle of the tanks. That Zarya is charged up, but Ferris State, Chance has more backup. They're going to be able to take Zarya out, take the point back for themselves, and get the lead very shortly.
I'm interested to see if we possibly have Hanzo or even Genji swap off from Northeastern. They're a very bunker down style comp right now with limited mobility, except for jump boots as well as dash from Hanzo. But Sashi comes in, another headshot on a support. That's your Kiriko gone. Going to commit the rampage as well as beat and grab. There's Dragons on top of it coming out from Sashi for Northeastern to make sure they can close out this fight. They did end up losing one. It's going to be Hedwig once again on that Bastion. Going to respawn. Axe choosing to stay back, recognizing it ain't worth me swift stepping into that point. I'm just going to stagger myself.
For the Bulldogs, you know, every cloud has a silver lining, and the one here is that Northeastern spent just about everything they had to get that point. This visor is going to be pretty much uncontested for this next team fight. So can they set it up well? Ferris State could just dust themselves off, continue on like nothing happened.
See, this is where seeing this visor, if it comes in clutch, is where you wish you had a Genji who still had deflex, because theoretically, a Genji could still get eliminated in this instance. Instead, it's going to be Scoop going down first. We see Immortality getting eliminated by Kavushki. Zarya Gaming goes down to Kavushki. Pickle Piglet's going to take down the Hanzo. Kavushki taking down the Bastion, and Dahlia is going to find the Baptiste. That's another fight win in favor of Ferris State. However, by the time Northeastern makes it back, we'll roughly be at 80% for the side of Ferris State. It's going to be last fight territory. Ferris State could take this map, but the ult advantage looks like right now it might slightly favor Northeastern.
It's going to be the DPSs who gets theirs first, Pavushki or Hedwig. Hedwig does have the ability to get it in terms of ranged attacks. In goes Chance, tries to take out the Zarya Bubble's going to bail out Northeastern. Window goes down, they have to reposition to avoid all that damage. The Death Blossom is going to be negated. He's going to be taken out before that can do any damage whatsoever. And now look out, because the artillery's coming in from Northeastern. Sashi also pushing everyone off this point. Fair State has to regroup quickly if they want to take this back.
We are going to be coming up on Beat and Kitsune Rush for the side of Ferris. Northeastern is going to have Graviton Surge as well as Beat. Thing is, Grav and Beat so close between these two teams. It's really going to be up to Zarya Gaming to clutch this up for their squad as Kitsune Rush is committed.
That's
first.
huge.
Zarya too far forward, ends up getting eliminated, as does Bastion. We see Hanzo go down as well. Dulia, the first one to go down for Ferris State, but this fight is basically won for the side of Bulldogs.
One rampage at the very end just for a little bit of showmanship and to clinch this victory for Ferris State. They're going to go up 1-0 in this match. We're also going to get just a little bit of time to give a special recommendation out to the play of the game. That's going to be Sashi as Hanzo, and really these headshots set Northeastern up for so many team victories.
Checking your head is so important. I'm pretty sure every support and tank player in Overwatch has had the moment where, you know, it's one of two things. They have a Hanzo, don't just swing a corner. Your DPS does it anyway, or support does it. They have a Widow, Widow has sights. Someone decides to peek the Widow with sights. Why do you peek a Widow with sights is my question. Just don't, especially if you've already seen them click heads without sights. Why? You know that they could track you through the wall. It's kind of the same idea. You get Sonic to make sure your team's aware so no one swings the corner, because you're being tracked from the moment that Sonic hits you until you round the angle. Just wait it out. You can take those couple of seconds. I promise you, waiting out the Sonic is a lot less time than waiting for you to get back from spawn.
Well, if we're looking at both of the teams and which team you could argue needs this victory more, it is Ferris State, and they're certainly playing like it because they already have one loss. Northeastern is undefeated so far. So if they lose this game, you know, they're still going to be in the top rankings and still have a great chance in going off to playoff. But once you get two losses, it's very hard mathematically to still be in those top two positions. So Ferris State, they're playing like they know the stakes of this match.
So you could say that Ferris State is our underdogs?
You could say it. I'm just disappointed I didn't think of that before you did, to be honest. So
well, in
I'll
all
give that
honesty,
one to you.
I think Ferris is performing very well despite the pressure that we are trying to mount and like slather on like a good thick stick of butter on them right now. They're doing great, and I think playing around the JQ composition, as long as they can continue to have maps where that is successful, they'll have a fabulous time. However, it's important to remember that next map, regardless of type, it's not their map pick.
That is true, but if there's one mode where map pick is probably the least likely factor, it's going to be hybrid coming up next.
We don't really even try to discuss. In case you're newer here to our NACE Starleague family and this broadcast, or Overwatch broadcast as a whole, especially after this season's start, Jacob and I have just consensually given up on trying to guess the hybrid map, and we're just blanket going to state it's Kings Row for our hybrid, and if it's not, oh my gosh, it might actually, holy cow. I'm excited.
Okay, this is why Nerdy was saying we've agreed to assume it's Kings Row, because in the slight chance that it isn't, we're very pleasantly surprised. So we either have our expectations met or exceeded, and they are going to be very much exceeded as Eichenwald is the pick.
I tip my hat to you because last week Jacob was like, hey, Nerdy, after the broadcast, he was like, you know what? I think we just need a blanket statement. We're probably going to go Kings and just expect it. And if it's not, we'll be pleasantly surprised. I am extremely surprised by this Eichenwald pick. I love Eichenwald. I feel like you can get absolutely stomped on point one and then I'm ignoring this. And then going into the actual escort phase, when a team is very domineering on castle, does not give up that high ground willingly, or knows rotations about, you know, dropping off of high when they need to drop off of high and flipping the fight in their favor, it can become very difficult for teams to surmount this coming from archway all the way across the bridge to the second point. That is why I love Eichenwald, because unlike Kings Row, where it's all very linear and flat through Streets phase, there is so much dynamic height differential across Eichenwald for the second point. it gets really fun. It allows for a lot of changes. It allows for a lot of flips, and I'm here to see it.
Also allows for a bit of bloopers too, because we've seen in the past few weeks, sometimes teams just aren't careful with their positioning and go right off the edges of this bridge here unintentionally.
Yeah. It is a sight to see. When it happens, you either start cursing or you start laughing or you go whoops or you question how it even happened. Recently, I discovered that players were unaware that Zarya's secondary fire does have a boop range. Hopefully no one falls victim to that today.
And usually the one thing it does have in common with King's Row, I gotta say, is that in the matches that we've seen, it's usually all or nothing. Either we usually see, holds at the first point, or it goes all the way to the castle.
Yes, and if it goes all the way to the castle, we're almost guaranteed to see a Junkrat.
That is true. That is true.
That'll
And
make me very happy.
I have to wonder if Kavushki has that in his back pocket. He's stuck on the Reaper this whole time. And hey, I mean, in enclosed spaces here, you could still do some great damage with Reaper, so he might just stick on that through the whole stage. But I want to see some good Riptires. I've seen quite a lot of... I've seen a team wipe on the Riptire right into the first turn of the castle. I'm thinking, this is way back, but we've got Boise State as a later team. You can ask them about traumatic memories they've had about getting Riptired on Eichenwald. But for now, let's focus on Ferris State versus Northeastern. Ferris State leads by 1 as we head into hybrid.
One thing to keep in mind here is that if you are familiar with competitive ladder play, there's a lot of Junkrats on this first point who like to actually be stationed up in a bounce spot between buildings at the archway. It's not legal for NACE, so don't anticipate seeing that here. We don't like them silly shenanigans. You have to actually play to how the map geometry was intended to make it fair.
He's Junkrat. He'll break whatever rules he wants. They're just fulfilling the flavor of the character.
That is valid. Doors have dropped, and it looks like on defense we have the Orisa composition. War of attrition with the variation, no Torbjorn. Instead, we're having that Soldier 76 on the side of Northeastern. Still running with the Zarya-centric comp and the Bastion Hanzo again.
And it looks like they're just holding them at bay past the first archway. We're going to try a rotation off to the left. No major picks to start of, but that Zarya is extremely charged up. And oh my goodness, Northeastern just tears right through. Ferris State is going to hold them in their first push.
Zarya is already pushing forward, clearing a pathway into Castle. This is a team that knows they want to lock this area down. They cannot give up this high ground over towards this Orisa comp that actually, Dulia is swapped over onto the tank, by the way, is swapped to Sigma. They're leaving their Hanzo on point. Typically, it is the Lucio that gets to sit there and take selfies and post on Twitter. So we'll have to see if that works in their favor. So far, it looks like choosing to not have Hanzo is just fine as Axe goes down for Ferris State.
Valley is just going to find himself mowed right down by the Zarya. Has to duck back for a bit of healing and is able to get kind of an off angle on the Zarya, but right now Hedwig is just doing too much damage onto Chance. That beam is bright and deadly. Duali does manage to get a pick onto Hedwig with the accretion, but Ferris State is just continuing to have problems holding the Huskies at bay.
Zarya has Graviton Surge. We won't have Shasi's combo of Dragons right away. Hedwig is very close to the artillery strike, so theoretically we could see that one pop if they can force the immortality early or get it in a spot where they're comfortable to burn the Immor before the Bastion artillery strike hits the ground. We hear Captive Sun immediately engaged from Chance to gain some extra space. Soldier Kavushki almost dropping down from the high ground instead. Lands on a platform, rotates back up, does have Visor if needed. Zarya walked around, manages to come back up, is going to advance with the Lucio's beat. There's grab on top of Immortality. Both get absolutely obliterated inside the Graviton Surge. It is just going to be the Yardi trying to get out and make it out alive. Unfortunately, he's probably going to end up getting staggered.
Talking about a stagger. No. They've got their tank all by himself.
Yikes.
He is trying to just literally tank it out, but just can't do it. Zarya is unstoppable. Artillery is going to be brought out as well by Pickle Piglet, but at this time, I don't think that's going to do anything.
The panic ulti. Everyone has done it once before. Unfortunately, our Predict Flux did get burned. Now it is just stagger after stagger. We see the Reinhardt swap from Julia trying to just give an opportunity for their team to survive, but if the Zarya remains high charge, that shield is going to get obliterated time and time again. Hopefully they play angles here. Hedwig still has this artillery strike. We still have dragons and window coming out from Northeastern. There are 0 Q buttons ready to go for Ferris State. This fight is going to be absolutely insanely difficult as Bastion already rounds through this corner, ignoring the fact that they have a window because everyone's hiding away from it.
Artillery sent out, as well as the dragons. Chance gets taken out by him. Duali also bites the dust. There's no tank, no support, no DPS whatsoever. It's a team wipe for the Huskies, and 4 minutes, 19 seconds left in their pocket.
Unfortunately, I think this came down to just calling a lost fight and full resetting. It was horrifying. It is horrifying in general to see a Zarya that is undeterred by the prospect of possibly meeting anyone in Castle when they're by themselves. But this Zarya Gaming, obviously based off their name, it fits, knew that they could push forward into that castle. Their borderline max charge will eviscerate, microwave anybody that walks into their path. Allowing that Zarya to get up there and staggering into that location. There was 2 or 3 fights where we saw Ferris get staggered. Really was their Achilles heel. You gotta just bite the bullet and be like, we need a hard regroup, stop going in, stay in spawn. You walk a millimeter out, you're a problem, my friend.
We were wondering when that payload was starting to push forward if they were gonna miss that Hanzo. The answer is no. The Zarya just had everything down pat. And do you think that they'll stick with that Zarya as we see, do you think they just run it back in terms of defense?
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there's a reason this is the last week that we're going to see her in all her glory, depending on your viewpoint.
I mean, speaking from experience, there's been too many times, at least when we've had productions where, you know, things are going great, things are fine, and then we change something to try and make it more streamlined, and stuff starts to go awry. So if your composition's working, don't change some small thing in order to make it you think be more efficient and more powerful. Right now, your composition is extremely powerful. It's working out to your strengths. Stick with that. Don't change it. Yeah, so what? Maybe the optimal version of your comp doesn't have a Hanzo and has a different character. But if your DPS pops off on Hanzo, leave your DPS on Hanzo. I don't see a problem with it if it's working.
And I have to think that this choice of Eichenwald brought out by Northeastern has made all of the difference. I mean, if this was their comfort pick, they showed it. They have over 4 minutes should it go to overtime.
Yeah, I would love to see Eichenwald become kind of like the Kings Row 2.0 for teams.
Sure.
But, you know, honestly, I can see why teams hate it, but personally, I love just the dynamicness that exists between the 3 points. You don't get that on every sort of hybrid map. Truly, I feel like it is the only map in this instance where second point, you really can lock down a high ground and understand your rotations, prevent a team from being able to progress, because taking a high ground away from someone, not every team understands how important that is.
Well, I know you too well, Nerdy. You don't hope Eichenwald becomes the next Kings Row 2.0. You're hoping Blizzard World becomes the next Kings Row 2.0.
Yes, as someone who's never gone to Disney World, let me live out my Disney World dreams through Overwatch, please. That is all I ask.
Well, we're ready to start out. See if Ferris State, I mean, obviously Northeastern's comfortable in Eichenwald. We'll see how comfortable Ferris State is pushing attack. They're going to be swapping over, though, going over to the Horse, as well as bringing out Ashe as well.
The interesting thing is, back before this season, the Orisa Battle Cattle changes came into place. You know, Zarya, you see an Orisa, you go Zarya. But if you understand Orisa's composition, her kit very well, you can play around the Zarya just fine. We do see Scoop for Northeastern go down, which has been a seal of death for a front line before for the side of Northeastern as this fight's fully swinging in, and Orisa's already on point.
It's already sounding like Star Wars with how much that beam is charged up. Pickle Piglet is going to take out Hedwig, however. They're doing exactly as you said already. They're just sort of playing around this Zarya, trying to play around the cooldowns, and they're going to be able to take out Zarya. Sashi is still trying to bring this back with a double and a triple now. Talk about soloing it. Already, Ferris State, the Bulldogs have 2 ticks on this. I have to imagine they might get 3, but this Lucio's come in to contest.
I think Lucio might have overstayed his welcome, but he does get saved. The Bastion creating enough pressure. Orisa, Dulia is going to get eliminated. We have a swap onto the Ashe. This dynamite can be very powerful. You either force the immortality, or you can actually force out bubbles from the Zarya early on, allowing your team to engage because they double as a cleanse. With that being said, Kabushki, have not seen a whole lot of Ashe action coming out of you when we had you on broadcast previously. Time to show me what you got.
Right. Oh, that javelin just runs right into Hedwig. They're going to try to force some damage out through the window. The clean rotation by Ferris State is going to block most of that damage. Captive Sun comes out, getting rid of the immortality field. Terror Surge also online. Captive Sun, both supports are taken out for Northeastern. Ferris State takes the payload almost as fast as Northeastern did. We've got a game on our hands.
Here's where the rubber meets the road. We saw Northeastern run into this castle and claim it as their own. They sieged it, they claimed it. No survivors were left standing. They did not take hostages. With that being said, can Ferris State do the same thing? It looks like there was a little bit of struggle on who stays on point. They had a bad plan in Ashe, so that's automatically making it a 3v5 on high ground, and that's never a situation you want to be in as a tank.
Gravitron Surge is brought out, as well as the Dragons, and just rips right through Ferris State. Kavushki's the only one left. They're trying to go back and find him out, as well as just putting a whole bunch of damage onto Spawn. Kavushki drops down and is able to regroup with the team. Ferris State has a whole bunch of ultimates to turn this fight around, however. Everything except the Captive Sun is online. Question is, which one is going to be first? We are hearing the artillery being brought out by Northeastern. That's going to be their final ultimate spent. And it is well spent if it helps take out Duali. Their tank is gone. Kavushki's gone. It's going to have to be another reset.
Ferris needs to slow down, just wait it out, get a full regroup going, stop going through the same doorway. It's the definition of insanity, expecting a different outcome when you do the same thing over and over again. Looks like they finally recognize that they need to stop staggering. Chance unfortunately goes down to Sashi. That headshot warrior coming in clutch right now for Northeastern. We're going to have Kabushki throw a dynamite. It looks like it might have landed on a couple, but Bob's still not being used when everyone's in such a tiny room. Instead, we're going to use it to pinch them off into a room. We have Terror Surge get dropped and Visor. That's 3 ults from Ferris just to make it through this archway.
They will still have 2 left. They've taken everyone out from the Huskies, and despite spending 3, based on how the ultimates are currently charged, they'll have at least 2, and I think Northeastern had 1, so they'll still have a slight advantage for this next fight.
Because of how much time they spent being held at their spawn, they chose to leave 2 on point for a while. Now it's only 1 pushing that payload back and forth between 2 and 1. Both DPS on the low ground, though. Just like in Star Wars, you've got to make sure you have that high ground. Instead, everyone's forced down, and the payload's now in a very vulnerable position for this Ashe to try and remain alive, but is still managing to push it. Does get Sonic. Pickle Piglet's going to rush forward, is available to drop the healing pod down on their teammates as Orisa's coming in and is going to manage to herd the enemy team like cattle. They fell into the trap, they were pinched off, they left 2 squishies on the payload and said, come get them, and then said, haha, nice try, we had a plan. Did that get eaten? It got eaten!
Nice job by Duali. That's going to be a huge amount of utility taken away from Northeastern, and they are just right now, Duali is going ham on point. A double and an assist on a third. You got to give tank play of the game to that right there. I mean, pick it, triple plus eating the ult.
I personally love seeing an Orisa that spear spins a Zarya ultimate. A lot of people will tell you it's hard. The word of advice I tell you is if you hear Russian, you hit spear spin. That is how I have told people to do it in the past, and it's worked out. But Julia obviously has this on lock. It's going to come in, be an unrelenting forward force for their team. Gets up a 2-piece. Everyone's chased into spawn, and as Guab ends up getting a foot in, Pickle Piglet eliminates them. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Can they get this in before the 2-minute time is up? It looks like Zarya got in.
Chance evening it up, however, it is 4 apiece. Kavushki gets the pick onto Sashi. Immortality field taken out from Northeastern. Hedwig is out of it. He can't use that artillery. He's going to use it as soon as he respawns, trying to push them off the point. Dynamite thrown out, trying to keep Northeastern at bay. Zarya's down to 11, but still holding on. And hey, you just need to push him off the payload. Ferris State certainly did that. Well, I gotta say, this castle is not really secure with the way that these teams have just been rushing in at the final moment, hardly having any sort of resistance.
Well, I mean, during the original Omnic crisis, I'm pretty sure that Eichenwald was officially, the stronghold was counted as lost.
Well, you know, if we're talking about history, this castle has fallen much like the siege of New Amsterdam. There wasn't a siege in New Amsterdam. They walked in and claimed the city without firing a shot.
Yeah.
Ready
I mean, there's some fortifications to the left, but it's up to the heroes that are here to prevent anyone from continuing on forward. It's so to speak like your heroes of Atlasbrunn, like this is the Overwatch Halloween event. Your goal is to protect the castle when you're on defense. The question is, can you do it? You're not going against Junkenstein, you're going against an enemy team.
Perhaps she should have spent more time focusing on her training. That's what happens when Brig is taken out in the Halloween event.
Yes.
That's all I have to say, because that's how the defense has been for both teams. It's been pretty even, although Northeastern was still overall faster. 4 minutes they have to work with. Ferris State is going to be the first to push. They only have 2 minutes.
Attackers incoming.
And doors have dropped. If theoretically, if both teams had capped with over 4 minutes, their times would have been halved. Thankfully, it wasn't for Ferris, because when you have 2 minutes, it allows for roughly 2 full fights. Julia expels 2 cooldowns to get forward and waits. That is the patience of an Orisa player that you need. Unfortunately, Chance swung too wide and too close to the sun, ends up getting eliminated. We do see that Immor as well as Pylon are both gone for the side of Ferris. That is a reset if I've ever seen one.
One thing that plagued Ferris State early on in this stage was being able to reset effectively. But right now, they're just going to soft reset, wait for everyone to come back out. The Ash peeks out, throws out the dynamite right into the Zarya shield. And Zarya is all charged up in a dangerous force. Gonna move up, and it seems like Northeastern has called out that rotation. Everyone's trapped in the computer store, and Kavushki is the first to go down.
Dynamite can be powerful when you manage to corral people into a small space. They're going to use Window to gain back the space. Lucio gets dangerously low, but Sashi's going to find Pickle Piglet. Chance goes down again on the Ziyadi, and everyone's going to get forced back. We're down to 1 fight. However, no ults other than that Window have been used. Ferris is coming up on our Terra Surge as well as Window and Bob. If these are popped at the right time, they can gain this space and lock down this point and stagger the enemy team of Northeastern just enough that they can't touch again.
Graviton Surge now online for Zarya Gaming is gonna pop it in response to the Bob and Window dropped by Ferris State. Chance is gonna be able to take out Scoop. Main support down for Northeastern. Pickle Piggly is taken out by Zarya, so we are even for a piece. Another trade back and forth, this time involving the Dragon Strike. Zarya Gaming is gone for Northeastern. Not having the tank is just gonna be enough for Ferris State to claim this payload and try to hold on to it for dear life.
Oh, Lucio comes in, gets dangerously low, drops the beat. Orisa has to grab the health pack and spear spin back out, gets booped. Soldier 76 comes in the nick of time. Sashi's gonna go down, Scoop's gonna go down, both the Pickle Piglet. We have Artillery Strike from Headwind, but at that point, not really worth it. You'd have to use it off payload, couldn't touch. It's fine to reset that one. Now the question is, how quickly can Ferris State claim this high ground? Will they be able to surmount this elevation difference and still come out victorious? There's no time left, which means someone has to remain touching this cart at all times.
Gonna keep a close eye on that overtime fuse. And the A could just force them all out with the artillery that Hedwig has. He's holding on to it for now, however. He's gonna move down, pepper a whole bunch of damage down onto Duali. Pickle Piglet has the visor left, is gonna bring it to try to save this fight. But the artillery isn't even needed for Northeastern. Ferris State is gonna have to settle for just 4.
You know, as you were mentioning, I was thinking about, when you're in these heat of the moment situations, of course, C9s happen, but a team that's communicating well, and of course, I expect both these teams, and we can assume that they are communicating what their plans are when they're aware of these ultimates. Theoretically, in this instance, if you assume Sashi's going to get 2 headshots, get that ultimate charge, and there's artillery strike, well, someone has to be the sacrificial lamb. It's a really tragic situation to be in, but typically the first ultimate, your tank's going to be on the point to eat it, as well as use that immortality to stay alive. The second ult, your tank's just going to have to unfortunately pass away, and then you follow up with the beat, or you use beat in the instance of that second ult and keep your tank alive. But someone has to stay on point, everyone else has to spread out. That is why everyone congregating on that payload when you need to take control of that high ground when there's no time left, makes it very difficult. You have to claim that payload, claim that high ground, create space for the payload, protect your little wee BB that is on the cart, and pray that there isn't a bunch of CC ults dropped on their head.
Now Northeastern, the stage that they chose, they have the advantage, but Ferris State is fighting back furiously. I have to wonder what this is going to mean for Flashpoint once we get to it.
The one thing that scares me though is, I mean,
4,
2 minutes and capping the point is nothing to sneeze at, for sure, because you have less time in your first attack. You have less time than you did originally on your first attack, and you still have to gain more space. But now Northeastern has almost double the amount of time that Ferris State has, meaning that these first three fights, hopefully 4, are perfect for Ferris State in order to equalize on the time bank once that payload starts to move.
Oh, already Sashi is trying to flank, and Drawley's going to say, I'm not going to have any of that. However, while Drawley went off to pick off that Hanzo, Axe was eliminated from Ferris State, so it is 4 apiece. Kavushki almost getting eliminated. Nice flank by Pickle Piglet. Duali is eliminated. Pickle Piglet trying to hold down the fort. Every elimination is being traded back and forth, and Ferris State, they're able to take out this Zarya. They won the first team fight, a very long and drawn out one.
Okay, I know Chance spent most of that fight in respawn, but I have to give credit. That pylon was perfect. It allowed healing on both the Soldier 76 and the Ashe throughout that entire time, so Soldier could almost be all the way at the edge of the point and still get healing from the pylon. Those two and the pylon were all that was left at the end of that fight.
Dynamite thrown out. We'll see how many it can land on. Ruki just trying to get some sort of pick. We hear all the ticks being brought out, so someone was hit with it. Hop is going to eliminate Duali with the tank falling that fast. I don't think Ferris State can really recover from this. It's going to be a team wipe. Now they're going to have to get back to that payload as soon as they can. I don't know if they'll probably have time.
It was a very fast team wipe when you've decided on a team loss when you're heading into overtime and there isn't a whole lot of space for you to have to protect, unfortunately, if you're the defensive team. Dying quickly and dying together is one of the best things you can do to ensure that you all come back alive at the same time.
Getting very close to that parking spot. Down dives Duali ahead of his team. Bob is going to be thrown out by Kavushki. Scoop still hasn't spent this beat. Window also being used by Northeastern. Terror Surge now online for Duali. Moves right in, draws in everybody. Hedwig is going to be the first to fall. This Zarya, however, wants revenge for all her fallen teammates. Pickle Piglet brings out the visor, is able to take out Scoop. Sashi is next. Northeastern doesn't have any supports left, and Ferris State is just holding on for dear life, but still managing to keep Northeastern away. Look how close that is. 0.1 meters. 1 decimeter away.
Sometimes I do question if Overwatch has caused my anxiety, and I wasn't just always someone who had anxiety because of situations like this.
Well, a lot of anxiety for Ferris State as they're going to be forced forward due to this artillery. They change that with the Dragon Strike, but Captive Sun is brought out. They're able to take out Scoop. Zarya's going to bubble all the way through it. Window dropped now, trying to help Kavushki pick out everyone on the point. Zarya Gaming and everyone falls for Northeastern. They did it again, but now they have no ultimates left to spend.
Okay, they have no ults, but Northeastern has no ults.
Yeah,
so we're a neutral fight. And that payload's backed up a little bit more. We have more than 0.1 meters. We have 3 meters in counting of breathing room. Zarya Gaming, though, is coming in fast and coming in hot. Gotta not be charging her as much as she wants you to. 50% charge and 70% on that Graviton Surge is a lot that you're paying her, but Scoop goes down first again, and Zarya Gaming falls thereafter.
Ferris State was facing an overtime where they had half the time Ferris did, and they might actually pull this off with a successful defense. It all comes down to one final team fight. Hop is going to be able to engage on this with Window. Kavushki has Bob, so it could be a 6-on-5 for this last fight. And the Zarya dives in right again,
Come on,
and he gets deleted. Bob is thrown out as well. The Bulldogs look like they have actually done it and are going to be going on to match points. The timer ticks down and the Bulldogs pull off an upset win on Eichenwald.
Oh, that was beautifully executed, Ferris.
Wow. What a fight. Duali is going to get the play.
I don't
of
care
the
what
game.
play it is.
It has to be the one. Okay, no.
It's not the eat because you ate it and got one kill all using the same ability. The game likes to prefer when multiple abilities are used. So I get it. But either way, Duali deserved to play the game. I didn't care which one it was, but Duali deserved it.
That was a hero's defense if there ever was one. I mean, if you had just shown me how fast Northeastern had attacked to start things out and then told me it was going to end like that, I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, the stats were not favoring Ferris, but that just goes to show that they are definitely in it to win it, and they want to get themselves out of that third place position and more securely into the second place spot.
Now, we're in a situation. Map 1 is already chosen for us. We usually assume Kings Row for the second, but now we have to make a prediction, and that prediction is on Flashpoint, the 50-50 shot that has landed tails for us every single time we've tried to predict. So, Artie, are you going red or are you sticking on black? Because we've had a horrible streak with this.
It's funny because any person that that was in AP US History or AP Euro, there's a strategy when you have multiple choice, you're not aware of what the answer is. And we have no C option, so I can't pick C by default. So, just due to the history of everyone for some reason avoiding New Junk City, which, I get it. I understand. I'm going to actually say Servasa is going to be our flashpoint. Watch me be wrong this time.
I am going to go with New Junk City just for the possibility that the one time you changed your mind, it actually was New Junk City.
Well, if it were the side of Ferris picking, I would actually say New Junk most likely would be what they'd want to do. But considering how Northeastern likes to play, and it's their map pick, I think we're going Servasa.
But, I mean, it is their map pick, but Ferris State, I think they've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that they can adapt to whatever Northeastern is going to bring out against them.
Most definitely.
Oh, look, you were right to stick to...
I finally got it right.
Servasa is going to be up next. It's like the fifth time in a row over the past 3 weeks?
I'm failing this class, okay? If my grade was solely built upon my flashpoint guesses, I'm failing.
But you're failing less than I am, is the thing. You were right here in this pick.
Yeah, but watch me be wrong next week with all the changes come through, and I'm going to be like, oh, it's going to be Servasa again. No, it's probably going to be New Junk. But I'm just going to stick with Servasa from here on out.
Well, if you're just joining us to reset the stakes, we're at a period in the season where these two teams really need a win to try to get themselves into the top position or the top two positions of their division to go on to playoffs. Northwestern is currently undefeated and Ferris State has one loss, so the Bulldogs really needed this win. And despite a lot of our expectations, especially on Eichenwald, they have rallied to put themselves to match point. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep from Northeastern from here on out for the Huskies to have a chance.
I mean, this can be the point where a lot of teams start to get, tired out. A full 5-game series, one match going into overtime is not an easy feat. I mean, you think about it, you're like, oh, I play a bunch of games. Some players can drop 10 games of Overwatch in a night of competitive play. Playing in a team-organized environment is drastically different. It takes such a toll on your mental state, and it really pushes you to your limits in that regard, that at this point, if Ferris was, looking to close it out, they need to do it here, or they could start facing that exhaustion. It could be downhill. Maybe they're a 3-map and done style team, and after the 3rd map, that's really where they start to falter. We'll have to wait and see.
At this point, it's either going to be exhaustion or complacency. Or victory. Exhaustion, complacency, or victory.
You got 3 options, not just 2, so you have a 30% chance of being right.
More than us. We didn't have a 3rd option, but these teams have the luxury of the 3rd option. All right, we're going to be starting out on the standard central flashpoint. You just have to judge if this is kind of an extension of Control. Ferris State took it 2-0 on Control, so if they've got a play style that really suits them for this type of gameplay, then they can just clinch it right now.
The one thing that scares me is how long it took Ferris to adjust to the forward onslaught presented by Northeastern on Eichenwald. That understanding of when it's lost, understanding when to reset, is very paramount and quintessential when it comes to Flashpoint, because it is Control Point on steroids. And there is, a long walkway back from spawn and to point. So we'll have to see as we have Bastion, Kiriko both go down, as does the Baptiste, We see Kavoshki go down as well. Northeastern is bleeding out on the floor, but it looks like Hanzo might be able to make it out alive.
Right now, their tank is just holding on this Zarya. How is she still alive? She bubbles, but isn't going to be able to get away from that Junker Queen. Ferris State now moving back toward the central flashpoint. Is going to be able to take it for themselves.
I like what we see from Northeastern. They're waiting outside, waiting for their team to come back. Ferris is setting up inside the building, which can be a little bit difficult. You want to start outside and make your way back inside rather than giving up all this space without forcing people to pay for it. Both bubbles from Zarya are expunged, but that second bubble was up longer. We do see Baptiste is going to go down for Northeastern, as does Bastion. Axe goes down for Ferris, as does Kavushki. But Chance is not scared without two people on their back line. They're going to keep going. Unfortunately, Dulia is going to meet the blunt end of a Lucio Boop, as will Pickle Piglet to a Hanzo Arrow. That is when understanding your man advantage and disadvantage is paramount for these teams.
I mean, look at that charge, though. Ferris State already up to 85. They only need to take this in this one fight, but they do have an uphill battle in that regard in terms of ultimates. Northeastern is going to have 3 online as this starts. The window is also probably going to be charged up as well.
Again, we have the team starting on the inside as opposed to trying to figure out where this enemy team is coming from, what direction they're wanting to go, and forcing them to pay for the ability to come inside. We have an instant Graviton Surge drop down. Dragons as well. Beat comes online, but is not available in time for that Grav Dragon combo. That is going to give the side of Northeastern a little bit more space of breathing room. They planned out the Grav Dragons. They wanted them to come inside. There was still Immor, I think, but Immor was not popped in time. But now we have Beat, Immortality, and Artillery Strike all online for the side of Northeastern, whereas Ferris is going to have almost everything going into this next fight if they can get there quickly.
I was wondering if Northeastern would spend everything, because we saw them do that on Antarctica to start things out, and that led to some bad trades for them later on. But Zarya instantly taken out Duali. They're still going to commit on their ultimates using the Rampage and the Visor, but Northeastern just throws down the Immortality field. Chance still manages to take out Hedwig, but the eliminations are piling up against the Bulldogs. This first flashpoint is now out of range for Ferris State.
It was very close. Again, Flashpoint is control point on steroids. It's like 1%, 1.8% per second that passes on like 1% per second that passes in control. So as we progress forward, now it comes down to, are you wanting to catch this team in rotation, or are you going to want to meet them on point? The team that secures the point, if everyone's still alive, has a faster chance to get to the next objective than the team that's to come all the way from spawn as a group. Whether or not letting everyone meet you on point is going to be an issue here, well, that's up to Northeastern. They took out Dualia again early, so it looks like this should be easy walk-ins for them.
Whoa!
No!
Oh, he tried to hero it, but only managed to pick up the Baptiste.
Kavushki.
I mean, last week, Kavushki had amazing plays with the Death Blossom, but it's just not to be today, this time.
If you think about it, Kavushki is playing these close-range heroes. Reaper, yeah, you could do a little bit of pepper damage, maybe make someone sneeze at you a little bit from long range with your shotguns. But you've got a Hanzo who can whip a corner after dropping a Sonic on you and headshot you. You're not scary to the Hanzo.
And Sashi is just consistently being a problem with this Hanzo, getting this picks. Ferris State, they've had to fight without their Lucio for many team fights now. Pickle Piglet trying to turn things around, gets rid of Hedwig. Can Kavushki also get in on the action? A swing with the axe from the Junker Queen. They managed to make their way onto the flashboard. Kavushki is going to pick up top. They are forcing Northeastern gradually off the point. This Zarya is low on health. She's eliminated. Duali is also taken out. Chance gets rid of Scoop. And that one trade is going to help Ferris State keep this flashpoint competitive.
Dualia is having a real hard time on this Lucio
Yeah.
on this map. Of course, we're not watching solely your perspective. It's just a lot of the times that we do see that you're getting picked out. I believe it's mainly coming down to target focus, understanding how much value the Lucio brings to the table, and Sashi being like, no, I cannot let you have the speed to walk onto me. I need you to stay away, so I have to kill the Lucio. And unfortunately, that just means we have Lucio spending a lot of time in spawn. We have chance with this Rampage online. The pull! The pull! Zarya's in the pit! Zarya went down into the pit! Go forward! Claim the space here! Come
Into
on!
my favorite part of the stage, the non-textured, non-animated water. An instant AAA classic.
Okay, so we've got Rampage, Death Blossom as well. We'll just count it. We have Attack Visor for Ferris. To the other side, we have the Artillery Strike and Beat coming online. Sashi can get this Dragon Strike also very fast because of just how quickly Sashi clicks heads. Kavushki might have gone the wrong way, unfortunately, so that is expunged. And we lose the DPS and the Lucio early.
Artillery brought out onto point. A very huge anti-nade is thrown onto Northeastern. Helps Kavushki get rid of the Immortality Field, take out the Baptiste. Hedwig is also gone. But most crucially, the Zarya is still on point. And they manage to get past her, maybe take out that Lucio. They're going to try the rotation, get booped off the edge. They are in very huge danger of that. Dragons brought out by Northeastern. Ferris State responding with Kitsune Rush. Ferris State, it's 99-99.
Wow! They juked him!
And just by the skin of their teeth, they get it.
That was the most intense game of Ring Around the Rosie I have ever seen.
Whew. We have graduated up from kindergarten level and are in Ring Around the Rosie big leagues right now.
The one thing I will say about Sravasa that I do like is on that point you hear the bell go off that's in the center, and then on, actually, not this point, but one of the other ones, there's a fountain, and once it's locked down, the fountain turns on. You don't see that sort of stuff on New Drunk City, but here you do. I want more
Well, now we know the reason they picked it.
It's prettier, yes. We have Beat get dropped, Graviton get dropped. Suzu is also used. Visor responsible. We're already down 2 for Ferris State. Only 1 is gone for Northeastern. This is where Ferris can gain an advantage if they spread out a bit more, play around this shout, play around Kiriko's healing from long range. That is why JQ is so powerful. Pickle Piglet's going to pick up Sashi, and with the Hanzo gone, a lot of the forward attack power for this side Northeastern is going to start to dwindle.
Zarya doesn't have her bubbles, and she goes low on health. She is managing to heal back up. Anti-nade thrown out to Northeastern. It's going to be used with the Rampage. Pickle Piglet getting rid of the Baptiste. Hedwig also falls for Kavushki. Ferris State managing to hold on to the point. You know, we talked a little bit earlier about how Diwali, as this was starting out, was like a consistent pick, but I've got to say, Kavushki focusing on Hedwig. Hedwig has been going down time and time again in these team fights.
I mean, if someone on your team is going to be chronically bullied, you have to return the favor and chronically bully someone else. It's not really bullying, but it is making someone else's life more difficult if one of your teammates is going to have a hard time. It's like if your tank is taking too much pressure, DPS need to create more pressure. We do hear Beak get dropped. Hedwig is down again, so unfortunately Bastion in spawn means a lot of that forward damage once again is gone. Kavushi's going to find Sashi, so down goes the Hanzo. Both DPS are gone for Northeastern.
And the icing on the cake for Ferris State is they were able to get the Huskies to expend their beat. So now with this fight, there is really going to be nothing besides maybe a quick artillery fire that they can use to defend against Ferris State. Going to be close. They're going to try to keep him from touching the point outright.
Kavushki was lost. It looks like Lucio made his way over to the point, but that's fine if you think about it. Kiriko using this Kitsune Rush to everybody else could be very powerful. We do unfortunately lose Chance and Pickle, which supports Pickup, who won a piece to stabilize it. Now let's just walk back towards point and clean it up. It's going to be a 2-on-2 though. No, a 3-on-2 as there's 1 extra standing for Northeastern.
Moves in, expends the Suzu. Northeastern has so much more to use, however. Kavushki and Axe just got to be careful. They don't get too lackadaisical here.
Oh, no. Oh, that was tragic. It's fine, but Lucio's now just got to come back really fast and make sure that doesn't happen again. Thankfully, the spawn point's on the opposite side of the map, so it shouldn't. But man, oh man, had that Kitsune Rush actually found 3 or 4 people, well, sorry, had actually found 4 people as opposed to 3 like it did, well, 2, it would have been so clean.
Graviton Surge is thrown out. Scoop is eliminated, however.
Blossom?
Sashi and Zarya Gaming taken out 3. Pickle Piglet spends the visor, but is only able to get 1 with it. This fight might already be over. That Zarya went solo on health, but is still sticking it out. Flashpoint is claimed by Northeastern. Now this is the last chance for Ferris State to stay in the game.
I just realized the scary prospect would be if a Lucio player boops someone into a wall, because you know when you get speared into a wall or Doof is punched into a wall, it does more damage. What if Lucio boop if it boops someone?
Oh
into
my
yeah,
goodness,
wouldn't
there
that be
wouldn't
scary?
be you. That's a scary thought. I don't want to focus it on it anymore. I just want to focus on this team fight.
Well, as this team fight's about to engage, ultimate's pretty equal. We do have Artillery Strike and a window for Northeastern. To the other side, we're going to have Rampage and Death Blossom online, but Ferris has one leg above the other team right now. That's Dulia with this beat. Sound barrier used defensively can be very powerful. Let's see how powerful it is. This window's not going to be able to grab anybody, but that was a huge boop to force this JQ into the line of enemy fire.
Anti-nade thrown on to Northeastern, and it just melts away. Their tank and Hedwig, they got hit. Thanks to that Ana, everyone is just eliminated. Well, Ferris State, this is a good start for them in their last stand to drive it to the 5th flashpoint. Northeastern can start things off, though, with a huge exclamation point if they use this artillery.
Everyone's in a tiny room, but Dulia's up on the walls, not taking any sort of damage. Immortality is already expunged, which means Kabushki is free-for-alling. Of course, the Kabushki gets punished. Artillery Strike is going to be dropped. Chance goes down as well. Dahlia's going to pick up 2 using that sound wave inside of that Artillery Strike. Pickle Piglet will find Sashi as well. So despite losing Kabushki early on, Ferris State still is victorious in that fight. Northeastern going into this next one is going to have that Grav Dragon combo. There's going to be nothing to keep the side of Ferris alive. They need to avoid small corridors, save the Suzu, save the Reaper movement abilities, hope Reaper doesn't get caught in the Grav, and play a little bit spread out in this next fight.
Pickle Piglet immediately pops the visor, and Northeastern does the same with all of their ultimates, Beat, Dragons, and Graviton Surge. But they've only got 1 pick to show for it. Now they got 2. Ferris State, their tank and DPS are down. Duwali soon follows. But hey, this will be a clean reset for Ferris State. They have plenty of chances to get this point back.
Tragically, Attack Visor was expelled during that fight from Ferris. Honestly, if you don't have anything to counter the grab, just, call it a lost fight. And if you don't have Immortality and you're going against a Rampage because of that anti that comes out during Rampage, you don't have Suzy, you don't have Beat, it's a lost fight situation. Don't expel ultimates in those. But we'll have to see what happens next, as both teams are going to be equalized with more of a neutral fight territory, with the exception of the window coming in. See if Window's used to lock down an area or as a bait and switch, letting a team walk in and then using it to force them back out.
And we have a whole bunch of damage being forced through this doorway as the window is expelled. Duali using the beat to try to keep the rest of Ferris State alive, but Axe was already eliminated. Sashi eliminated by Kabushki. We see the Rampage and the anti associated with it just tear right into Northeastern. Hedwig is still hanging in there, as well as Zarya Gaming. Overtime is ticking down, and Ferris State is going to claim the flashpoint and drive us to the very last one.
Dulia is doing a great job with these boops. You see a lot of Lucios, especially these pro comps, get too trigger happy with boops and end up booping enemies away as opposed to using it as a finisher. And we're seeing consistently this Lucio using their boop to close out a kill. And it's nice to see. That is definitely someone who understands the kit utility of a Lucio very well. We'll have to see if we also see more of that type of play coming out from Scoop by Hedwig. Got eviscerated by Pickle
That's
Piglet.
huge. Giving them a bit of the taste of their own medicine, what Sashi was doing to Ferris State so much earlier on in this fight. Ferris State is going to claim that point based off just that 1 pick.
I know that I was just giving praise to Dualia, but the one thing I'm scared about is that Zarya Gaming is getting this Graviton Surge very fast. And more often than not, we're not seeing a beat in response because it's not online. I'm interested to see if we finally have a beat that's, a grab that's countered by beat, because Zarya Gaming is spearheading the front line for their team with these grabs.
Kabushki hanging on by a thread and is going to be eliminated by Zarya.
That thread got cut real quick.
Probably the best chance Northeastern has to take this point. They got all they could possibly ask for in terms of ultimates.
Here it comes.
Axe is going to spend the first ultimate. Graviton Surge is used in response, as well as the Dragons, helping to pick up everybody on point. Full team wipe for Ferris State, except for Kabushki. Northeastern takes the point back, but Ferris State got a healthy charge, 75%.
Hedwig with his artillery strike coming in with Scoop on that beat, as well as the amplification matrix from Guap. A Hedwig's artillery strike can be used one of two ways: to force out utilities such as Suzu or movements, or it can be very deadly. I'm interested to see if we can get a multi-kill from Hedwig going into this next fight. Reaper Wraith is forced, and Reaper's going into that backline. Kavushki hits the Q button, beat is forced, the window is forced. Kavushki gets dangerously low. I don't know how Kavushki even lived that long. Once again, picks up the Baptiste, but at the expense of their own life, and Axe goes down as well.
Chance still sustaining, helping Ferris State maintain a presence on the point, and just through positioning, they might steal this out from under Northeastern. They get a touch on it, but Ferris State is already more than halfway there to claiming back the flashpoint. Northeastern now taking it back for themselves. Chance is able to eliminate Scoop, and we see Rampage be brought out onto Northeastern. Sashi is taken out thanks to that anti, and Chance, just by himself, helps keep Ferris State in the running.
I understand why the beat was used. It was necessary, but once again, nothing to counter this grab. It's going to be a scary situation. We need to win this fight before Zarya Gaming makes it back, or delete Zarya Gaming before Zarya can hit the Q button.
Oh, that was very close on the overtime fuse. Artillery is brought out. Ferris State has to move back. Zarya Gaming still doesn't have that Graviton surge, but it's very close. Sashi gets a punch onto Raleigh. Sashi. Chance with a knife responds. Both Lucio's down. Sashi eliminates Chance. Zarya Gaming has that Graviton surge, but by the time it comes out, the fight already is won for Northeastern.
I can't do quick math, but there is like 2 seconds remaining before this point's unlocked. I don't know if, you can make it in time.
I'm just having to catch my breath after a game like that.
All right, is this multi-headshot kill or multi-dragon? I think it's multi-dragon. Multi-dragon. And possibly a headshot?
A few body shots.
It's okay to be a body shot bandit sometimes.
Well, okay, we're going to be moving on to push. Northeastern had a huge road ahead of them, but hey, they're undefeated so far in the season for a reason.
They are. Now they've begun the reverse sweep. It's time to see if they can finish it out or if Ferris brings it back on push. Now, with push in mind, I would avoid Coliseo going into that Hanzo. Sashi is scary.
But we don't know what to expect because this is the first time Ferris State is going to have map choice, which overall is a pretty good problem to have if you're facing off against another team.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, some teams only play Coliseo, some teams only play Esperanza, and there's the really weird teams that only play New Queen Street. We don't talk about them. I'm totally kidding. But I do think Coliseo is just one map you really want to avoid. If you're very confident in your team's ability to control these semi-high grounds that exist on Esperanza, I do think that is the way to go if you're looking at this from the side of Ferris's perspective, because you are dealing with the Hanzo coming out from the side of Northeastern. Hanzo is scary. Let's just be completely honest. Multiple plays of the games. So we'll have to, and as I'm speaking, I get confirmation it is New Queen Street. So
after you said all the weird teams, Ferris State is going to.
Like I said, I'm not every. You're not actually weird. It's just I'm traditionally speaking, I see more Coliseo or Esperanza. New Queen Street's kind of like thrown to the wayside. So we're seeing New Queen Street. Well, we saw Eichenball, the pick we didn't anticipate anyway. So I guess I should have expected this one too.
All right, so the question is, does Ferris State have what they need to... I think the main point has been each team has had their favorite target to take out as soon as the team fight starts. It's either in the Bastion or the Lucio.
Yeah, when you are the Lucio player, you kind of expect it. I mean, previously, excuse me, I have a hiccup coming on. Previously, when we had more of that Tracer Sombra composition with the Winston before, Winston kind of got thrown to the wayside, you as the Lucio player always knew it was you. You knew that you were the target. And in this instance, again, if you are even somewhat in front of your tank or too close to your tank in that front line, you are likely going to be the target to get taken out. You are a huge facilitator as a Lucio player. There's a reason why Lucio is viable in almost every comp currently in Overwatch 2 and has not been nerfed yet in Overwatch 2. So yeah, expect a Lucio to be inted on like no tomorrow or deleted instantaneously. Take it as a compliment. You are very important.
But also just talking about, the Bastion's been taken out so many times. That's just due to Kavushki finding a way on this Reaper to just stay alive so much longer than we'd expect him to. He just hangs in there until he gets his pick. He's more often than not successful. Even if he gets taken out, he's usually trading one apiece.
Let's see what ends up being the composition. I would not be shocked if we end up with that JQ Reaper composition coming out from the side of Ferris again. It's been the one they have the most success on. However, Orisa is still viable on this map as well. I would be a little more shocked if we do see Northeastern shy away from the Zarya comp just because of how powerful Zarya currently is. But again, JQ is viable. Orisa is viable. If we have Dulia go back onto the Orisa, maybe Zarya isn't the play because it seems like Dulia is starting to actually recognize the patterns that we're seeing from Zarya Gaming and is looking to eat those Graviton surges and make those a lot harder. Of course, at the end of the day, it's going to be up to the teams and coaches to figure out what comps they want to run here and who's on what role.
Ferris State is still at match point, but Northeastern has started what could be a possible reverse sweep if they're able to take Toronto away from Ferris State. Does Kavushki stick on the Reaper here, or does he go? He's proven himself to be pretty good at the Soldier and Ashe too, but I mean, man, does he love that Reaper.
I think Ashe is very viable to force out the cooldowns if Zarya is a problem. Also, I think it's very funny because, like, you throw a dynamite at someone's toes and you shoot their toes and everyone turns into human barbecue. It means that people really have to watch their angles. A good Ashe, well, Ashe that's good with a dynamite, is very oppressive. If Kavushki can follow up with that type of dynamites and use it to lock down angles, force out abilities early on, then yes, do that. If you feel like you're getting more value by playing like a rat in the best way possible, it's not an insult, and hiding in angles, staying alive way longer than you should because no one's sniffing you out, then do that. It's totally up to the team's comfort.
All right, we're ready to load into match 4. Will Ferris State claim this, or will Northeastern continue on the road to a reverse sweep? As I said, Ferris State has one loss so far in this season. If there's anyone that needs this win, it's going to be them. And they made it very close on Flashpoint.
5,
Interested to see what happens when these doors drop. This could be the last game of the day between these two teams featured on the big screen here with NACE, but ultimately it's going to come down to if Northeastern can continue this reverse sweep or not. We do see them walking forward, going to that coastline positioning. It's going to be Zarya once again for Northeastern, and JQ coming out for the side of Ferris State, battling out for control over Statue.
And the first one is going to be picked up by Northeastern. It's a trade. Lucio takes out Lucio. Next falling is Chance. Bushki is fighting back with one to trade it. However, Northeastern is just gradually expanding their eliminations. Someone go to the curling arena. I saw someone just run right out onto the curling field. Quite frankly, I think we should just decide this match based on the nice friendly curling stage, but it's probably not how it's going to turn out. Northeastern starting their forward momentum. Chance goes out just waiting for his team to just regroup with him. With Zarya being charged up, Northeastern has been sticking on this Zarya all the way through this fight. It's been Zarya versus Junker Queen. So far, Kavushki able to get his favorite target, Hedwig. Zarya Gaming getting a double. Northeastern going to continue pushing.
Lucio and Hanzo clear out shops by Mini. They're going to round corner and get very close to this first checkpoint. Again, a situation where a team's comfort and understanding of their win conditions come into play after you hit the checkpoint, and instead they're going to choose to back off and force everyone into a tiny room. If Axe is procced in this doorway with 3 or more players in front of it, JQ can be grotesquely powerful. However, it was a bait. There was a Graviton Surge. That is 3 down for the side of Ferris, and 4, 5, everybody is gone. Back to the respawn.
This is very reminiscent of Eichenwald. Northeastern just charging forward, taking Ferris State fight after fight. But if Eichenwald was anything to go on, Ferris State knows how to fight back. Now that they have 2 ultimates to match Northeastern's 2, excuse me, 3 ultimates coming up on 4 that beat just online artillery, ready to be expended, but it's going to be the beat that's dropped first. The visor from Pickle Piglet, tied with the Death Blossom, is helping to push Northeastern back. full team wipe. Ferris State gets the robot back with prejudice, I must say.
They need to get it to this halfway checkpoint and get rid of these forward spawns, but I think everyone for the side of Northeastern is going to get forward spawns. Yes, they do. Scoop is respawned, so they make it halfway. Now if they start getting eliminations, it'll be a lot harder for the side of Northeastern to make it in and play cleanup. Let's see what happens. Zarya Gaming's cooldowns are forced. Still has one bubble, but Immor is used. Sashi's going to go down. Chance goes down. Kavoshki goes down. Julia goes down. Guap goes down. As does Axe. Ferris State hurting the most. It is just going to be the soldier who runs away in time.
Now Ferris State is going to have to do what they did last time, but now they don't have a whole bunch of ultimates to chain together. Kavushki is going to be swapping over to the Bastion. So we're going to have a Bastion duel for the first time here tonight.
Chance is also on the Zarya since last fight. First time we're seeing Chance on the Zarya. I'm interested to see how this matchup goes. Leading as far as ultimate charges, however, did swap second, so it's to be expected after the first ultimate pop. Julia has this beat, chooses not to use it, and as a result, we lose Pickle Piglet for the side of Ferris State, and Sashi has taken the bot and is on their merry way to making it to checkpoint.
Oh, this is a nice flank that Sashi has on Ferris State. Raleigh also expends the beat to try to keep Ferris State alive as they use the Graviton Surge. Northeastern is taken out by Kavushki, picking up a double. Not before Hedwig is able to trade, though. Ferris State has to fight without their tank. They have enough of an advantage that they're going to be able to take the fight back. But they haven't been able to push past that midway point.
Hopefully Ferris recognizes that they just need one person on bot to push this bot. It doesn't increase in speed the more people you have, and they need to instead give space for it. They are going to back off because they don't have their front line. Zarya was back at spawn. Kabushki has this artillery strike, goes into turret formation early, forces the immortality. Kabushki can live. There's an equal trade. Both Bastions are down. Glock goes down as well. Pulse Bomb is burned, does not stick on anybody. Beat will get dropped from Scoop to stabilize their team. However, after being down 2, it may not be enough. Axe goes down, and in response, Pickle Piglet will coin the attack visor. Now it's a forward opportunity for the side of Ferris State, but there's a Lucio dwindling in the wings with a Tracer. Is that going to be a thorn in their side as Julia goes down? 2-cent Tracer, and Zarya Gaming picks up Julia. Well, it goes down to Julia first.
Bushki coming back into the team fight with a fresh artillery. Both Bastions have artillery. Hedwig wins the fight of the turrets, taking out Kavushki. And that helps Northeastern keep Ferris State to only 13 meters on their push.
Yeah, Ferris keeps getting it to this halfway point and then having to back off because they're down their front line. Hopefully we can have a clean fight here in favor of letting Chance live so they can see this opportunity to get this bot past that halfway point and keep pushing. And fortunately, it looks like Baptiste Axe is going to get staggered heavily for the side of Ferris State. So that's going to be 2 full fights where they're not going to be able to make it in. You can't go in without your Bap. You can't go in without your Lucio. You can't go in without your Zarya. Either one of them are down. That's a full fight reset.
So many puzzle pieces in the comp that just taking out one of them causes everything to fall. Window is expelled as well as Kavushki bringing out his artillery. Both teams are going to spend their Immor to try to get through it. Pickle Piglet is able to pick up a double. Kavushki also contributing by getting Zarya Gaming. Chance takes out GG Hop, and they take the robot back, but we're in a similar situation. Can they get past midway point? They've only been able to chip a little and a little.
Lucio might be able to get Bastion back in this fight in time so they don't have to give up as much space. And once again, looking to get it to that halfway point, take away those forward spawns. Chance almost has grab, tied for ult charge with Zarya Gaming. Pulse Bomb's going to be used, does not even force any utility coming out from the side of Ferris. Chance goes down to Hedwig. Beat is dropped just a second too late. We do see Piglet and Julia are going to manage to take out Guap. Bastion ultimate is going to be used. Hedwig goes down mid-ultimate. Reaper's alive to use Wraith, and Zarya has their sights set on these 2 DPS. Uses the grab and picks up one of them. Bastion's hanging on by a thread, and that thread gets cut.
He is going to be taken away pretty fast, however, so it won't be too severe of a stagger for the Bulldogs. But so much time has been burnt off. It's not the only thing that's been burned. Northeastern has used just about all their ultimates. They still have this beat, however, so The damage that the Death Blossom from the Bulldogs can be countered if it's timed just right. Also, Chance has just been so good on these bubbles. I have to imagine if that Death Blossom's used, that Zarya, if she survives, is going to be at full damage capability.
I think Scoop is hanging on to his beat with the intent of understanding there's a grab. We do see beat get popped, grab also used. Death Blossom comes in a little late, but it means that the Sport ults are down as well as the Immor. Pickle Piglet sacrifices himself to take down Scoop. Ended up getting eliminated by Baptiste. Chance finds Zarya Gaming, but Hedwig is going to find Chance as well as Dualia. And it looks like we're getting up the hill. The really tough part of some of these push maps is going to be by the wayside for the side of Northeastern.
Sashi fresh on this pulse bomb is going to be looking for a good flank. Slowly waiting. I think this Bastion, that pulse bomb could land right onto him. Ends up firing the Zarya shield. However, Kavushka fighting back, takes out Zarya Gaming with the tank gone. More damage is going to be placed onto Hedwig. Fair State goes up 2 and they take back the robot, but they've got just a little over a minute to make back over 90 meters of push.
Keep in mind, this is an 8-minute long game. Not as far as Northeastern's gotten in 8 minutes. 1 minute now is all Ferris has. Is the fire burning inside of them strong enough to close it out here and for them to make it all the way to the 103 meters and then some? Or is Northeastern going to send us to a series point for both sides? Trace's recall from Sashi is going to be forced and goes down to 70 health. That's two tickle shot territory, still trying to take down the Lucio. We hear artillery strike to force Zarya back away with Lucio in tow. But Zarya Gaming is undeterred. 65%, 75% in charging on that Graviton Surge.
Everyone is all grouped up. This Zarya is not charged up, however, and both of the supports get taken out for Northeastern. Hedwig soon follows, and now that Zarya is all by herself, gets focused down by Chance. Ferris State wins this fight. Sashi trying to divert a little bit of attention away from the point, but Ferris State is not going to be deterred. They're halfway there.
This is the first time Ferris State gets to lock this down and can actually gain a little bit of space, but you need to be disciplined when going up this hill because someone has to remain on this bot. We are in OT. Tracer can easily pull the bot away and no one can pay attention. We have beat, we have amplification matrix. Sashi goes down to Pickle Piglet. There is the Graviton Surge online for Zarya Gaming. This could be a Q and win the game, but Zarya is backing off, waiting for the opportune moment. There is space and time for Northeastern to play to what they want here. They don't need to just hit Qs right away.
I don't know if it's what they planned all along, but the Bulldogs have had a way of getting victories. The Zarya bubble's going to be dropping the artillery in combination with the Graviton Surge. Can't play around that, I'm afraid. Oh boy, it's going to go to a game 5.
It's time for Escort.
It's time for Escort. Never thought I'd be saying that. For the longest time, Escort was one of the earlier modes, but now it's at the very end, and Hedwig finally getting his glory as the Bastion. It's no doubt going to be the final decisive combo with the Graviton Surge. Like you said, Nerdy, just press Q to win.
But at the right time. Northeastern had a significant amount of space to work with, and that's why Zarya backed off as opposed to sacrificing themselves on point. Just goes to demonstrate they understand what they need to do to win.
So now what is the choice here for Escort? Do we go to Dorado? Do we, excuse me, I'm just trying to gather my thoughts before I'm thinking of all of the options.
If this were any other group of teams, I would say possibly Dorado, but just based off of what we've seen, we might not actually see Dorado. I know everybody loves these sepia tone maps, which
talking about sepia tone, there's
I
also
don't know why.
Junkertown.
Yes, Junkertown's an option, but if you are currently looking at this from Ferris's perspective, do you really want to go against that Hanzo?
We've seen so many off-the-wall picks this match. I'm feeling we could see Rialto. No, it's going to be
Circuit Royale. That's
Circuit
another
Royale.
one I would have avoided considering the Hanzo that's coming out for.
But hey, Eichenwald, New Queen Street.
Yeah.
It just shows that our predictions just haven't been, on point. But
I'm
we're
fine with
good.
being wrong
We're
today.
surprised. And I'm glad we're surprised.
These are pleasant surprises. However, I'm a little curious to see what ends up happening here, considering that on Circuit Royale, you do traditionally have more of the Sigma compositions coming out. It really relies on understanding where you want these fights to occur. Some teams that are running this Sigma composition are going to look for a 3-fight situation down the first full lane. You start the corner as Sigma, you swing wide with your shield, everyone peeks, get a little chip damage, you start to back off, you hold the front line. No one really relies on that first little high ground outside the restaurant because it's fake, it's a bait, it's a lie. You're going to die to the first widow that swings from the offensive corner. You play that back corner while your tank slowly meets you there, so to speak, because you want to fight around Lamborghini, then you want to fight this corner, and then you want to fight more around the coastline before the final checkpoint. Yeah, this area by this restaurant, don't trust it. Don't trust it. You are going to get your head shot off by a Hanzo or by a Widow. Don't do it.
And I mean, we've seen Sashi on this Hanzo. Don't even try it, you know? I mean, it's doubly don't try it just because of the pure map positioning, but also know when you know you have a DPS that can just deliver on a Hanzo.
And I am getting confirmation right now that we are going to see Zarya Gaming get swapped out for Frisco. Most likely, this is a situational swap. We have a Sigma expert. This is pretty common for teams that have an in-depth roster. If you have a tank who's really good at one tank, make them a very map-specific or kind of situational style player. They can be very powerful, and this is an instance where it is. Sigma is an oppressive character on this map. So you have a good Sigma or a good Wrecking Ball player, odds are you're going to find a lot more success than having to force a Zarya onto this map.
Well, Ferris State came into this match needing this win more, very much kind of considered the underdogs, but have valiantly fought all the way to round 5. And even those last two, I mean, it came close at the very end of New Queen Street. It was extremely close on Flashpoint. None of these have been sweeps for Northeastern. All of these have been hard-fought victories.
Now the question is, who's going to come out on top of the Escort maps? And if you think about it, Hybrid is a control into Escort. And Ferris demonstrated that they are pretty equal when it comes to Ferris, but when it comes to being a very explosive team, it seems like Northeastern definitely is more capable at that, and that is what Flashpoint really relies on, those explosive, very precise compositions. Push is a little bit up in the air as far as which one can favor more heavily, but when it comes to Escort now, this is understanding when to take fights, where to take fights. The push and pull of giving and taking space becomes very important because you take too much space, you're going to get deleted. You give up too much space, you're going to get deleted. You need to understand the ebb and flow of your team's composition. And when you have the power advantage, whether it be the amount of people on the field, whether it be cooldowns or ultimates, and how that facilitates you to gain space, or when you need to bait people back into you. And right now, Northeastern has shown that they know how to play the bait and switch game.
We're going to see if Northeastern is going to be just as fast as these race cars as they push forward. Because they were certainly that lightning fast when they were on Eichenwald.
Yes. I don't care who's on defense, this is a composition I fully anticipated seeing, which is Bap, Zenyatta, Widowmaker, Hanzo, Sigma. The spam composition, 1, 2, 3 peak. It don't matter if you're all looking at the same target, someone's gonna get deleted comp.
This is to decide it all.
1.
Who's still going to have a chance at going on to playoffs? Ferris State, if they win this, they still will have the chance. Okay, Ferris State going to be attacking first. Northeastern bringing out that full spam comp. Who's going to be better at the long-range fighting is the question. Shields thrown out just to make a little bit more space for Ferris State as they round the first corner. It is a shield fight throwing fiesta right now, but a lot of space being gained by Ferris State as they move to the high ground.
Zenyatta gets dangerously low, but it's going to be able to back off and stay alive, fully back out, rotate to low ground. And with the help of Kavushki, Frisco is going to be eliminated, but Duwali rounded the corner without the shield, ends up getting headshot by Hedwig on this Widowmaker. Bastion players switching over to the Widow, showing what they can do with Widow with that hit scan. Gets a little bit too much pressure, backs off. This corner has been rounded and the tank's not back just yet. No one has been eliminated for the side of Ferris, and this is dangerous territory if you're looking at Northeastern to reclaim that space. With Sig's back, this is our opportunity to start pushing forward.
Northeastern trying to hold the Bulldogs. Hedwig gets a double, taking out Chance and Pickle Piglet. Axe is gonna fall next. The rest of Ferris State moving back to spawn for a full reset. Not gonna drag this out.
As we look at the ult for both sides, Axe is close to the window. We're having Hedwig pop sights early. Just don't peek. We discussed this at the beginning of the broadcast. Don't peek. But other than that, we're almost equalized as far as window charge goes. 10% for Baptiste trailing can be made up rather quickly. Frisco is close to this Graphitic Flux. Chance is trailing by 10%. However, neither Zenyatta is going to have Trance online in time for Sigma for this first Sigma ult. Scoop can catch up because it's their own Sigma's ult.
Now it's Hedwig once again delivering on this Widowmaker, picking up a double, and the rest of Ferris State fall. They were off to such a fast start. Now Northeastern is really proven that they can, despite this being Ferris State's choice, they are more than comfortable playing on Circuit Royale. Ferris State only having the window, but they're so close on everything else. They're going to have the Gravitic, and they're going to have everything else.
Collapsing the barriers.
Sashi getting the first pick onto Pickle Piglet. The Hanzo and Widow have been devastating for the Huskies.
We have Frisco, sight set on this poor Zenyatta. Forces immortality, that's the go button for the Flux. Immor is used, 3 go down. That's a triple kill for Frisco.
Ferris State didn't use anything because they wanted to devote it all to this fight. 5 ultimates to use. If they can get to that first checkpoint, they can at least still keep going on. They've shown that in overtime they don't need as much time as Northeastern. But I mean, everything. Oh, and Kabushki again! Sashi has been insane.
Pickle Piglet finds Sashi in return. Trance is used from Scoot to make sure their team survives through the dragons. The scary part is, yes, Chance still has Graphitic Flux. If the team rounds the corner fast enough and takes down the Immor, no one should be able to survive. Hedwig actually gets eliminated by the enemy Widowmaker. Scoop goes down as well. It's Sig v Sig. Sig goes down. There is just the Baptiste trying to get a foothold on this payload. Gets eliminated as well. Now the question is, do we see Ferris kind of congregate here on payload or leave one poor soul left there to push it? And it looks like they're choosing to leave Widowmaker and let everyone else go forward, which means, yeah, you're going to be relying on grapple shots to find any sort of value here. And it's pretty standard.
Northeastern, after losing their first team fight, it took all that time for them to lose just one, is now regrouped, is going to use the infrared sights to give them team bit of information. Pickle Piglet, payback, gets it, but Hedwig is going to show, no. I've been ruling this as Widow longer than you have. You're going to be taken out.
I'm shocked for not seeing these Sigmas use Rock when the enemy Sigma is using hands. It's typically how you counter it, but instead they're letting it happen. There is the first time we see one, but unfortunately it is missed. Instead, Frisco's like, okay, I'm ignoring you and going into your back line, uses lift, gets the Baptiste in mid-flight as Sashi. Zen is still alive because Zen was in trance. Sashi goes down to Pickle Piglet on the Widowmaker with a little help from the Zen Discord. Frisco is without a lot of damage as their DPS are currently coming back from spawn and gets eliminated for holding too far forward.
Both tanks tanked it out as long as they could and then just fell at the exact same time.
You must like having me.
Hedwig now trying to find his next victim. Him and Sashi have just been a tag team combo on these long-range DPS. Scoop also sitting on this Transcendence. Gets it charged up.
Really want to... These Sigmas need to start pressuring each other more with their abilities to gain the upper hand. We see Window get popped. Frisco's just going to walk to the left side to circumvent the entire radius of said window. We see Rock expunged early, so that's a free grasp for Frisco. Immor's used, Scoop finds Chance, and down goes Axe to the side of Ferris State.
Pickle Piglet is going to find himself pressured in from front and back. Oh, and the Zen is way out there. He gets taken out by Scoop. Not enough time. They're going to have to rely on the Lucio speed boost to get into the point. Duwali, that's such a severe stagger for him. He's left back. They're going to start out with the Gravitic. doesn't get anybody for Northeastern. They just back off. Now they can use their full arsenal of ultimates. The Gravitic, the Transcendence, and Sashi's still sitting on these dragons and is just going to use them to celebrate at this point. Well, Ferris State is going to have to pull off the defense of their lives here.
Well, Ferris did it on Eichenwald.
They did. They did.
And it was in the escort phase. You can't see me right now, but I did big air quotes of the hybrid map. So perhaps I can do it here. It's just really a matter, again, the push and the pull.
But they have to stand up to the sniping from both. And we've seen that Northeastern is consistently landing them more.
Yeah. Just, Circle Royale scares me for that reason. I mean, I was already scared of the Hanzo. However, you know,
Ready for battle.
pushing that to the wayside. Truthfully, I think what really can make Ferris be successful here is Sigma using those cooldowns to be oppressive. Stop letting the enemy Sig use his grasp whenever he wants. Save your rock for it. You see Sig use grasp, you huck that rock at that boy. You say no, you don't get any extra shields. You throw that rock, your team swings, they delete him, or they delete the backline. But you use your cooldowns to prevent the enemy Sigma's cooldowns. It is a mental game, it is a game of wits, and it is scary.
The last chance for the Bulldogs. Got off to such an explosive start, had an incredible come from behind victory at Eichenwald. But Northeastern is just sitting on this reverse sweep, doesn't have to make it all the way. Ferris State has actually swapped off the Hanzo. Oh, Kabushki is going to be moving over to the Ashe instead. Still pretty low in range.
And if you think about it, Ashe can actually force out grasp from the enemy Sigma to prevent the dynamite from landing on him, or you just land it anyway.
Briscoe is still
This
able
high
to get
ground's
through it,
dangerous.
but yeah, Sashi is still picking everybody up at the start of the fight.
Yeah, this case in point, it's not worth trying to hold that high ground. Start the corner, back your way up, just use the low ground. It's fine. There is a chance. Chance actually trying to use rock, unfortunately a little bit too wide. Chance gets very low, is going to use the corner for cover. They are only down one right now. Very similar to how Northeastern was, but the one that they're down is not their tank, so they should be able to hold on so long as no one gets headshot by Hedwig.
Hey, well, okay,
Hedwig,
as soon as you call it.
If in case that wasn't already clearly established.
Now this Ashe, I think the Ashe's days are numbered as well. Well, Northeastern is now going to get to the first checkpoint and be a hop, skip, and a jump away from getting this victory. Briscoe picks up a double to end it. Pickle Piglet is able to get a shot onto Hedwig, but this is the general ebb and flow of this fight. I don't think that's really going to put a dent in Northeastern's push.
Briscoe's coming up on Lift. We have the combo of Lift Dragons. There will be immortality available from Axe if it's not forced early, and Duali may come up on Trance as well in time for it. We could see a turnaround point here for Ferris, but as soon as this payload gets to the midway point of this hill, things are going to start looking rather dark for the Bulldogs.
Window is dropped by Northeastern. They're sitting on the Gravitic as well. Moving around, still doesn't have a view of a lot of teammates, just dodges that headshot, might not even need to use the Gravitic, is able to find two with it, moves right in, and Northeastern needed a reverse sweep, but they have pulled it off. The Huskies win this in escort 3-2 and are gonna remain undefeated for the season.
I mean, if there is a dog that is meant to be in it for the long haul, it's definitely the Huskies. I mean, think about it, the Iditarod, that's a long race.
And just one, and yeah, it had to be either Shashi or Hedwig right here. They were so oppressive on the Hanzo and Widow. No corner was safe to peek.
No, if you are scared of snipers, avoid sniper-centric maps.
Yeah, that's just going to have to be the lesson taken away from this fight, but still, what a victory pulled out by Northeastern. Pulling off the reverse sweep is going to go up to 4-0 for the season, most definitely I would think at this point, not officially, don't take it from me, but if I were to guess, probably going to be punching their ticket to the playoffs with performances like that.
Yes, and I do think Ferris definitely stands a very prominent chance of not having to go to the LCQ and staying in the upper division. It is really going to come down to probably a map differential or just one game that they get a leg up of one other team that is going to secure a second place position. We'll have to wait and see. I do think they are prominent contenders. If they go to LCQ, I do still expect to see them in playoffs because of their performance.
Well, we're going to take a break and go to the next fight, which, man, this one took so long, but we got to dust ourselves off because we still have 3 Overwatch games left. But just a quick reminder in terms of the breaks, we have all sorts of post-games discussions during the breaks, including interviews. It seems like we're also going to be getting to one right now with the Huskies pulling out a player and just seeing what went through Northeastern's thoughts during that fight, because we definitely want to figure out how they pulled off that reverse sweep. So we'll get into an interview shortly. Don't go away. We'll talk with the victors after a few minutes.
Brings to the table, and Sashi being like, no, I cannot let you have the speed to walk onto me. I need you to stay away, so I have to kill the Lucio. And unfortunately, that just means we have Lucio spending a lot of time in spawn. We have chance with this Rampage online. The pull! Zarya's in the pit! Zarya went down into the pit. Go forward, claim the space here. Kabushki almost dropping down from the high ground instead. Lands on a platform, rotates back up, does have visor if needed. Zarya walks around, manages to come back up, is going to advance with Lucio's feet. There's grab on top of Immortality. Both get absolutely obliterated inside the Graviton Surge for Northeastern to play to what they want here. They don't need to just take Qs right away.
I don't know if it's what they planned all along, but the Bulldogs have had a way of getting victories. The Zarya Bubble's going to be dropping the artillery in combination with the Graviton Surge. Can't play around that, I'm afraid. 6-on-5 for this last fight, and the Zarya dives in right again, and gets deleted. Bob is thrown out as well. The Bulldogs look like they have actually done it and are going to be going on to match point. The timer ticks down, and the Bulldogs pull off an upset win on Eichenwald. Gone for the Huskies. Zarya Gaming.
By Hedwig.
Well, okay,
Hedwig,
as soon as you... Alrighty, welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. We currently just saw an incredible matchup with Ferris State and Northeastern. I just had to take a break, just a very quick breather after that, because I could not have imagined it going more down to the wire than it did with the Bulldogs versus the Huskies. Well, we have one of those Huskies available to us. We've got QG Hop joining us after pulling off a reverse sweep. Thanks for joining us here in the studio. And it seems that once we get his, hello?
Hello?
There we are, there you are.
Oh, nice.
All righty, well, I just have to ask about that. I mean, what was your feeling after Eichenwald is my main thing? Because that was an intense reverse sweep you pulled off.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're a great team. I always knew we could do it, but sometimes it can be pretty frustrating. So I was, I don't know how hard I believed, but I knew we were more confident on push. We were more confident on flashpoint. So I was ready to keep playing, and thank God it kept working.
So with that in mind, I do got to ask, when you knew that the last map was Circuit Royale,
Was there any moment in your head that you was like, okay, it's kept working. We got this now. Did that kind of start happening, or was it just like, we got to keep fighting, the dog in us has to be stronger?
You can't take us to Circuit Royale. Hedwig and Shashi on the DPS, there's not a DPS duo in Collegiate that can beat us. Not outside the top 5. That's our map.
Well, if we're talking about the top teams, in terms of our broadcast, you were one of the 2 teams entering today that was undefeated. If you now put the pressure on the other undefeated team to pull out a victory, what's your view going forward, though, for the championships? I mean, you're undefeated, 4-0. Do you think you can go all the way?
I think we can. Obviously, there's that big opponent of St. Clair that's sticking in our group. I think they're undefeated as well. But, you know, I think we are going to improve a lot more, even after this win, even after staying undefeated, and I think we're going to bring it to them.
Well, I can certainly tell how intense this match was. We have had no player just panting as much as we were just on how much of a nail-biter that was.
My heart's still pounding a little bit, I won't lie.
Well, congratulations on your reverse sweep victory. We'll see you later on in the season. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, well, that fight came down to the very end, and yet it's only the start of the lineup that we have here today. We've got so much more Overwatch to get to, so we'll throw to a quick break, get back to Game 2. Do not go away. We'll be back after this.
NACE Starleague studio. Tonight you are watching our coverage of the Fall 2023 Overwatch 2 series for NACE Starleague. I am your host, Artie Rain, and joining me now is Matt Mercadante to call all of the action. And so far we have had one series that went out the entire distance. It felt like two. It was full 5 maps. Matt had the luxury of being our camera op during that moment and got to watch both of our voices tank as things went on. But we can take a quick look at the matches that we have had so far, as well as what's going to be coming up this evening. Our first match happened between Ferris State as well as Northeastern. That was the Bulldogs taking on the Huskies for that matchup. And like I said, went all 5 maps for the entire series, and with Ferris taking at 2 series point at 3rd map, it was a reverse sweep in favor of Northeastern. For the remainder of the evening, we're going to have 3 more series. It's going to be between James Madison and Lindenwood. That's the one we're about to hop into. Then we're going to have Ashland as well as OLE Ole Miss for our match 3. And our 4th and final game of the evening will be between Boise State and South Florida. So you want to make sure you stick around for all of these matches. However, we can take a closer look at the 2 teams that are going to be coming up here in our second game. For the roster of James Madison, we have Storm Hornet, Frupp, Vertius, Gigafort, and Peyton.
And then on Lindenwood, we have Euclorian, Sandshrew, Ronin, Ether, and Finn the Human.
All right, so best of luck between both of these squads as we are getting prepared to jump into our first control point. And we also can take a look at what map we'll be having for our first game today. And our control is going to be Ilios, and then it's going to be hybrid, most likely Kings Row, but maybe casters will get a surprise. We'll have Flashpoint for our 3rd, and then if we see them, we'll go on to push and escort. For this control point, though, when it comes to Ilios, Matt, what type of compositions do you expect us to see?
With the high grounds on Ilios, I expect we can see the monkey comps compared to the other control point maps that are more rush-based with like Junker Queen and Zarya. I think just how strong the high grounds are on Ilios, we might see on a monkey sort of composition.
We have really yet to see a lot of teams bring out the tried and true on a monkey composition for any maps thus far for the NACE Starleague broadcast. I personally would love to see it. I enjoy some good Ana play. I know you like some good Winston play, but so far it's been a lot of dominant Zarya play. Hopefully things get changed up, but at the end of the day, it's up to the teams what they feel as though is their strength. And if you were personally to pick one of the sub maps, which one would you want to see us start out on for Ilios?
I always go with Well. I like the
Are you sure you're a tank player?
I like picking Roadhog on it, going for the environmentals.
He doesn't do that in his normal matches, is all I have to say about that. But yes, of course, you have to watch out for the Well, and it's a Lucio's playground, sometimes Pharmacy's playground, but at the end of the day, anybody's pick can eventually lead you to the Well, whether it be of your own volition or the enemy team actually choosing to do that to you. We'll have to wait and see, though, which of the 3 sub-maps we end up on. I personally like Lighthouse over going to Well, just because if someone ends up on the edge, it is their own gosh darn fault, and it wasn't just kind of the luck of the geometry that works out in the favor of a Lucio player in that instance. With that being said, though, I do believe we're going to start loading into Ilios very soon. And as Matt mentioned, if we end up on Well, I don't think we'll see the monkey composition.
I don't know too much about these teams.
I don't think so. I just think because of the powerhouse that is Zarya right now, even though back in the day, before Zarya got her current buffs, she was powerful and great. I don't think Winston is as strong as a counterplay right now into the Zarya composition as it was in days past.
I just think if you can get those supports on that high ground, taking the high ground by the inside room, I think it can be really strong. The Zarya can't do too much, kind of just has to rely on her Genji, which is where the Ana Brig can really shine.
Yes, locking down cage, but not going inside of the cage, so your Ana doesn't get the urge to drop off of the high ground. A lot of Brigs will start crying when they see their Ana do that. It's like, no, tell your tank where they need to go for heals. You don't put yourself in danger to give said heals, because then your team's just going to lose. That's why we don't see so much of that composition right now, because the front and back line, your communication needs to be absolutely perfect, and the tank needs to actually listen to the Ana that's normally crying, as opposed to actually giving direction. And I do think almost everyone is ready to go, and it looks like, yes, people are starting to load into lobby. It will just be a little bit longer before we hop in. As we mentioned, This one wants to see, well, I want to see Lighthouse. With that being said, with our luck as casters, we're most likely going to end up on Ruins, in which case I do have to say you need to be respecting enemy Widowmakers. Circuit Royale for our last series was a demonstration of why you need to respect snipers, especially Widows, their line of sight. If you hear infrared sights go up, don't swing a corner without any form of shield. And teams are locked and loaded. We are about to jump in, and it looks like Matt got his wish, and I am now in pain.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, first submap of Ilios is going to be, well, so many environmental kills, possibly online for teams. Be wary of a Lucio. Make sure your object permanence is locked and loaded, because if you see one go to the high left, don't stand here in this corner.
5,
Like we might
4,
see an Orisa
3,
from one of the teams here, looking
1.
at the outline from spawn.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
We do see a TP out as well, and then a quick swap, likely, to the Echo. It's the Orisa Baptiste Ashe Echo Iari competition. And then for the other side, we have Iari, Kiriko, and Winston for Lindenwood. Can you explain the win condition here for Lindenwood with this Winston without that Ana support?
They're going to have to look to hard commit on one of the targets on James Madison. They have the Kiriko, the Echo, the Tracer, the Monkey. They kind of just got to all go in together and time it, since they don't have as much of a win con with the ult.
For those unfamiliar, when you have the Winston Ana, typically you're soft engaging and staging quite frequently to get the nano boost. Nano charges quickly, and then Winston goes in and plays cleanup. Now you're relying on being extremely explosive. Your gas tank goes from 0 to empty fast, and overstaying a welcome in one spot means you get deleted like Finn the Human unfortunately just did. And it looks like with their Winston gone, everyone's quite squishy, so they have no choice but to send themselves back to spawn. We have Tracer and Ether, both choosing to do it themselves.
Yeah, without an easy dive target for Lindenwood, Finn the Human just gets poked out, and the Kiriko heals. They take some travel time. So by the time he was low, the cards weren't able to make it.
That's why typically with those Winston compositions, you do have that Ana, the opportunity to switch between the longer traveling shots and then the instant healing shots that you get while scoping in. As Ana can be powerful, you just need to know when, but going into a dive comp that we do have partially coming out from the enemy team, if you're not paying attention to this Echo, landing all those stickies on you as an Ana can mean you're going to go and get deleted. Kiriko's Swift Step is going to get forced by those stickies. Speaking of Echo, Echo has copy online, has theoretically told their team everyone is up on this high ground. Tracer's recall is forced, it's now easy pickings. Tracer goes down, Kitsune Rush to try and equalize from Lindenwood is going to be procced from Ronin. However, it does not look like anyone's going to be eliminated just yet for the side of James Madison. Instead, it's actually going to be the Echo for Lindenwood.
Lindenwood did use the Kiriko ult there, trying to rush onto something. They weren't able to find a target though. Double copy using James Madison. It's going to be hard to retake with 80% on the clock.
Vertitious almost finds Winston, but gets deleted by Echo instead. We hear both Iari ultimates get popped. Cap the Sun, the combo with Orisa does not find an elimination tragically because of line of sight issues. Pylon goes down, Orisa uses Spear Spin, tries to bully the Kiriko in the corner. Kiriko escapes, gets speared anyway. Gonna use Swift Step to get to safety. Bob gets pushed into the corner, locking down this angle, making it more difficult for anyone to gain space. Pulse Bomb from Tracer does not land. Tracer gets eliminated. That is 100-0 in favor of James Madison.
Yeah, Lindenwood's comp, without that win condition, it's so much harder. They have to find a pick, and if they can't, it's really their only chance of winning. With the angles James Madison is able to take, so hard for them to clear it out.
Playing a dive comp into a spam comp that relies on being spread out means that your coordination as a team, your cooldowns, and synchronizing the use of said cooldowns needs to be your top priority. And if you cannot get in, get the elimination, get the follow-up eliminations quickly, you're going to struggle because that comp, they're so far apart, you have to use cooldowns to engage on the next person. Is it worth doing that when there was so much of a struggle? Probably not. We'll likely see a composition swap in this next map, and we do, as it's a diva into diva, but the Ana has finally come out from Lindenwood.
if Ronan can find a nade with a lot of James Madison on high ground there, it does enable Lindenwood to look for a dive. But with the D.Va, she can negate the nade.
We do see Ferp was the winner of the Duel of Echoes. Storm Hornet will dive in, tries to force out Ana. Ether gets eliminated by Ferp, who's been doing a lot of poking and prodding as far as James Madison's squad goes, finding early picks and finding late picks, not being tracked and forced out of angles, something that we have brought up multiple times on this broadcast. And now, as we're moving into the second fight phase, point is locked down. Lindenwood is having to regroup.
You almost need the Tracer on the side of Lindenwood to mark the Echo. She's doing so much, and without a hit scan to take her down, you're left with just your Tracer. Not too many heals for the Echo with James Madison's comp either.
We saw the anti go out and land on Ashe, but the space to claim from where that Ashe was standing meant D.Va is without help. We do see that the Iardi as well as the Echo for the side of Lindenwood have both been deleted. Understanding when to use these anti-nades is also important as an Ana. You're extremely powerful, but if you're throwing an anti and it means your team needs to go to unsafe territory to follow up, that anti was not worth it.
Here we will see Frupp closing in on the copy, but a Nano on the side of Lindenwood does allow Frupp to play a little more aggressive, knowing he has that getaway with the copy.
We see the Nano get popped onto the Echo. Echo's very close to this copy as well. Copy in response is going to come out from James Madison on to the Ana. Ronan gets deleted, so that's down one support. See if Lindenwood can rekindle their flames, but unfortunately it's just their 2 DPS left standing. We are in last fight territory as well.
Lindenwood does have the captive Sun this time around, but the D.Va on the side of James Madison is going to make it hard to get it off. You know, the defense matrix against such a huge hitbox.
Time to tango.
It'd be hard to get through.
Okay, both captive Suns once again get popped at the same time. Bob is used.
And it gets eaten.
Yikes, that was an immediate pop out. D.Va read it like a book. Ether gets punished. Virtuous does find the elimination onto Ether as well. We're gonna have Dynamite thrown into point as well as Captive Sun used. Immortality gets popped. D.Va's low in mech, uses self-destruct just to make sure she can get back inside. Ronan is gone. Aquarian is gone, and Sandshrew is also gone for the side of Lindenwood. Now it is just a touch and go, trying to get an opportunity to regain control of the point. Lindenwood did have 18%. They've shown that they can bring it to the point, but unfortunately it's too little too late. Staggering on at this point. I foresee this one being a case closed in favor of James Madison.
Yeah, with the fight stalled, Lindenwood does get a pick, but doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Falls to James Madison.
And we can take a quick look at the play of the game. It's going to go to Virtuous on the Ashe. I think it's the Bob that we saw on Lighthouse. Yes, it is no Q necessary in this instance. Finds 1 kill onto the Tracer. Dynamite inside, manages to help out, gets Ronan eliminated as well. So that is going to be it for our control point, which means we're moving on to Hybrid next. Now earlier we had the treats of seeing Eichenwald. If there were a map you'd want to see, would it be something along the lines of Eichenwald, or would it be a different map?
I mean, I know it's what everyone picks, but it's also my favorite. I like seeing Kings Row.
In case you're unaware, this is this man's like 3rd week on broadcast. He's not run the gauntlet yet. That is what casters do, which is everybody goes Kings Row. He's also still theoretically, technically, actually, yes, he's still a player. So I get it. Am I going to respect it? Only a little bit. Only a little. Am I going to give you a little bit of give you on this one, Matt? I cannot believe you said that.
It's a good map.
Why? I mean, I know we're going Kings Row, but why? Can't you give me just a little bit of grace in this instance and be like, you know what, Artie? It'd be really cool to see just any other map but Kings Row. You could have listed off any hybrid.
I don't know, Eichenwald, not a fan of that second point attack. That high ground. Don't have things like that on King's Row.
That's why I like Eichenwald. Okay, what about Blizzard World?
I heard it's not in the map pool.
I know it's not.
Yeah, so of the ones I know in map pool, I went King's Row.
Okay, I accept my fate. It's most likely going to be King's Row. No way. Okay. If you don't see Matt's face, I apologize, but I give my second treat of the day, and it is actually going to be Eichenwald for hybrid. I am so gosh darn happy about this. I personally love Eichenwald. There are some really wonky rotations you can do to flip when you are on offense and defense to, flip a fight when you're in this push phase from when that door drops, going to archway across the bridge. But that high ground control, you can gain it if you play a little kooky, if you get a little bit creative. But with that being said, I am happy. Thank you to both these teams. I appreciate you for picking Eichenwald. Matt, not so much.
I'm looking forward to see both of them attack that second point, and they're going to see how hard it is.
That's why I like it. And also, we are getting notification that we are having some tank substitutions most likely happening here. We talked about this last series. There are players that specialize on certain tanks, and some tanks just don't work out on every single map type. Interested to see what Zippy Bloom brings to the table for their team in Eichenwald. Theoretically, just based off of what we saw, most likely we're going to have a more stationary brawl style comp come in just based off of what we've seen, but we'll have to wait as we get closer to those doors dropping. Okay, so again, I'm gonna prod your brain a bit. I feel like Eichenwald feeds into the opportunities for a team to actually make full composition swaps. If you're on defense point 1, would you want to be pulling out like the Orisa comp?
It's hard. It's almost whatever your team's strength is. It feels like you can play everything on that map. And we did see one of the teams, I forgot which one was on Orisa.
That was Ferris.
Yeah, Ferris on the Orisa. They were super strong, so if they are defending first, I think they might just stick to that Orisa. It's pretty good on that point. And then...
Oh, earlier today on Eichenwald, we saw Ferris. For most recently, that actually was... Sorry, my voice just cut out. Anyway, I can foresee us sticking with the Orisa composition. Their squad was not the ones to actually be able to pick the map, so odds are you're going to go defense first. We'll probably see the Orisa comp. You can stick with the Orisa comp on defense second point as well, but you really need to understand your rotations and get the heck off high ground when the enemy team encroaches on you if they're playing the brawl style comp, which is what we saw earlier as well, which was the brawling Zarya just walked in, 80 plus, 90 plus charge, and deleted people that were staggering themselves. When you get into escort phases, it's that tug-of-war game, the push and pull. How much space can you give up? When do you really need to give up space and call a full regroup? Well, it's going to be ultimately up to these teams. I feel like in escort phases for any map, whether it's full escort all the way or not, if you don't reset, odds are you're going to be struggling for the remainder of the map. And with that being said, is there like a point in your mind, because I know that you play both tank and support, when you know absolutely you need to call to a team like, this is a full reset, get your booties back to spawn?
Feels like even if you're down 1 on attack there, you just kind of got to reset, because just having them set up on that high ground, it's so hard already, even in the 5v5. If you lose 1, you just got to call the fight there and just say, don't give them any moral charge. Just wait for the other person to respawn.
Turn tail and run, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, losing the second tank makes this game much more unforgiving in that instance.
Just I have a lot of issues with that high ground.
We've struck a nerve.
I'm not a fan of it.
This is a very different moment right now between Matt and I, because I am so happy right now. Normally Matt gets his wish of King's Row, is happy and satisfied when I am wanting to be on the ground and crying. But right now you're just not having it. You're not here for you. Are you going to at least have a moment of joy when you see like the possibility of teams struggling with the escort phase of this map?
No, I'm a huge hater of Eichenwald. I think the only way you can get past that second point is just either getting a lucky kill or Elim on attack, or somehow snowballing and taking the high ground from them first. Taking it second is a huge uphill battle.
I have never heard someone so opinionated against Eichenwald before. This is very enjoyable for me.
Without that second tank making that rotation, so much harder.
Honestly, I think it comes down to making smart rotations, understanding when you need to skedaddle and get off of high ground, or when you need to be oppressive and post yourself up there and T-pose on the enemy team. It all depends on your playstyle, and Storm Hornet is going to be pulling out on the Sigma. We do see that it looks like Finn the Human is still in on tank as well, so neither of the tanks have swapped. It was actually the Reaper that came in. This JQ composition, notorious for being very high sustained, but also punishable if you lose one, and this Echo from the side of James Madison does a great job at taking out someone who's dwindling too far behind.
And just the comp from James Madison here, just so much poke damage. If they mess up their rotate even a little bit, one of them's likely going down on Lidenwood.
Both Victorious and Burp are able to set up on opposite perspectives and pinch in the enemy team. So Matt's point of, you have to rotate very cleanly, it rings true. If you dwindle behind just slightly, you're not in the shout, you're not in the speed boost, you're going to get eliminated either by Echo or by this Hanzo. That just means Lindenwood needs to play their angles, wait out cooldowns, not walk out when the Sonic is used, because if your team is conga lining, you're gonna be in trouble, and that forced Suzu instead. Now there's no Suzu for the Dragons.
Dragon built so quickly from Virtuous here. He's able to split the team of James Madison, of Lidenwood. The Lucio wasn't with them. Gave James Madison an opportunity to engage.
Now we're coming up on Window, as well as Copy and Lift. Lift Dragons is a combo that we see quite frequently. There is a Lucio beat from Ether, which I don't know why the devs decided to do it. You can in mid-Graphitic Flux drop the beat, but you can't drop the beat if you're in spawn. You can't drop Suzu if you're Ronin in spawn as well. That's 3 eliminations in favor of the side of James Madison. A brawl composition into an Echo Hanzo that are this domineering. I'm getting a little worried about how this is going to work out when we go into that escort phase, if we make it there.
Yeah, because not only do they have to make this rotate, they have to make it without using Suzu, because they don't have the beat yet, and that Flux is going to come online. And there we see it. Beat does come out just last second. Great rock from Storm Hornet there. But in order to live here, Lidenwood's going to need to regroup somehow.
Finn the Human falls. Virtuous goes down as well, but Gigafart does pick up 3, 1 with that Captive Sun. It looks like Reaper, Zippy Bloom, chilling out somewhere. I'm not positive anyone is aware that he managed to sneak in. Actually, no, Reaper's over by the Mega Pack right of spawn from attackers. And we see a swap over to the Mei. This wall will give them extra ability to rotate. 60 seconds remaining. Typically, the offensive team wins out the rock, paper, scissors duel when it comes to tanks, but staying on one tank the entire time can be a little bit rough if it ain't working. We have the Dragons come out in response to the Rampage. Zippy goes down, Python goes down, Sandshrew goes down, and it looks like Giga is going to lose their pylon as well. Ferb has Rampage, with Kiriko running away. Rampage does get frog and land onto the JQ. JQ does not have Suzu, has to rely on all of their abilities to stay alive. Lucio is ADSing for their life, can't stay alive either. We are in 20-second territory. This is time to swap over to Fast Heroes. Sandshrew on this may not even make it in time. Relying on Reaper and Ronin to find their opportunity to get into point and do it quickly.
We see Storm Hornet approaching another Flux, which once again, if they're all grouped up on point, this time they have no beat to save them. They have to save that Suzu. Zippy Bloom, though, close to that Reaper ult. If you can get value from it, but the angles, it's so hard.
Zippy's gonna go down, as is Ether for the side of Lindenwood. Flux is procced on point. In mid-flight, Finn the Human gets shot down by Virtuous, and Ronan goes down as well. Not a single percent overturning to Lindenwood on their attack, which means this could be a one fight and done for James Madison here on Eichenwald.
You see Zippy Bloom trying to build that Reap Roll, but there's just no one in range for him to do a significant amount of damage. 3% off, he was not able to build it. Some great angles taken there from James Madison.
Well, let's see what the plan for defense here is for Lindenwood. Considering, again, it's just the nature of hybrid points. Your spawn on defense is very far away. You have to either accommodate for it or plan to make it basically so if you lose one person and it's that one person's not your tank, you're able to sustain through everything. And it looks as though Lindenwood is choosing to go with the War of Attrition variation, being Sandshrew on the May. Forced to lock down angles, but again, lack of mobility, the ability for James Madison to take as many sites as they want, it's going to be an issue, which means pick a target, eliminate that target, but be careful that you don't C9 the point in that same moment.
Yeah, and Lindenwood here, switching up their comp a whole lot. I do like the Bastion Man, reminds me of Boise State composition in some ways. But James Madison coming on with a Zarya this time around. It's going to be easy for her to build that charge. And the Genji is really good in the Bastion as well.
Oh, Genji's not great if you catch a spear to the face.
No, he is not, but that does allow Storm Hornet to save the bubbles for himself. They go down real quick though.
Maywall unfortunately did not cut off Storm Hornet, so Storm's just able to back off and wait for their team to re-engage. Ronan also was eliminated early on here for Lindenwood. Down their Baptiste, they're huddling inside tower. Genji dashes in, finds one. Python even gets another. Zarya's getting multiple assists in this situation. That's point and lock, and another victory going over in favor of James Madison.
Yeah, they were so low HP in that room. The Genji dashes in, gets one. Dash reset comes online, gets another, just going back and forth.
Play of the game.
Let's see the play from Storm Hornet. Oh.
Dragons used to force everyone into a small corridor, plus the ricochet. Rock doesn't even need to use the ultimate. Lucio has no hope of sustaining. And with that, that's Eichenwald close and over with. And now we're going to move on to Flashpoint. Most likely going to see Sravasa, right?
Yeah, that's what I'd expect.
On this one, I'm going to agree with Matt.
I do think it's most people's favorite, especially the first point on New Junk City, just that low ground. Everyone's playing around it instead of actually on the point.
It feels like a Beyblade when you're in that one. And who's going to be bold enough to jump into the pit? No, you don't really want to be on the low ground, so I agree with the pick to go with Sravasa here. Of course, at the end of the day, what I say is never the end-all, be-all, and it does look like we are going to be ending up with a couple of, McNuggets. Okay, well, I don't know what map we're going to be going on to. Theoretically, it's going to be a Flashpoint. If it's not, I don't know. At the end of the day, it's not my call. We're thinking it's going to be Sravasa. It may not be Sravasa. My camera operator in the form of Jacob is giving me a cheeky smile, which gives me a lot of fear. But nonetheless, regardless of what map it is, if we're shaking things up a bit, it guarantees people can have a little bit of fun. But I do foresee it still being either New Junk or Sravasa. It's just which one it's going to be now at this point. I am at a loss. I am concerned. I'm scared. I even hear tournament admins giggling, which makes me even more scared. But, you know, at the end of the day, as long as players are having fun, that's all we care about. Matt already had to get his suffering out of the way with watching Eichenwald, which gave me great joy because it was Eichenwald, not King's Row. So I don't mind whatever the heck we end up on next.
Yeah, I do think both of them allow pretty similar play styles. You see a Lucio picked on that map a lot just because so much space you have to cover. That speed boost really helps you with the rotations. And I think Sravasa kind of leans more towards the Zarya, whereas New Junk City Junker Queen's home turf. You see her get picked a lot more there.
I mean, you have to. It's new junk. You gotta go the JQ. You can't really. She's not as powerful like on Junkertown. So, of the 2 junk maps, of course, you know, why not force her on New Junk City? If we saw a JQ mirror, like honorable JQ mirror, that'd be really fun. But at the end of the day, I'm still leaning into Matt's pick, still leaning into Servasa. I think Orisa can also be powerful in Servasa, but it comes down to the Orisa being able to counter those Zarya ultimates. A good Orisa knows when a Zarya is telegraphing ultimates and is able to save Spear Spin for those situations. But if your tank doesn't do that and your Lucio is forced to use beat at off times, which we saw in our previous series, it's going to be a really tough situation. And we are going to have an opportunity to look back at how Ilios worked out, our first map of the day for this team. The Iari, unfortunately, went Captive Sun, ends up getting absolutely deleted. Bob comes out, finds that one, is able to do some chip damage, and then we're going to take a look at Eichenwald. This is that early Hanzo ultimate. Ult tracking is great, but sometimes you're not always going to be right, and I don't think anyone predicted this Hanzo having dragons that quickly.
Yeah, within one fight, he was able to build that dragon, and it was so hard for the Lucio to cross that he had to just stay on the pillar as his team walked through.
Are you kidding me?
Huh.
What? Okay, I mean, I'm fine with this. I'm a little concerned and confused, but you know what? I've been wanting new junk since last week, and I'm finally getting it. This is like the whole idea of King's Row all over again to me. If I don't get it, if I anticipate Servasa, I won't get my hopes dashed by saying I want to see New Junk City. But I'm getting to see New Junk City, and once again, Matt is going to sit here, and you can see the math is not mathing in his head, and he is questioning the choices that are being made. But at the end of the day, I'm here for it. I love it, and I fully support it.
And we did see Lindenwood try and play the Junker Queen on the attack of Eichenwald, which makes me believe they're probably going to be playing it on Flashpoint here. Could be wrong, of course, but just getting to that fight first is so good because the choke points on that map are really hard to get through.
I like it. I also like to see a Junker Queen that is oppressive, that starts, you know, after you lock down that point, you walk in front of the doorway and you're like, you have to get through me. What are you willing to do? And then, you know, you let them start to walk through, but at that point you've already walked through, axed someone, or you've knifed someone and pulled them back in with you as you're backing up, and the team's already down one. And as Matt clearly established, going down one in any of these fights means odds are it's a lost fight. So I'm excited for New Junk. I understand the corridors are, they suck. First Flashpoint, horrible. It's a dish. Who wants to fight underneath other people? It does not fully make sense, but at the end of the day, I am super excited to see some New Junk City. It's been a while since we've gotten to see this one, and I do believe teams are getting ready to load in. But before we do that, I just want to elaborate more on these compositions because you brought it up, the JQ. We know that she's getting changed. We know Zarya's getting changed. And so after the next patch comes through, do you think we're still going to continue to see these two on this map point, or is it going to be the battle cattle coming through?
That is a tough one. I think it might end up switching into Orisa's favor. But once again, I think the Junker Queen just in those choke points, swinging that axe, is pretty strong. I think even last patch she was played quite a bit on those maps regardless. Obviously she did get a little bit stronger with the buff to her knife, but I think it'll be about even instead of being a bit more one-sided towards the Junker Queen as it is now.
I'm going to agree with you on that. And also, before we fully jump into this next match, I do want to give a quick shout out to the new Fall 2023 Partners of Truth. The Truth Initiative is America's largest nonprofit health organization dedicated to the future where tobacco and nicotine addiction are things of the past. For more information about the effects of vaping and the impacts on your mental health, go to breathofstressair.com. Also, a huge thank you to Extra Life. Join our Extra Life webinar actually happened on Monday, so be sure to reach out to people involved with that for more information.
3, 2, 1.
We will see the Zarya coming out on the side of Lindenwood. James Madison going for a poke jump with Sigma, not something we typically see on these maps. I have to see how pans out.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Lindenwood trying to close the distance, trying to play into their strengths. They're on Genji Reaper, so they're going to be a bit stronger point blank, whereas the James Madison comp, they're about taking angles, poking them out.
Sigma is forced to use Barrier as well as Rock. Barrier is very low, takes it back before it's fully obliterated. Reaper and Zarya hanging on around Taylor. Bubble is used again, does not find extra charge from it. There's another Rock, Bubble used in response. Zarya is now at high charge. This is... Ooh, I did not realize we had Giga on the Mercy here, pocketing Cassidy.
Oh, we see the soldier get split on the side of James Madison. Holds for 1 HP, but does not end up going down. Drop's still sitting at 20, looking for health packs around the map.
Lift comes through. Zarya used Bubble on impact. Is dangerously low. It's cleaned up by the Helix. Lucio goes down. Ron goes down as well, followed up by Luke Warren. Zippy goes down, and that is going to be James Madison clutching out the point, but 42% had turned over in favor of Lindenwood. Oh, that might have been an unfortunate misclick.
I want to see Lindenwood playing a bit faster there. That was a really long, drawn-out fight, despite the fact that they are on the Genji Reaper. They kind of need to find the backline of James Madison and take him down early before they get poked out.
That is the strength of the James Madison comp. When you play more of the poke style, you favor the long, drawn-out fights. And so that's why, as Matt said, your flankers need to be taking positions and making sure this fight is closed out, encroaching on the space in the backline quicker so that they don't maintain the distance that they want in order to keep the spam going. But right now, we have 2 go down already for Lindenwood and a third.
And with 70% on the point and Zippy Boom just now going down, it's going to be a really hard recontest for Lindenwood, and we see James Madison setting up early, trying to make it as hard as possible for Lindenwood to touch.
Pretty sure Lindenwood is just choosing to hedge their bets on where the next checkpoint will be.
Actuating the barrier.
This time around, it's Lindenwood. They were hoping to get the control point on their side, I bet. Now they have to walk all the way. This time they do have the ultimates in their favor, though. The grab, the blade. They grab early.
I think
so
that
they have to break the immo.
Just enough line of sight.
Grub falling low, just wandering the map. Now we're in a 4v4 here, but James Madison in more favorable positions, already pressuring the point.
Zarya, Finn the Human goes down. Virtuous has another Deadeye, but is challenging a Lucio through the window, undeterred due to the fact of the immortality and a Mercy pocket. Virtuous picks up 3.
Great shots from Virtuous there. We saw him tap the Baptiste just to start the fight.
Thank you, Baptiste.
Seems like the Gigafart pocket is definitely worth it.
As we go into this next fight, Finn the Human has given up on the Zarya comp and has chosen to go to Doomfist. Hopefully, the side of James Madison hangs on to Rock so Doomfist cannot do what he pleases, exactly locking down Doomfist during the charge, ensuring he can't get in and get out freely. Doomfist into this comp is a rough situation. Deadeye is going to get popped. Tries to round the corner with punch to stop the Deadeye, but unfortunately hits the environment instead and gets rocked thereafter. This is an unfortunate situation for Finn the Human. Team's trying to circumvent the enemy damage using natural cover to get in. Visor gets popped by Zippy, but Zippy is rushing forward into the backline, challenging a window, gets dangerously low, and finally goes down to Virtuous, but did end up taking down Python. Python gets rezzed. Finn the Human takes out the Genji. Finally, Lindenwood getting a foothold here in Bomb Flats.
Now, James Madison trying to get out. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to, though. The Mercy falling to so low HP. Virtuous just looking for any trades on the way out and is unable to find any. However, James Madison does have Valk and Flux to turn this fight around. But Lindenwood's going to be looking to take this fight early, take James Madison off guard, which is their strength with this comp.
Meteor Strike online for Finn the Human can be a get out of jail free card. Finn's already stunned by Sigma. Genji Burp is close to this blade as well, so if Lift is procced and Genji ults in the middle of it, it could be very successful. Mercy is punched into a wall, is forced to use the Valkyrie beat in response to the Meteor Strike. We do see Ether goes down. Ulfro goes down, Ronan is quick to follow suit to Furp's Genji blade that's getting boosted by the Mercy, and as we are encroaching on that 99 percentile mark for Lindenwood, the point is going to turn over for James Madison, and at this rate, it's locked down. We are going to be at match point here going into the next flashpoint.
James Madison did end up having to use all their ultimates that fight, though, so if Lindenwood can set up on the point here, it's going to be hard for them to get through. No ultimates to really break that choke point. And with the blade online, only immortality as the defensive position for James Madison. Oh, we see Virtuous just get a pick right away. And the Kitsune is immediately responded to heal him on the Kiriko.
See Genji proc blade inside the Kitsune rush. Burp goes down, Python goes down. Ulkran goes down shortly thereafter, and Giga for James Madison also falls. We see Furp finally give up the ghost and the Genji, choosing to swap over to the Tracer. Doomfist trying to delete.
Oh, the immortality.
That's a very early immor, and Finn even has Meteor Strike. Chooses to disengage instead of proccing that Meteor Strike to try and clean people up.
You see Zippy Bloom got a little overzealous there with his positioning. And the hinder makes him unable to ult or get away as the Doomfist. And we did see Gigafart switching on to that Iliari instead of the Mercy pocket Virtuous.
I don't think Virtuous technically needed that pocket to begin with, so why not go over to a hero you get a little bit more value on that is necessary. And we see Lift and Meteor Strike both used. Virtuous and Furp both go down. Ultron goes down there after, but right now James Madison is the one at the disadvantage, losing both their DPS. Tracer can get back fast, but it still takes some time. Doofus will get rocked in the face. He's undeterred by the lack of health that he has as he fully engages onto point, manages to sustain and survive. Storm Hornet, 60% on another Lift. Might have it to combo with Giggs, Captive Sun here as this full fight starts.
Immortality out on James Madison's side. You see Florian looking for an engage onto Python on Baptiste, but he's not able to find it even with the beat. Lindenwood falling low. Their Kiriko is not online. And the human is the only one alive to touch, just trying to stall this out. Kiriko comes back finally, but it's too late. And the fight goes over to James Madison. Oh.
That should be full flashpoint to James Madison as well. And that means James Madison walks away in a 3-0 sweep here for our second series.
Play of the game.
And take a quick look at this play of the game by Virtuous. I'm pretty sure it's when we're at bomb flats and he gets the triple kill with the Mercy boost here. Yep. Not even having to proc Deadeye.
Ooh.
Window in front of Virtuous's face, does not care, still goes on to fight the Lucio. Congratulations, James Madison, on this 3-0 victory. And also, to close out this series, we want to give a quick shout out to our sponsor of Truth. Truth is the new Fall 2023 partners here for NACE Starleague. The Truth Initiative is America's largest nonprofit public health organization dedicated to the future, where tobacco and nicotine addiction are things of the past. For more information about the effects of vaping on your mental health, visit breathofstressair.com. And we are going to take a short break, but we have some insider intel. We are going to be able to actually speak to one of the players from James Madison. So while we get them prepped and ready to go, let's everyone have an opportunity to take a quick break, grab some water, use the restroom, grab a snack if you need to, and join us back here in just a couple of minutes to get the background information of James Madison. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
It'd be hard to get through.
Okay, both captive stuns once again get popped at the same time. Bob is used.
And it gets eaten.
Yikes, that was an immediate pop out. Diva read it like a bug. Ether gets punished. Virtuous does find the elimination on the Ether.
And there we see it. Beat does come out just last second. Great rock from Storm Hornet there. But in order to live here, Lindenwood's going to need to regroup somehow.
Finn the Human falls. Virtuous goes down as well, but Gigafart does. Python goes down. Sandshrew goes down. And it looks like Giga is going to lose their pylon as well. Burp has Rampage, and Kiriko running away. Rampage does get proc and land onto the JQ. JQ does not have Suzu, has to rely on all of their abilities to stay alive. Lucio is ADSing for their life, can't stay alive.
They grab early.
Oh, think
They
that
have to
more.
break the ammo.
Just enough line of sight.
Up, falling low, just wandering the map.
If Lift is procced and Genji ults in the middle of it, it could be very successful. Mercy is punched into a wall, is forced to use the Valkyrie beat in response to the Meteor Strike. We do see Ether goes down. Ultra goes down. Ronan is quick to follow suit to Ferp's Genji blade that's getting boosted by the Mercy. And welcome back to the NACE Starleague Studios. We just finished out our second series of the evening, and it ended up being James Madison to come out on top. We are actually going to have an opportunity here to talk to one of the James Madison players. I'm still your host, Artemis Rain, joined by Matt Mercadante, and that wave that you got to see in the background behind Matt is going to be Ferp, one of the DPS players of James Madison, as well as some of the teammates goofing around in the background. Hi guys, how you doing, Ferp?
Hello, I'm good.
All right, so I've kind of got a hard question here, but I know that you guys just equalized your win-loss ratio in your first 2 weeks. One of them was against Northeastern, a very difficult team. How did you guys manage to maintain your mental state after those 2 games going into this week?
Well, I think we figured out what comp we're good at during our Northeastern match. We just weren't able to close it out because we lost the first 2 maps. And I think after that we just been way better because I don't think we were that good at any of the rush comps, especially when the Zarya patch came out. But now the spam, even though it's kind of old patch meta, our supports are way better at it and understand that way more, and it lets us flank on soldier and stuff. And I think we probably could have won the Northeastern match as well. It's just Zarya merchants got their good meta right the day we had our match. That's how it is.
And that was what I was going to ask you. You kind of answered it. I was going to say, you guys on New Junk City, Flashpoint, you do see a lot of Lucio typically, but we saw you guys lean into the Mercy and the BAP. Are you guys just that much more comfortable on Poke?
The Mercy, we usually play the Lari, but yeah, we're way more comfortable on Poke. Virtuous likes playing this just Cassidy, less mobile hit scans, and I understand how to flank and stuff, even though I might have done a little feeding on that map. But yeah, it just Gigafart also is really good at the Lari. He picked up really fast. So I think we succeed on that way more. We've had a lot of trouble with Kiri Lucio comps. So I think playing to our strengths. I mean, good teams do it. So.
All right. So, with the changes that have been leaked, I say that in air quotes because it basically is guaranteed what's going to happen, and most of the stuff getting reverted, do you think your team's going to see a lot more success as the season progresses because of the Zarya changes that are coming through, and Jake, you kind of becoming a little less powerful?
Probably, yeah. I think we still need to like work on some stuff. Obviously, like Genji's pretty good into our comp. And, I think it can be countered much easier than like what was meta before. But yeah, I think if we practice, add some variations to our comp, which would be fun, and we'll do probably better in the season. Hopefully, make it through LCQ because we have St. Clair's and not winning that.
Well, I wish you the best of luck going into that situation. LCQ is never an easy task to deal with, but nonetheless, apparently your teammates feel like it won't be that difficult based off of what we just heard in the background. But anyway, thank you for joining us for this interview. We'll let you go. And to everyone that's currently watching, we still have more Overwatch action to come. We have 2 more series to go, so don't go anywhere. Come back here in just a few minutes. And let's close out the evening on some strong notes with 2 back-to-back series of best of 5s. And yes, I'm cursing these 2 to have a full 5-map series next. Anyway, don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
back to the NACE Starleague studio, and we roll right on with Game 3 of the night. This is going to be Ashland going up against Ole Miss. Certainly a university that has quite a legacy in terms of traditional sports. We'll see if they can match that in terms of esports. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Matt Mercadante to call all of the action for you. Normally, at this point, I kind of go over, the next stage and strategy, but I just have to ask, because I overheard the conversation you and Artie had based on your map preference. Why?
Kings Road's just a good map. Snipers aren't good on it. You don't have to worry about poke on any of the points, really. Just get straight into the action.
All right, let's just move on to the schedule that we have, see where we've been, see where we are going. Hopefully it isn't back to Kings Row, but we'll see. As we started off with Ferris State going up against Northeastern. James Madison then took on Lindenwood. The first game was extremely close, 2-3, went all the way to the end. Second game was more of a sweep. Ashland is now going to be going up against Ole Miss. Ashland's a little bit farther ahead than Ole Miss in terms of the bracket. Ashland is a 2-1 right now, whereas Ole Miss is 1-2. And then we'll end with Boise State going up against South Florida. Should be very exciting to see how this turns out. And let's take a look at the lineups that each team is bringing to the roster. And we've got Memes, B1H, Max Dubstep, Rev, I'm just going to call you Rev. I always like shorting stuff down to one syllable. And Vasuki over there for Ashland.
And on the side of Ole Miss, you have Lucky Owl, ASD, Khaled, Letho, and Cobalt.
All righty, that's the lineups here beforehand, although I do have to say I was looking at the full lineup for Ole Miss. Ole Miss has a very big lineup, so they've got a lot of opportunities for substitutions coming in here. I don't know if we'll see that, but they have a lot of people on their team. It looks like we're going to be starting out on Lijiang Tower. It took us a little bit longer than I would have thought in the night to see this stage, since it's kind of been a favorite overall, and so we saw you have quite a preference. This is the one thing where I do agree with you in terms of your map preferences, is the well choice on Ilios. What is your favorite on Lijiang?
This one's going to be kind of an opposite. I like Control Center a lot on Lijiang. I like the Brawl, and I like not worrying about the environmental kills on that one in particular.
All right, well, Nerdy's off camera right now, so as soon as we agreed on Well and Ilios, you lost all of their respect, but then you gained it all back with Control Center. So you're good. You're good. All right, but it could be also Night Market. We could see the Sim Teleport race as we always have, but of course, that applies really on Night Market. It's a lot more of a risky proposition if you're wanting to go for that Sim Teleport on Garden, as you are all too aware, I'm sure.
Yeah, I do like playing ball on that one. I love environmentals. Just not when it's on me.
Just not when it's on you. I mean, that's just the sum up for environmentals in general. It's fun when it's not on you. And yeah, Garden certainly is not lacking. You could either go in the drink or off the bridge. And so we might see a Far Mercy be brought out there. It was the first time we saw Mercy for tonight, the last game, James Madison. So we might see it be brought out here. Both these teams a little bit lower in the bracket. Right now, the East 5 division that these schools are playing in is really being dominated right now by the top two teams. Both of them are 3-0, so both these teams are a little bit lower in the bracket. A win right here would really help them kind of, maintain that close second, maybe have the opportunity later in the season as well. But they're going for the Sim Teleport in the window. Doesn't look like it's punished. In fact, it helps Ole Miss get to the point, but they like to live dangerously, I see. They're going to get the first pick. Memes is going to be taken out. It's traded back. Both Lucios are down and out for the count. Next up's up taking a bit of damage and is going to, just charges up the overclock and lands a shot right onto Cobalt.
The angle Max Dub steps in is just really strong on this point in particular for the Sojourn. Just able to build that rail, play that cover. And unless they make a huge rotate off of point, Ole Miss really can't do anything.
Oh, that Reaper having to TP away. But this Zarya is just going to hop right back over, regroup with the Reaper. They pushed him completely off point for the reset. Ashland is also very close on this rampage for B1H. Lucky Owl is also sitting on this window. So Ole Miss could have a great engage tool. Maybe they can get a pick right off, but problem is if that window's popped, then Ashland can just go into the point and use all those walls to their advantage. Here we go.
The window come out, but easily fightable by Ashland, and that's what they'll do. They're just hiding around the corner. For a little bit of poke here or there, but the Queen ult.
Whoa!
Oh, did Ole Miss his Lucio? Uh-oh.
It's like a carnival game. Just wait for him to pop out in the window and then one shot to end it. Team wipe for Ashland and Ole Miss sent back to start. They do have a potential to maybe make something happen on this Graviton Surge. Ashland's now more than halfway through. They're going to be sitting on this beat, however. If they're able to charge that up, then maybe they can tank their way through the Graviton.
And we do see Ole Miss switching onto the Brigida, which is going to make their rotate a little bit harder. It's a little bit slower, more time for Ashland to poke them out. You see that's exactly what they're doing. But the grab coming up online, they're all stacked.
Yep, we do see the beat in response to the Gravitron. It helps Ashland just make their way right through that. They pick up 2 and are now up 5-3. It's going to be another hold, and Ole Miss really doesn't have time to reset as a full team as we cross 90%.
Yeah, with those picks going on at 90%, there's no way they're coming back with even 4 online. They're going to have their Reaper try and go for the touch. The Lucio set up the Reaper.
Reaper comes in for a Hail Mary attempt at the Death Blossom, but it's not enough. The timer ticks down. Ashland claims Gardens.
Score
Really good positioning, just allowing Ashland to play into their strengths. That's exactly what they did. The land fell off the map there.
And you're going to get your wish here, Matt. We are going over to your favorite.
I do think we could see Ole Miss's composition do a little better here. I think the Zarya is slightly stronger on this map. Just everyone choked up and the right clicks coming out from the high charge Zarya.
And of course, it's been a while since I've seen my favorite, but I'd love to see a Junkrat be brought into the fray here. Get a couple of those amazing riptires I like to see. We're going to start with a teleport right off. They are wasting no time getting up to the server room. They set up the car wash and just unleash damage right onto ASD. That bomb from, that grenade from the Bastion, doing great work to help Ashland get up to an early advantage. Then Vasuki and Max Dubstep are only going to widen that advantage even more, chasing Ole Miss all the way back to spawn.
D1H getting so aggressive there to get that Lucio pick. He gets the teleport out, but he doesn't even need to take it. See Ole Miss switch onto the Bastion. And the Zarya just taking that kind of a mirror. They don't have the Symmetra, but similar comments.
Try to make their way through again, but have so much being placed onto them. The Zarya beam and both the Bastion turret. A redirect from the Genji, but it's not enough to just stop the picks. Cobalt and Khalid get taken out. Ole Miss gonna lose 2 for 2. I'd say that's going to put Ashland well past 50%. Oh, no, I'm getting too ahead of myself here. I'm going off flashpoint charge rates here. We still got a ways to go.
Ashland does have that Graviton Surge online before Ole Miss has beat, so it's going to be really hard for them to survive if they can make sure they have good LOS onto the Immortality. They're not even going to need it with a window here.
Oh my goodness, a boop off of the edge. Cobalt is down and out for the count. Khalid also follows.
A Graviton Surge, disrespectful, straight into their spawn. Does end up getting a lucky owl. Genji with Blade online, but Meat does have a response for it, and we will see it come out.
And immediately as the blade is popped, the beat is used in response as well as the photon barrier. Ole Miss still has 3 to use, but Ashland is going to put more pressure on them, bringing out the artillery. Gets the pick onto Kali. Lucky Owl hanging onto this window. Next dubstep, taking out Litho. Lucky Owl trying to get away. With the picks happening much at the same time, around 90%. Again, I don't think they can get back.
Yeah, especially without that Lucio alive, Ole Miss is going to struggle to touch. They do swap to the Tracer, but she's their only hope for touching. We do see the Reaper trying to make it through to the right, but he's not going to make it.
All right. That is going to do it. That is all done and dusted for that match. So, wow, very much in favor of Ashland, I got to say. What do you think is working so well for the Eagles?
They're just really using their ultimates super well, and they're playing so aggressive. We see them chasing those elims, you know, practically to spawn, and it just, the extra, you know, 5 seconds they take killing someone is just extra 5% on the clock, allows, you know, Ashland, or Ole Miss, sorry, to have less fights, allowing Ashland to, you know, use less ults per fight.
Oh my goodness, you are going to have to go without Kings Row for another match, my friend. In fact, you're going to just be left out of Kings Row entirely for this today. Because you're rotating out, I believe, after this, so no Kings Row for you. Me and Nerdy will just be laughing in the corner.
And seeing this hybrid, you know, we did see both teams playing like Lucio rush comp, so it's interesting to see what they're going to do, whether they pull out a poke comp here on the side of Ole Miss. Maybe they saw they're not confident in that rush mirror, trying to mix things up. We'll have to see what happens.
I got to say, normally I associate a Kings Row with kind of the nail-biting ends, but we saw such a performance in our first game, kind of a huge come-from-behind victory by Ferris State in overtime. I'm not sure if we're going to reach overtime in this here, because certainly Ashland University just seems to be off to the races, not stopping at all. You see the SIG is going to be brought out on defense, as well as a Torb. We've seen so much of the Bastion, but now it's time to bring in a different kind of turret.
Ashland here completely mixing up their comps. We didn't see them switch off of. But I think it's the other way around. I think Ashland's actually on the right. Max dubstep and Mean. So yeah, Ole Miss is trying to experiment with the poke comp, seeing if it's stronger for them.
Both teams just trading shots back and forth, no one really low. B1H has gone down to half health a few times, is still managing to hang on. Turret is taken out, and now Vasuki gets the first real pick. It's Lucky Owl quickly followed by Litho and Khalid. Cobalt then falls, and Ashland is gonna go pretty quickly. Ole Miss, I have to say, they probably chose this stage for a reason, because they're getting onto the point really fast.
Come on, let's move this payload.
We do see B1H with that shout there. He was playing so carefully, just poking out the SIG, getting him low.
Oh!
Immediately they're taking a fight for high ground.
This is a bit of a fight. I guess Ashland wants to take the fight now while one person is still on the payload. Putting a whole bunch of damage onto that. Lucio boops him up and down into the bottomless pit. Well, if you're down at 1 health and need to trade, that's one way to do it. I love that.
And B1H does have that Junker Queen ult. Not much of a response possible from Ashland here. So we're going to have to see how that ends up working. He uses it early, hits
Whoa!
it. The shout's still on mine. He can survive here.
You know, it didn't hit anybody, but it sideswiped them just enough to still put the ante onto them.
Yep.
Now the knife is stuck into Cobalt. Ashland, we had a little bit of mix-up in the overlay. Ashland, okay, this is more kind of what I expected from Ashland. They are wasting no time putting the pressure onto Ole Miss.
Yeah, against that poke comp, if you're on rush, you really have to be fast, and that's exactly what Ashland is doing. Not even letting him get through this choke point here. Making sure even going through there is tough. The teammate rush comes out for the side of Ashland. This is Captive Sun hits all of them. The chain of the fireworks is so hard to survive through.
Oh! B1H almost looked like they might slip away, but a rock to the back was enough to take them out. So Ole Miss keeps Ashland just before the first checkpoint. Still has a lot of work left to do. This can be a crucial first win. They're gonna really only have the visor for this fight. Ashland is gonna have more to work with.
Ashland already working their way onto the high ground, and Ole Miss doesn't have the freedom to play on it with how far up the card is. Falls down immediately, but B1H is also just playing aggressive as well. Oh, he gets rocked out of the Junker Queen ult there. A great rock from Cobalt.
Boom! Ashland is fighting back, though, with this Sojourn, doing work as the DPS. As one more as the Soldier and the Sig to deal left with. And they take them both out, get to the checkpoint, have a healthy amount of time, over 4 minutes to get the final point. Ooh, that's huge.
Ole Miss swapping onto the Junker Queen, trying to take the mirror. The signal is not working out for him. Great knife, forces the shift out from ASD there.
Despite the close quarters, no picks quite yet. They're hanging on to this visor. Gonna wait for that extra health to burn out from Ashland. Now Ole Miss is at a huge advantage. Everything's starting to come online for Ashland, however. They start moving in, are gonna expend the Captive Sun. The Rampage in response is gonna put the ante on Khalid. He's gonna get taken out. Lucky Owl was also down for the count. Next up, Step hanging in there despite sustaining damage. Ole Miss, I don't know if this visor can bring things back for them. Cobalt's gonna get the first pick onto Rev. Ashland's just gonna duck to the side and wait everything out.
And only Lucio heals online for Ashland. They're probably just gonna back up here. Kiriko going down. This time around, though, they do have that Kitsune rush, which is just gonna allow them to close the distance that much faster.
There's been a whole lot of ultimates used, but nothing much to show for it in terms of a forward push, and Ole Miss going to make that even more difficult. Going for the Molten Core, Cobalt takes out Vasuki. Lucky Owl also pushing out damage with that window.
Molten Core, a great response to the Kitsune rush. They're not able to get the advantage of the rush unless they're in it, and if they're in it, they're going to be standing on hot lava.
We do see a swap. We're going to see Battle Cattle be brought out by Ashland. Swap over to the Alari as well. I mean, the Captive Suns have been so good in terms of when they are used. They usually get a double or more, so we want a piece of that action. Cobalt also hanging on to this Rampage, and those have been very consequential as well. Goes in, gets the ante onto 2. Immortality Field's going to be pushed down in response, but it's not enough for B1H. Now the rest of the team follows soon after with the tank down. All the rest follow, and Ole Miss has been holding Ashland. Very impressive show of defense.
Yeah, now they're going to have that Visor and Captive Sun offline, or online. This time around, though, ASD does need to be careful with B1H because the spinning sphere can block the Captive Sun.
Good thing is that they pushed the payload so far back that with the close respawns, I don't think that this is final fight necessarily. How quick will Ole Miss use the ultimates that they have is the question. Suzuki has a great angle on that Soldier. Moves in. I mean, he's got full reign. He could use the Genji blade from right behind. Captive Sun is only going to be able to pick up, means the Soldier is caught. Is wise to this Genji's plan. Genji has to go off, get the health pack, live to fight another day. But meanwhile, while that flank was attempted, Ole Miss just took out every other teammate for Vasuki. So now he's left all alone and in a very awkward position.
We saw Beams fall down with that Captive Sun activated, resetting their ult charge. Almost 4 ults online, with Ashland only having 3. It'll be an uphill battle for Ashland. Scorpion is split, but now the tank is out of the fight on the side of Ashland, taking him around.
Huge amount of ults left for Ole Miss. Again, this soldier hasn't really been able to set up there. He's getting stunned so many times. Terror Surge brought out, as well as the window. It's Ashland's last chance to try to get through. They're only going to take out the Immortality Field. No player from Ole Miss has gone out. They're going to use all of their Qs in response, and Lucky Owl is the one to fall. Ashland has finally found a way past the defense of Ole Miss, but it took everything down to the last second to get 3 points.
We saw so many back and forth trades there, and it was, you might have missed it with how much was going on there, but B1H speared Cobalt out of his Junker Queen ult, saving his team from getting that ante. I think it's right here. Oh no, it was a little bit before this, but it was a great spear from him. Whoa.
Initiating match.
That was a little crazy.
And now we're going to see if Ole Miss can answer. I was just about to say, I mean, it looked like they had almost pulled it out, and I would have liked it because that would have meant that we would have been guaranteed a winner before overtime. But now we've got a bit more of a wrinkle in that plan. Ashland, will they be the type of team to want to just hold this to the first point? We've seen it done many a time on Eichenwald when it has come up. The team just shuts this whole section of the map out of play entirely.
You see a Zarya on Ole Miss's side, it looks like. Ashland sticking to the battle channel that they were running on the third point there. See how it works out for them. Both teams did opt to run a Torbjorn on this first point. Really strong, just spamming down that angle. Having to break that turret, you have to wide swing for it. Really strong. See how this turns out.
5.
This will be to equalize the entire match. At least guarantee us a game 4. If not, Ashland is going to drive this to match point. Peek around the corner. Not too much damage sustained by Ole Miss. U1H having to duck back for just a second, and Logan Max Dubstep almost eliminated. Ole Miss has been pushing a lot of damage onto the Eagles.
It felt a little too invincible. It's really easy to on that character sometimes, and ends up going down early. It's going to be a quick point cap for Ole Miss.
Oh, this Tor! Cobalt's going after him. He's just going to be making space at this point, make sure the team can secure that point. They do. And now with nearly 6 minutes in their pocket, almost 6, they're going to have plenty of time to work with this payload.
Because of how quick that fight was, though, the ultimates are pretty even on both sides. Wasn't a whole lot of room to poke. Oh, we see a great knife pulling the Torb off high ground, forcing the rest of Ashland to drop with him to keep him up.
Deflecting the poke damage coming from up above as this Sojourn just rains bullets down. Lucky Owl does take out B1H, but it's Ashland trying to match it back by taking out ASD, and Lucky Owl. Memes is also going to fall, so it's a 2-2 trade. Both teams are just going to duck back for a little second, wait for themselves to get up to full strength. Max Dubstep taken off from their perch, buying a little bit more time for Ole Miss to push forward.
While landing so many knives.
good.
He does it again on the Torbjorn. The immortality forced out, but the Torb's still probably going to fall down.
Yeah, Litho has been very good. We've seen Ashland more than content to be up here on this high ground, but he's been enough of a pain to push a few people down to ground level. And then Ole Miss collapses onto them. Memes is going to end that streak, however, taking out Litho. Stun is going to go out onto Cobalt, who has the Rampage ready. Sticks the knife in the Torb and just takes him out before he can even get back to the team fight. And it's now just going to continue putting the ante onto a whole bunch of Ashland. They drop the Immortality Field in response, but the Captive Sun is also used by Ole Miss, taking out one. B1H picks up a double, but is it enough? I don't think so. Ole Miss still winning that fight. There's just the tank left, B1H, and the DPSers are making quick work out of him.
Poor Torbjorn on his way back to spawn. Surrounded by the entirety of Ole Miss. No way for him to live there. Time though, Ashland 4 ults online. They're going to need to have something to respond to that blade though. Not to get poked out early either.
Captive Sun burned by Ashland to start things out. ASD is the first to be the victim of it. Varsity also getting a pick onto Lucky Owl. Now this Torb has no one to help him on the high ground. Litho's back to his old job of just being a general pain for those who decide to go up in the high ground.
Captain's son really strong there. I think they hit a lot of members of Ole Miss, so they had to back up on that fight, just accept the loss. They didn't use any of their ultimates, probably for the better. Now though, crossing while the Sojourn has the ultimate is going to be hard, but instead, backs up, giving them the high ground.
Ashland sitting on an overclock and molten core. A lot of damage that they can push out, but Ole Miss also has an overclock. They also have the blade available. Litho just takes out Vasuki's turret. And Torb is just... Oh! Well, I guess that molten core is only really going to take out the pylon.
This time, though, it does force Ole Miss main, which is going to make them more vulnerable to the Sojourn ult. When Ace is falling low, though, he goes down, so will the rest of the Ashen.
And the overclock battle is going to go very much in favor of Ole Miss. They get to the checkpoint, although after losing a few team fights, they don't have quite as much time to work with, 3.5. Litho sitting on this Genji blade. Ashland going to be very close with that window.
Still, though, Ole Miss looking a lot better than they did last map. And with that blade and Captive Sun online, Ashland is going to need to hope they eat the Captive Sun. But if not, it's going to be really hard to survive both ways.
Window pop by Ashland. Ole Miss hanging on to their ultimates, just moving off to the side. B1H has taken a whole lot of room for himself with Torbjorn in tow. Means is going to be eliminating Lucky Owl. And with that early pick onto Ole Miss, that is enough to just make them move back, pull out a soft reset.
Ole Miss being really smart with how they reset. You know, they use no ultimates. They accept the fight loss. They feed less ult charge, get out until they're confident in their ability to win the fight.
Now we see Captive Sun. We're going to have 2 Captive Suns be brought out and shooting at the other Ilari in the air. B1H gets rid of Litho. It's traded back with a pick onto Vasuki. The pylon's gone for Ashland. Cobalt trying to hang on for health, but isn't going to be able to. Ashland held Ole Miss yet again. So that 3 minutes is now down to, as soon as I finish this sentence, they're going to be down to less than 2 as B1H picks up a double. Next up, Step also landing an overclock onto ASD. Now Ole Miss just has to figure out what are they going to use now, because all they got left is the Rampage.
Switching onto Symmetra, Ashland needs to be careful of these rotates. In a moment's notice, they can end up on the back line. They have to be ready for it. They have to have the damage there. Now we will see Window, Overclock, and Junker King online for Ole Miss here. However, the Orisa ult and Torbolt can be comboed on the side of Ashland, pulling them into the lava.
They're going to try that. Actually, no, they're not going to go for the combo, just the Terror Surge on its own. Meanwhile, Ole Miss just charges in with the Rampage, gets an ante onto 2, but they're going to be able to live through it. Now Ole Miss has to rely on this overclock, and 2 headshots quickly by Khalid. He's going to keep Ole Miss in the game. Meanwhile, Cobalt is still alive, trying to take out the Squishy. Is going to be able to eliminate Vasuki and B1H. I would say that that just might be it for Ole Miss.
Yeah, both support ults online for Ole Miss. It's going to be really hard for Ashland to recontest here. They have no space to get value out of their ultimates. The Tracer goes down. Gotta say, compared to last map, it looked like Ashland was going to sweep this one, but Ole Miss really did turn things around.
But even though they were faster, it isn't the hugest difference in time because both teams are given 1 minute. So you got 150 versus 1 minute. Ashland is still very much in this.
Especially with Ole Miss. You know, last time on first, both teams were really good at capturing that first point, so it's going to be a battle of probably how far each team can push the payload.
I'm surprised that combo you were mentioning of the Terra Surge and Molten Core didn't go through, because with the Terra Surge by itself, once that was expected, immediately the Rampage is used, because you know the tank is now pushed very far forward. You got this backline all open for you to just tear into. So what could have been a great combo instead just opened up a huge gap in the front line for Ashland, and Ole Miss took advantage of that.
We'll see a cast coming out by, I believe, is going to be Ole Miss. Trying to hold Ashland here. We'll have to see how that works out.
Attackers incoming. Defend
Ashland switching back onto the Junker Queen rush on something they seem a bit more confident on. We'll have to see how it works out.
How quickly can Ashland take this point? As long as they're able to get the payload, there's no telling how far they could push forward with it. They're going to take the far route around. Javelin misses. The Junker Queen goes in. That's about all the utility Ole Miss placed down has been taken out, but in terms of actual picks, Rev is the first one to be taken. But Means and Vasuki are fighting back, and this Junker Queen finding herself pressured right into the wall. One final punch for Kobold, but while Kobold was trying to take out the tank, the rest of his team was falling behind him. Litho, taken out by Vasuki. Wow. Ashland and Memes both pick up one for themselves. That's going to be the payload secured. Now the question is, how far can you push forward?
Yeah, it looked like Ole Miss was so focused on the Junker Queen that the Genji and the Lucio were able to find their own value. End up swapping back onto it here.
Ole Miss getting into the standard poke positions, but as long as Ashland can position themselves well. Oh, nope, they're going to be diving right back in.
This time, though, there's a Lucio on the side of Ole Miss, so a lot less sustain, meaning they might be able to take out this Junker Queen this time around. A great pull onto Torbjorn. Uses his overage load to get out, though.
Ole Miss sitting on a whole bunch of their ultimates. Everyone, well, almost everyone's north of 70. Ashland, though, before they can get to their ultimates, is going to take out Litho.
And the immortality comes out. This leaves Ashland in a good position to find some more picks. They're chasing the Torbjorn, and with the overtime spawn to the Torbjorn dying that late, it's going to take so long for him to get back. Ashland with...
And look at all this space that B1H is taking for themselves. Ole Miss, I was saying, they were close to ultimates, but now everyone's charged up. We could see just a Q pressing frenzy as everyone. The first one's going to be used. It's a Kitsune Rush, followed by the Blade on the side of Ole Miss. They're going to use the beat to counter. Then the Terra Surge is going to be brought out in response. Turret is taken out, means it's going to use their beat, but the Deadeye from Litho takes out two. And that does it. Ashland had to stay on that point, but one High Noon ends their push.
Deadeye, not typically an ultimate you see a lot of value out of. But I think because of the window, it locked on and did damage so quickly that Ashland wasn't able to get away.
Right. That was it. Both the supports taken out. I mean, quickly, no healing left to sustain their tank. All right, but I mean, with how far they push forward, this is very doable for Ashland. They got a little under 2 minutes to defend with. 1-2 team fights done, and I think they're good. I think 2, 3 probably.
We'll have to see. Like I said, both teams had a very strong first point and decently strong second point. You know, we did the Ole Miss cap with 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we haven't really seen anyone hold the first point that successfully. So
we'll have to see, will Ashland change that up? Larry Baptiste with the Junker Queen leaves them out of the speed to rush the backline, giving them a little bit more poke.
5, 4, 3,
see how that works out.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
all right, this is it for Ole Miss. If they want to drive this to at least a game further, they're going to have to do it here. Damage being exchanged back and forth. Max Dubstep taking down a half health. Managed to get through it. The rotation happens to the left for Ole Miss. dive in by the Genji. He's going to quickly go back. Lots of damage. Ole Miss, they're just hanging on. Lucky Owl's the first to fall. ASD next. Cobalt's down. And now that their tank is gone, they need to reset quickly if they want to make the most of their time. But Litho is dragging this out. He's going to put a stagger on when they can't really afford it.
First defensive fight we've seen on this map for this series. And we do see Ole Miss switch onto the Zarya, probably because they see that Orisa want to kind of counter it a little bit, build the energy and beam straight through that spear. So already 90 to capture the song with Revalia 90 to window. It's hard to push through those totals.
Oh, the Sojourn's getting pressured back. Max Dubstep still manages to survive.
Oh, the Captive Sun comes out, but it doesn't find any Elans off of it.
They're going to have to rely on the window. And boom! With the window, the Alari becomes a widow. It's like Alari pre-nerf. All of a sudden, she's just clicking heads left and right. And Ashland holds Ole Miss before the first point. I think that secured it.
Great shots from Memes there. And we see Ole Miss trying to switch onto a comp that'll allow him to touch. But the Orisa pull, there's nothing they can do.
Nope, that's going to be it. And now that's match point for Ashland.
That was
well, that was something I did not expect to see. The Captive Sun missed, so the backup of the window has to come in play. And wow.
Yeah, those shots from Memes there were truly impressive. Just watching him take out the Baptiste, the Genji, headshot on the Sojourn.
And now it's just one more stage to decide it all. We move on to Flashpoint. Of course, the one time I rotate out is the one time we have New Junk City be brought in. So if I am to guess at all, we're probably going back to Sarasta.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. I do expect it to be Servasa, but
I don't know. Well, production really wanted to keep it a secret last time, but I have a feeling we won't be speculating for too long on this. It's either going to be, I do get, you know.
Yes. We got it.
And I'm still going to have to go without seeing New Junk City, so. All right. Well, hey, you don't get to sing King's Row. I don't get to see New Junk City. So, you know, it's even all around here. Ashland sitting at a match point for this against Ole Miss. This is going to be the chance. And the Eagles are positioned a little bit better in the bracket. I do believe they're 2-1, so a win here is going to position themselves in a fighting chance to be able to maybe secure one of those top 2 positions.
And I do expect to see Lucio on both sides this time around. You know, last map we saw not really mirrors, but we'll have to see.
5, 4, 3.
Meanwhile, Nerdy's just basking in. They got to see everything they wanted. They got to see New Junk City and Eichenwald. So there's one person who's just walking away with all their dreams fulfilled. Lottie frickin' da. Alrighty, moving into the actual fight. We see Ole Miss wasting no time using Lucio Speed Boost. Both teams using it to get to the first flashpoint as fast as they can. B1H already down to half health for Ashland. Something tells me they're going to be able to tank through this.
The Doomfist coming out from Cobalt is surprisingly finding value. Not a hero we've seen this map other than, or in this match other than just for some recontests.
Ole Miss wins that first fight, gets the flashpoint. Ashland not too staggered, however. Will be able to get back, especially with that Lucio to the point pretty darn soon. Of course, with stages this big, you basically have to rely on that speed boost to be able to maneuver it.
Now, with this recontest, the Doomfist is going to be able to get a lot of cleave value, allowing him to build up those shields, making it so much harder to take him down. And the angles from Ole Miss on that high ground.
Doomfist charges in, quickly moves back to his team. Now the Soldier keeping an eye on any possible flank routes. Ashland almost lost. They did lose their Lucio as Litho dives right in, then dives back out. Ole Miss not going to go down without a fight on Servasta.
26% on the point. There is no chance Ashland is touching this. They're just going to look to contest the next one. We work our way. I like this side of the map. There's some potential for environmental kills. We'll have to see if any enemies actually end up going through with the Doomfist here.
Move right in with the Rampage. Gets a hit onto Chu with the anti.
The B to match it though to keep up the team, but it's not enough. It's only a 3v4 4-0 miss here. They could still turn this around, especially with Blade online. Means does have that beat though to keep their team up. Litho takes an off angle. See if the Blade gets value. He pops it. The beat comes out. Where he's able to. The Kune rush is running the swing so fast.
Quickly moves in, but Ashland still has a chance. They even it up, but it's answered back by Cobalt. Back and forth, a checkerboard of eliminations. And Ashland ends up with the crucial final person to maintain the point. However, this Sojourn is still trying to get in there. Bro activates the overclock.
The Junker Queen just looked like she was waiting for the shout to come online, and unfortunately it did not in time.
Meanwhile, just about every ultimate has been expanded, so we're waiting for the new ones to come online. The Visor is going to be the first.
Under my protection.
Oh, and you see a pick come out immediately from Ashland with the Visor online, but they're not even going to need it, nor can they use it.
And again, the trades back and forth. Meteor Strike brought out by Cobalt. Genji battle is going to end in favor of Ole Miss, and they're moving on to getting the second flashpoint. B1H gets a ninth into Cobalt, however, so this is still contested. A double for B1H, and Ashland takes the flashpoint back.
This time we do see Ashland with a lot more ults online than Ole Miss, and with how fast the flashpoint percentage takes. Ole Miss looks like they might only get one fight here, and it's going to be really hard with the Visor and the Junker Queen ult online.
Doomfist is slowly making his way toward the point. Not too much shooting, though, when he's shielding, so it's all right. Ashland has a huge opportunity here, though. If they can get into the back line, they're going to bring out the Visor. The Genji's trying to get away from it. Beat used in response by Ole Miss. And the Visor Soldier gets taken out. Now Rampage in response, going to try to wreak some havoc on the back line. They managed to get the anti onto two, but it wears off pretty quickly. Kitsune Rush now used by Ashland. They're trying to throw everything to keep Ole Miss off the point. This Doom is taken out. That's going to be a huge victory for them. They now just need to take out the Kiriko. The Suzu is spent, but it's not enough. Ashland gets their flashpoint. And we're going to be going to the Palace for the next fight.
Ashland, though, did end up using 4 ultimates there. Now they have nothing to respond to the Kiriko ult and the Blade coming online from Ole Miss, so Ashland's going to have to be really careful. Make sure they don't get picked off immediately. Play a little split.
Tracer just trying to find someone to push that pulse bomb onto, gets it stuck! And the Sojourn is going to be out of the fight for Ole Miss. No overclock for this fight. Ashland now is going to be moving in, trying to overcome this ultimate disadvantage they're at. Ole Miss is sitting on. They're going to be using the Meteor Strike. ASD falls, however, and now Cobalt. The ultimate advantage not working out in favor for Ole Miss. Lucky Owl trying to hang on, isn't going to be able to. Litho's the next to fall. And Ashland takes the first flashpoint for themselves. I mean, they had such a huge disadvantage in ultimates, but it did not matter whatsoever.
Yeah, Ashland's got to be real happy. They won practically off Pulse Bomb alone. And I mean, although Ole Miss only used the Doomfist ult, still, they're really happy just to get this percentage, even if they end up losing the next fight, because they committed practically nothing to get it. Great group from memes there. to
Ole Miss is now, all those ultimates they had to use, they're going to try to throw everything now at Ashland to see what sticks. B1H is going to be able to take out Cobalt, however. Litho gets the pick onto B1H, so both are fighting without a tank. Ole Miss still hanging on to this overclock, is going to burn it. The beat also online. Ashland now coming back online with a Rampage. Rivalia and Memes trying to stake through this overclock. Memes is going to fall. ASD now using the beat. Ole Miss has spent everything officially. But Ashland has been holding on the point for so long, it's not going to matter. The Rampage is going to head in. The ante doesn't go on to anybody. But Max Dubstep still managed to get the pick onto Khalid. Cobalt, a knife into Max Dubstep to stop his eliminations from going through. But Ole Miss is very low on health right now. Cobalt and Litho now down to half health. AFC also trying to heal them back up. Cobalt gets taken out. And this Kariko coming in clutch with the knives being placed onto Ole Miss. Ashland now just needs one more flashpoint and they've got it.
Ole Miss kept trying to chase for picks there that they didn't even try and touch the point. It fell into Ashland's hands. Ole Miss trying to switch onto the Brigida as they did on the first map.
Okay. Last minute change over to the Brig.
Flashpoint
I
unlocks
think
in
with
10 seconds.
Ashland's comp, the Brigida's really not going to find too much value. There's not really any flankers.
And if there's been one thing we've been seeing that can really make a difference here on Servasa, at least as from earlier matches to judge, it's been some long-range picks. Brig is very brawly, so can they get to the point as a unit? ASD and Khalid flirting with being taken out. The Molten Core is going to be used by Basuki, and they're going to charge in right after that. B1H is able to take out Litho. ASD is the next. Cobalt also falls. And Ole Miss unable to make much of a threat at all toward Ashland.
A great fight win for Ashland there. All they used was the Torval, and now they nearly have 4 ults on mine. Probably only going to need to use 2 on this fight with Ole Miss not having much else. It's going to be hard for them to make this rotate. The visor in the open. That's exactly what Max Dubstep is setting up for.
Damage being exchanged, long range. Litho hit and almost gets taken out. Everyone's still holding on to their ultimates as we get rid of one of the Torp turrets. And now it goes the Kitsune Rush. Help Ole Miss gate their way onto the point, but Litho's just deleted by the visor that comes out from Max Dubstep. He's got a double for himself, means also using the beat to keep everyone alive. So Ole Miss, they have no chance left to use that Rampage. That's going to be the final nail in the coffin. Ashland wins it 3-0.
Really a great performance by both teams there. I mean, especially if you compare the first map to the second and third. Great turnaround from Ole Miss. They weren't able to find the map wins, but they still made it a lot more competitive of a series than it looked like originally.
All right, well, I do believe that does it for this stage. That means we've got 3 in the can. We now just have 1 more left to go. That's going to be Boise State versus South Florida. You don't want to miss that, so we'll take a short break and be back with the next fight. But before we do, over the break, we want you to enjoy the top 5 plays of the game brought to you by Mavix Gaming Shares. Mavix, feel the difference. Enjoy your top 5 plays, and we'll see you with our final match of the night. I gotta say, normally I associate a King's Row with
Mortality. They're not even going to need it with a window here.
Oh my goodness, a boop off of the edge. Cobalt is down and out for the count. Khalid also follows.
Oh, he gets walked out of the Junker Queen ult there. A great rock from Cobalt.
Boom! Ashland is fighting back, though, with this Sojourn, doing work as the DPS. As one more as the Soldier. They usually get a double or more, so we want a piece of that action. Cobalt also hanging on to this Rampage, and those have been very consequential as well. Goes in, gets the ante onto 2. Immortality Field's going to be pushed down in response, but it's not enough for B1H. Now the rest of the team follows soon after with the tank down. All the rest follow, and Ole Miss Sojourn's getting pressured back. Max Dubstep still manages to survive.
Oh, the captive sun comes out, but it doesn't find any healings off of it.
They're gonna have to rely on the window. And boom! With the window, the Alari becomes a widow. It's like Alari pre-nerf. All of a sudden, they get to the point as a unit. ASD and Khalid flirting with being taken out. The Molten Core is going to be used by Basuki. And they're going to charge in right after that. B1H is able to take out Litho. ASD is the next. Cobalt also falls. And Ole Miss unable to make much of a threat at all. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. We have reached the final game of our Overwatch 2 matches here today. It is going to be Boise State versus South Florida in the West Central 1 division. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Artemis Rain, calling the action on this final game. And Artie, I understand that based on how things stand in the West Central division, this is a very crucial game.
I'm sorry, my brain. I know I'm bad at geography, okay? Okay. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So, based on the West Central 1 division, this is a very crucial game based on the standings.
Yeah, so the Broncos, they got a bye earlier in the season. So they got to sit back, relax, and, be basically, point and click adventure, look at other people. We get to chill out and relax. It does give scouting opportunities, but at the same time, if you don't capitalize on those scouting opportunities, well, that's your own gosh darn fault. So the Broncos are 2-0. These other teams are fighting for their second place opportunity. Florida, in particular, is fighting for that chance. And if they overcome the Broncos, well, their chances definitely increase here because, as Jacob and I mentioned today and yesterday, we are hitting that point where if you start messing up too much, you are going to be looking at the last chance qualifier to make your way into playoffs. So you got to be second or first place in order to guarantee a spot and not have to do the Herculean task of pushing a rock up a hill the entire pathway through LCQ into playoffs, because then you're playing against number 1 seed the entire time.
Yeah, the only team that is in West Central Division that is still undefeated, well, with Boise State, but again, they had the bye, so it can't count. And teams that have played 3 games, Oakland is currently sitting at first place with 3 wins, 0 losses, and it's a 3-way tie for second. So it is the most competitive division thus far. This match is going to be extremely crucial to decide who's going to be in the running for that second place spot. Let's take a look at how we got here, though, and we started off with Ferris State facing Northeastern. That one went very long into the final match, but Northeastern pulled out the victory in a reverse sweep, 3-2. Then it was James Madison versus Lindenwood and Ole Miss versus Ashland. Both of those were pretty quick 3-0s.
The question is the Boise State versus South Florida game going to follow the trend of 3-0 sweeps, or are we going to hit a point where it feels like that reverse sweep begins and see a full 5-game or at least 4-map series? Well, it's going to be up to both of these squads, and for the Broncos, we're going to have Clear, Plato, Moose, Chosen, and Bagel.
And then for South Florida, it's going to be Toast, Kinto, Saki, Corito, and Bebop. I like this lineup of names. This is like very nice, short, sweet, to-the-point names. Looks very orderly, I gotta say.
Well, we know that bagel has already been shortened. That's not actually, it's a large bagel, but for our sake, we shrink it. It is back to a large bagel.
Oh, okay.
It's been a large bagel since like the start of the last season.
Well, we always say bagel, though.
Yes, just bagel. You're not large.
All right, though, bagels aside, we do got to talk about Control, and that's going to be Lijiang Tower, so same as last time.
I mean, am I shocked in any way, shape, or form? No, I am not. Why? Because Lijiang Tower is a favorite of the side of the Broncos, and now whether or not it is also a favorite of South Florida, well, we'll have to wait and see how they perform and what they roll out on here. And you posed the question to Matt earlier what his favorite map is out of these 3 for the sub-match for Lijiang. Well, I do agree with Control Center with the current state of the game. I also do enjoy me some Night Market.
Okay, so I'm just going to be, you'll have fun at Night Market. I'm going to be all alone in the gardens is what you're saying.
Also, just because gardens brings me pain.
Okay, yeah.
It brings me a lot of pain. While I am, someone who supports the main supports, making the rollouts, getting the boop, it also makes me sad that they're even able to get said boop.
Well, we're going to be starting out on Night Market as we start out the 4th and final match of this Tuesday night. Boise State versus South Florida, what I like to call the Barnyard Brawl, because it's the Broncos versus the Bulls.
And for both these sides, we are running the Symmetra Reinhardt Lucio Bastion comp I talked about at the beginning of the broadcast. Very powerful, but the interesting aspect here is looking at these lineups. We actually have a Lyric in for the role of the Baptiste, as opposed to Chosen, who's actually picking up the mantle of the Bastion. The side of South Florida, everyone seems to be playing to their strengths. Fortunately for them, it is going to be the Broncos locking down the first point.
Swap over to the Wrecking Ball and the Ana. In fact, swap on 3 for the Bulls. Bebop's just going to do some maintenance work, clearing out that car wash, move around to find a possible flank. A lot of space being taken by Ryan, but he hasn't found anyone to slam into yet. In fact, South Florida, they're going to get taken out by Clear and Chosen instead.
I respect the Wrecking Ball Pharmacy swap coming out from the side of South Florida. It is a composition that can break apart this bunker / teleportation comp coming out from the side of the Broncos, but you need to force the Broncos to come out into space, and the way you got to do that is first walk down point, and that can be very difficult against their composition with the amount of mobility that they get from TP as well as Lucio.
Soon as Clear gets that photon barrier, he immediately pops it. Carito is taken out. Far Mercy is not going to be able to rain terror down. Bebop does get rid of Lyric. But this could be kind of a sneaky point take for South Florida. Though Boise State has gotten back to contested. Chosen also sitting on this artillery shell.
Mercy got shattered. Chosen manages to survive, almost getting booped off the edge of the map by a Wrecking Ball. Personally, Ball, I think you deserved that boop. Chosen should not have survived. I blame that on the game, not you.
Artillery is now being brought out by Boise State. Lyric gets the first pick onto Chose. Carito is charged up this barrage, but can't get to the point to use it. Chosen just takes them out of the air. Minefield was also dropped by South Florida, but at this point it's not going to be doing too much to help them take back the point. But if these last two picks here could be huge for South Florida. They're moving in, they still got a chance at this. Bebop has so much health to use. Tactical Visor is going to be used as well as the Nano Boost. The Nano Visor just tears right through Boise State, and South Florida takes the point back for themselves.
Kirito is currently playing ground fire, hunting down a large bagel, and will strike, taking down the Lucio. Lyric, who's stationary in a doorway, takes a little bit of pepper damage. There is also Chosen, who's chilling out on Reaper. Somehow manages to make it past this far without any sort of attention being given to Chosen. Again, still just chilling out. If there is a flanker and you don't mark them, you need to make them pay for them having a rental space.
The tank just goes down to the solo Reaper. They weren't listening to you, Nerdy, and they lost their tank for it.
We have Soldier 76 wrapping in, but there's a teleport right on top of Soldier 76, and Mercy is in with this Soldier as well. So Iari can 1v1 this poor Pharah as she makes her way into point. We see Rocket Barrage pop outside. A large bagel drops down, and Halb is going to use movement in order to get the final shot onto Kirito. Bebop goes down as well to Chosen once again, and that is a point locked down for the Broncos, 100-40.
Score 1-0.
And this Wrecking Ball certainly made things interesting, I gotta say. There were so many close boops. And the opportunity for South Florida, I mean, this was a very crucial take back for them. The Nano Visor came in at just the right spot. Unfortunately, I don't really think the Far Mercy really did anything.
You gotta force those flankers out of those angles. You can't let them live rent-free where they choose to be. And a pharmacy is great for preventing these flankers from getting that much value, but if you're not aware of these swaps or looking for them, and someone isn't marking them, they are already getting as much value as they need to. So doors drop here on Control Center. We have a TP out from the side of South Florida. However, they stagnate in the archway, as do the Broncos. Neither one claiming too much space. Instead, South Florida finally aggresses into the mid zone, getting baited by the Reaper. Now the pinch play comes in as Immortality Field is going to be burned for the side of South Florida.
South Florida, the Bulls are now running, but Chosen has come in the back line. They can't go anywhere. They're trapped in the hallway. Saki does manage to pick up a large bagel, but Chosen is unsuccessful in getting any sort of pick.
Yeah, but he got 66% on his ult.
Saki is just sticking through this. He's having free reign onto the Broncos. The Broncos they pinch them in, but they aren't able to get any picks. They get a few here and there after the fight is decided, but man.
They are holding on to point control nonetheless. Chosen, someone needs to give Chosen attention. This is a cry for help when he's sitting there in the background shooting you with sawed-off shotguns.
You'll get one with the Death Blossom. South Florida forced back towards spawn. Boise State getting very close to another overclock and rampage as well as a beat.
The side of South Florida is close to this artillery strike and can force out Suzu, allowing the rest of the team to engage if they wait for Bebop to have the shatter. And we do see Clear get punished using the overclock, goes in, gets deleted by Saki. However, the Broncos follow up and pick up 3 kills shortly thereafter. Lucio almost gets thrown off the side of the map, manages 5 as well.
I mean, as long as Boise State is making this much room for themselves and not even allowing the Bulls to touch the point. Oh, Chosen's trying again. Gonna see how he does this time. Does he get spotted out, though, by the Bulls? He's gonna move right in, focusing on this Torb. Torb's gonna bring out the overclock in response, but a large bagel was there to back up Chosen this time. Artillery used. Reaper tries to take him out. Saki still manages to survive. Window popped on the point by South Florida. Boise State leaves the point to the Bulls. Saki gets a pick onto Bagel. The Broncos gonna have to reset. Clear, unless he has anything to say about it.
Bebop has gone down. We have JQ alive on point. Axe resets for JQ because everyone is clumped up. Can be powerful. Molten Core is dropped on point. Suzu forced out. Clear again gets punished for sliding into the enemy, and in this case, a Reinhardt hammer. A large bagel goes down, and you called it, Jim. They need to reset.
But they've got this. Oh man, they're off to the side. However, Chosen is going to try to bring it in with the Death Blossom. They're just waiting. I'm surprised that Lyric has managed to survive that long. But Clear is taken out. Boise State is getting staggered horribly here. South Florida, the Bulls have a chance to bring this all back as the Boise State's tank falls as well.
Send him into the spawn. Don't back up. Hold the doorway until you're forced back. Oh man.
It's okay,
Chosen's again.
Yeah, he's just fallen victim. He's trying to take these flank routes and is just getting mowed down by the Bastion. In the Lego skin, I must say. That's the secret sauce, by the way, when you're playing as a Bastion. Garrido gets the large bagel as well. Boise State is down 2. So we passed the 80% mark for South Florida. They have a whole bunch of ultimates, but the question is, can they coordinate it enough to use them? We're gonna find out right now.
That's Overclock, that's Kitsune Rush, Amplification Matrix, probably Death Blossom shortly is there to follow. Chosen picks up 2, but also goes down. Moose will find Saki. Clear finds 2. Lyric will take care of the turret. Broncos finally flip it, but not before South Florida gets it to 99%.
South Florida is going to be making a few last-minute changes onto the Doomfist and to the Lucio while they use the artillery to try to get them a little bit of territory. Doomfist goes rolling in. Boise State isn't going to fall victim to that. They're not going to shoot him while he has his arm up. Clear with the overclock, gets a pick onto the Lucio. Chosen also chipping in, getting rid of Toast. Both of them have a triple. We have a triple and a double, a full house for the Broncos in terms of eliminations, and that's going to get him the first point. But something tells me that was a lot closer than it needed to be.
Yeah, well, we had multiple triple kills coming out near the end. I'm pretty sure the person leading in deaths in that game was Clear. Now it could be taken as a pun or me calling out a player. Just saying.
Just saying. As the smirk slowly goes across the face. So.
I'm sorry, but South Florida was mopping the floor with the Broncos for a solid chunk of time.
Mm-hmm.
And you let 5 players go in a domino style? What? Why?
And just never a good idea. I don't care whether you're playing Overwatch, Valorant, or Splatoon for that matter. You just never go in one at a time. It's the cardinal rule of shooters. We are going to be going over to Hybrid, and you know what, Nerdy? I am so glad you are here to experience this momentous occasion. We have had a whole day without King's Row. Every single match on Hybrid hasn't been Kings Row. This has never happened before.
It's never happened, but oof. This, okay, you know Matt's qualms with the castle portion of for Eichenwald? That's kind of the issue here, but it doubles in the fact that when you're on offense, you have to deal with an initial high ground advantage default to defense. And then also when you push onto the point, the high ground defaults to the defense. So if you're not good at making those rotations, taking cover when you need to, using cooldowns as necessary, it's a full hold type situation, and I think it's worse than Eichenwald.
Oh.
Now, I'm not saying I don't like this map. I think it's gorgeous. There are some silly things you can do on it, and I appreciate it for that matter. Now, do I prefer Eichenwald more? Yes. Would I prefer Kings Row over this map? Actually, yes.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. That is just, I feel like there's a very slim chance we'll make it all the way into Lucio's.
There have been so many unexpected choices with Hybrid. I never thought I would say this, but I guess today is the day that heck is frozen over because, my goodness, no Kings Row whatsoever, and we're saying we already miss it.
I just don't think we're gonna make it into Lucio's club. I don't foresee it. Just the nature of this map, the amount of high ground that is automatically given over to defense is worse than Eichenwald.
Yes, thank you. That was right
Reaper's
in my ear,
so
that
loud.
Reaper. I don't know if it on stream, but like I have the speaker right next to my ear. That was right in my ear. Hi, Reaper. Thank you. I'm glad you showed up. All right, we're going to start things off. And South Florida is going to have attack first. Boise State has chosen to defend.
South Florida is also going with the spam comp centered around Sigma, whereas the side of the Broncos, we have Kel, someone we've not seen in a while, swapping in onto the tank, playing that quote-unquote off-tank character of Zarya while she's still in her glory and prime, already forced out of high ground. Now it comes down to South Florida maintaining this field control, giving up what they need to. So we already see a Reaper finally getting punished for going in the back line. Sigma turned around and gave him a little bit of attention, forcing out Chosen.
Nice land on the dynamite for clear as well. But Kirito is the first one to, well, I mean, it's not that much if you take out the immortality field, but I was getting my hopes up a little bit too much there. Another dynamite thrown out, and oh, a lot of damage being placed on clear. He isn't going to be able to bail out. Chosen also gets a pick, evening things up 4-4.
Quinto pushes in. Immor is burned by Lyric. Kiriko uses Swift Step and Suzu to jump in. Kirito is going to copy Kiriko. That is a mouthful. Suzu forced on both sides. Just Swift Steps out. 80% charge on Kitsune Rush. 99. Can they pop it? They will. Straight into a window, forcing back the Broncos. Sigma is going to try and see if he can keep the Broncos pushed back even longer. That's a burned and wasted window coming from Lyric. And Daydream still has yet to lock onto a Kitsune Rush. That is going to be checkpoint to South Florida.
Well, 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 maybe we actually will see Lucio's club. South Florida hanging on to a lot of ultimates. 3 ultimates for them to use. Boise State has the Kitsune Rush, but that's going to be the extent of what they have in terms of abilities.
Bebop is going to use Lift inside the tiny corridor. Doesn't pick anybody up. We do see that Kel has made the Diva swap. Takes down Bebop. It's going to be Chosen. Getting dangerously low. Toki has been recalled. Remake is up as Chosen is going on a flank that I'm concerned about. We do see Quinto go down to Kel. Saki's trying to take a duel against the Soldier 76, backs off and waits for their tank instead, making this a lot easier push if you're looking from the Sash's perspective.
Whole lot of long-range shots being taken out by this pocketed Ash, and manages to just delete Lyric from the game. Uses Coach Gun to move up to some higher ground. Clear trying to get in to get a quick pick, but he's unsuccessful in that regard.
Recall was forced as well, so Tracer needs to be careful. Copy self-destruct is used. Daydream for the Broncos is eliminated, putting South Florida at an advantage. We have a forced amplification matrix from Lyric to try to equalize, and then Bob is also used to try to put the Broncos ahead by one. Self-destruct from Diva is going to be used to try and stay alive, being down one support. Clear is going to get eliminated by Echo. Toast will find Lyric as well, and that is another checkpoint in favor of South Florida.
All right, South Florida. We are going to see Lucio's club after all. We weren't thinking we were, but South Florida has not been stopping in any regard. Visor now online for Chosen. Daydream also holding on to the Kitsune rush. Boise State looking to re-engage. Clear takes a whole bunch of health. He's going to have to move back to heal. Boise State is kept at bay even further.
Cal swaps over to the Winston. Clear also used Pulse Bomb and spent the ultimate, and the payback from South Florida was nothing but a coach gun. No one was able to capitalize on the use of that either. We are waiting on this Kitsune Rush and Visor combo from the Broncos. Kitsune is used across Archway. Everyone's going to start hitting the S key for South Florida. Sigma uses the Grasp. Indoors burn. Soldier outside of the Kitsune Rush. Visor gets little to no value. That's 2 ults burned from Boise State, and South Florida just had to give up a little space and can now take it right back.
South Florida is charging back with a vengeance, manages to catch Chosen in the Gravitic. He's slammed right down, bailed out by the Immortality Field. Swap by Corrido is being considered right now, but meanwhile, Bebop takes out Lyric, it's traded back, getting the pick onto Mercy. It is now fighting back, trying to take out their Immortality Field, moving in, Pulse Bomb thrown out. It's going to be eaten by the Immor Field. Chosen picks up a double as well as Clear. Chosen now up to a triple to keep South Florida at bay.
Still 2.5 minutes on the clock, about 3 fights remaining for South Florida to make progress. Kel is going to have Primal Rage online. There's a swap over to the Brigida for South Florida to try and compensate for this Tracer and make her life a little bit more difficult. Primal Rage plus Window coming in for the Broncos. Window also as well for South Florida. Toast has it online, chooses not to use it just yet, possibly waiting out the Broncos amplification matrix as well. Their Immor was burned. Unfortunately, Diva is going to be demech. Toast also goes down. Brigida is getting primaled away and down into the corner outside of the objective. Tracer, Winston come to play cleanup, and now the rest of the crew is left without healing, but the Broncos are paying attention to the payload, and it's going to be C9 and locked down. Almost 2 whole minutes remaining, minute 48, close enough.
Score
Today's show has been brought to you by the letter C and the number 9. My goodness, they were so focused on getting mileage out of this Primal Rage. It's just one person on the payload. One person!
Yeah, and I think it's Echo that might have done it. Either way, you're the MVP. Whomever pushed that all the way in. Good noodle star, which I can't physically give you. Hit me up on Twitter, I'll send you a GIF. Of SpongeBob getting a good noodle star. That's the only thing I can really do. And 2, you're the MVP. There is no longer a stat in game for when you hit tab that shows like time on objective. I don't care what that objective stat would have been. You have the max out of everyone in this lobby right now. And it's gonna stay that way because you C9'd that payload for so gosh darn long.
Yep. Doesn't matter how good anyone's KDA is, the only numbers that matter is that big fat 3 that South Florida has to themselves now.
They deserve it. That was nicely done. And it wasn't even a Sombra.
No.
Didn't sneak past anybody. That is object permanence at its finest.
Now, the Bolts set up for their defense with a healthy amount of time in their pocket should this go to overtime. It looks like Boise State is swapping over to an Echo with a Mercy pocket. How much mileage can that damage from above do is the question.
I love seeing me a Brigida on a duo for a backline. If executed properly, you rotate well when you see the divas encroaching on your position, or when you see the enemy tank is encroaching on your position, you back out, you're almost unkillable.
He's finding himself boosted, moves right in. He's going to be able to secure the pick onto Toast, take the Diva out of her mech, focus down the pilot Diva. Now there's just the enemy Echo. Boise State moves on to the point. He's going to take it in short order.
Sigma swap as well as the Soldier 76 swap incoming for South Florida. The Echo, okay, I see we are picking to go with the comfort pseudo mirror composition swap with the pocketed Echo. It'll be a battle of the birds in the sky. Whomever's going to be most powerful. Clear gets dangerously low, uses the copy in order to survive, is now egressing into the front line for South Florida. Lots of space able to be claimed by the Broncos right now. That's a quick gravitic flux for the Echo. No one gets picked up, but Chosen on the Widow finds one, and Clear finally gets the kill onto Saki, but is punished shortly thereafter as Lyric finds the kill onto Kel?
Kel?
This isn't how this normally goes.
Well,
And that's why.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy riding on that payload while your squishies get taken out.
Yeah.
But hey, he got a front row seat to it, all the action.
Yeah, you gotta point and laugh at his teammates.
And if that isn't the ultimate, thing of teamwork, what is? Getting to point and laugh. All right, Boise State is going to dust themselves off, try to get this back. They are sitting on infrared sights, so that's going to be popped as soon as it comes online. Daydream has also charged up this Valkyrie, but so has South Florida.
Oh, Saki, run!
Saki isn't going to be able to escape Clear. Up, trying to focus down that Echo. The pick onto Corito is going to be found due to the accretion from Kel. Now Clear is moving in, trying to take out Bebop. Moving right in. Toast is eliminated. See the copy now come online. They're forcing the Bulls back. They are going to be able to get onto the next checkpoint. Daydream is successful in getting the res onto Boise State as well.
Oh, that rock!
And twice now the copy has gone onto the SIG.
I mean, if there's no ER to copy, I don't blame an Echo copying the tank. It's normally what you are looking for. Also, remember, Clear's a tank player, so copying the tank when you're Clear makes sense.
Payload, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Daydream.
Thank you very much. There's something about this club and the objective that isn't connecting.
The speakers are really loud, so
That's
the audio
true.
cues don't come through to players, which I get, which is why I have subtitles turned on.
Saki sitting on this visor. Bebop also has Gravitic that he wants to use. Lyric is going to be bringing out the captive Sun. Corito already getting a pick onto Clear. It's equalized up. The res is going to come out from Daydream onto Clear. So now Boise State has the advantage. Chosen is eliminated by Corito, but the rest of the team is cleaning up South Florida, allowing Boise State to push, thank you, forward on the payload.
You could hear the strain in Jacob's voice for a moment.
I had to
No one
say
has done
push
it for a
forward on the
while.
payload for them to actually do it.
But it is going to be the Echo Mercy on payload, which is a bit rough because it puts your tank in the ability to get blown up because all the pressure is not where it needs to be. Kel goes down, Lyric's pylon's eliminated. Saki coming in with the attack visor with the blue beam. It's a 3-piece. Will you get the 4th? Yep.
I haven't learned that yet.
All right, Boise State is going to have to reset. They've already burned a minute off from the 4 that they had to push on to this final point. They have absolutely no ultimates to work with. This Gravitic, if it's used fast enough, could be very instrumental in clearing out the Broncos.
Let's see. Bebop has Gravitic Flux. Kel is 6% off. Clear 3%, 1%. Has copy online. Keen, though, is going to be first to pop ult. Gravitic Flux does come out from Bebop. And we have Kel also pop one. Clear uses the copy after Chosen goes down. That's a 3rd Sigma on the field right now. And there's 2 Mercies for South Florida.
Another Gravitic is brought out this time via the copy. Everyone's getting slammed into the ground, but he can't secure the elimination. Clear, despite being damage boosted and a Gravitic in his sight, still can't get it. He does get the pick there onto Saki. But things are a bit more scrappy than a team fight win for Boise State.
Mercy's pulling a lot of attention from the DPS of the Broncos. Chosen finds Toast. Lyric goes down for the side of Boise State. The Mercy is still alive. We see the res from Daydream onto Lyric. Kirito goes down to Kel. Recall forced on Chosen. Captive Sun is used. Saki goes down. And it looks like Broncos might be able to lock this one in. They do.
Boise State is going to be able to drive this to overtime with a slight advantage in their pocket. Not too much, 20 seconds, but advantage is still an advantage.
Initiating match.
It's like half a fight. So if you make the quick comp swap, if you're struggling, maybe the 20 seconds is really going to be a big difference maker here.
Well, we just get to enjoy those blaring speakers we were talking about.
They're very loud.
Now Boise State versus South Florida, Broncos versus the Bulls. This is the chance for South Florida to get back in the mix. Make it so we might see a push map being brought out. The question is, does Boise State make any major swaps, or are we going to stay on? It seems we're pretty solidly locked into the SIG, as well as the Mercy Pocket from Daydream.
Sigma is a powerful tank on this point. One of the earlier Overwatch 2 comps that was run here was a Sigma Mercy Baptiste with a either Soldier 76, an Ash, Bastion, but there was always a Torb. It was a very disgusting comp, but instead, Chosen is choosing to go with the Junkrat for defense here. See if we can lock down angles properly for this Junkrat. If Junkrat's going to get jumped by Kirito and Quinto in that dynamic Mercy Echo duo.
Dorito is going to be able to take out Lyric's Pylon, a little less healing for the Broncos. South Florida, they go down low in health, but the Immor Field is there to help them survive. They heal back up and now move in. The SIG is making a whole lot of room for himself, claiming the high ground and pushing Boise State down to the point. Clear is going to be eliminated by Dorito. Now with the person advantage, South Florida moving further on to the point. Oh, they try to throw out the mine Chosen to deal with the echo in the air. That's not really going to work out in terms of a Junkrat. And South Florida has now moved on to the point and claimed it in very little time.
Kirito, Toast, and Mercy, and Quinto will eliminate Kel. Looks like it is just Lyric and Daydream over on Coastline. Lyric is going to choose to sacrifice himself to the drink. Mercy might make it across with that Guardian Angel. No, she does not either. Daydream's gone, and that's a full reset for the Broncos. But Chosen is a little too far forward and is in a 2v1 against a Mercy that is pocketing an Echo.
Here we see someone actually pushing the payload forward, with South Florida understands.
You notice it's not your front line.
And yes, that's two things they understand. Two core concepts. All right, we're going to hear the Captive Sun be brought out by Boise State. The window's being used by South Florida, as well as the Immor Field copy is going to be brought out by Corito. Now they got two SIGs to deal with. Valkyrie also used by South Florida. Bebop just goes charging right into Clear. Takes him out.
Scary.
Lyric is also out for the count.
Oh, this is so scary.
A lot of Gravitics to deal with. And Kel just has to back up. Just back away from the onslaught.
I'm shocked he survived, okay? Kind of worried to do. There was two Sigmas in his faces, and one of them was getting Mercy boosted.
Oh, that's a great rock. It knocks her out of the air, but it's not going to be enough, and he's still caught in the Gravitics.
I think that was 3 Gravitic fluxes used within like 15 seconds of each other. Poor Cal.
Oh, that is falling with style right there. You land the accretion and then get Gravitic right into the ground. That's going to do it for South Florida's push. I needed to see that. That was a nice laugh to lift my spirits. Oh my goodness.
Cal, I appreciate you, but I'm so sorry. Kirito and Bebop wanted you. They really wanted you, and they made sure you got eliminated.
That's a pretty solid push for South Florida in overtime. Boise State has 2 minutes. And I don't think we've seen anyone be held at the first point at all. So it's only really one team fight to really put Boise State into a good position here.
Well, if you want to set up weird, like South Florida is going to abuse any little bit of space you give up to them. Like, you heard me talk about it yesterday. Junkrat gets value in these small corridors where you can find those bounces, find the ricochets. There are 2 small corridors here from the attacker's side.
This is not a small corridor that we're looking at here.
And so South Florida was like, okay, delete the red. And they did just that.
Call in the exterminator.
5,
All right. Boise State, this is their last chance to move forward to secure a match point. Going to see the Far Mercy be brought out by Clear. Moving right in, and South Florida just ducks back and doesn't really have to deal with the Far Mercy that much.
Typically in these matchups, the Echo Mercy tends to win out in the pharmacy composition, but Clear is choosing to push damage onto the Soldier 76, which is making Mercy split her attention more. We'll have to see how Quinto and Kirito work around it, and they managed to find Chosen first, already putting South Florida at an advantage. Rock comes forward. They're going to follow up with a pick onto Saki. Equalized on both sides. Rez has not been used, but Clear goes down to the pocketed Kirito with Quinto in tow. Again, putting South Florida in a position to win as they find Kel and find Daydream.
And Boise State is now running back towards their point, trying to regroup with their team. They've already burned off half of the time that they have for this overtime. South Florida is looking pretty good.
60 seconds.
Lyric is going to make a swap onto the back. Kirito not moving forward. I mean, Kirito's just been very consistent on this Echo. Very explosive DPS for the Bulls.
Yes, and the Lyric finally making the swap over the bad piece may make a difference, but it looks like Chosen accidentally Helix rocket the ground when he was too low, eliminates himself. Clear finds Kirito, but Quinto had no pressure, got a free res. Daydream also gets a free res onto Chosen. Lyric unfortunately goes down. Broncos are hurting right now on defense. Chosen making a run over towards the left side on low ground, battling.
Oh no, we got 2 SIGs again.
And yeah, this is painful. 2 Sigmas? That is old Overwatch. You might as well have had a DPS accidentally get sent to spawn.
It just click. GG, go next. I do not want to deal with that whatsoever. Stick a fork in them because the Broncos are done for this round. South Florida looking like they're going to tie things up. Saki with the visor takes out Daydream. It's traded back with a pick onto Kirito, but the eliminations keep piling up for the Bulls. Toast, Kirito, and Bebop all picking up one for themselves. Bebop extends that to a double, and that does it. We are tied 1 apiece. We're going to see push now. Just what you wanted for Christmas.
Can I get Halloween first?
Okay, that's true. Mariah hasn't defrosted yet, okay? So
yeah, and Michael Bublé is still in his cage, you know, in a cave. So it ain't Christmas time yet. Let me have my spooky season. Now, with that being said, we are going to a scary map, and that is going to be push.
Or Flashpoint before we get to push.
Oh, yes, it's going to be Flashpoint. I'm interested to see what the Broncos pull out here. I mean, based off of that last map, it's time to go back to the basics.
Yeah, and if we're talking about basics, what teams have been preferring, I think Servasta.
Yeah. Based off the intel that we have, most likely we're going to see Servasta. If we don't, I'm going to be very surprised, and not in a good way this time. I will not enjoy it. But nonetheless, most likely, and yes, we're going to Servasta. This means we could theoretically see a horse versus horse, a true battle of the barnyard, so to speak, between these 2 teams. However, JQ is still an option. Not as good on Servasta as she is on New Junk City. Still viable. We could see the Broncos decide to go with the Bastion Sim Reinhardt composition that they ended up swapping off of anyway.
There was just so much in that last round that just felt off kilter. Like there's just a lot of little things that ended up to a feeling that that the Broncos just weren't playing, you know, for the C9, when they did push the payload forward, they had a tank on there. There was just so many things that were just off about that game.
There was, and South Florida Esports Club capitalized on it. They're going to continue to do so. So as we move into Flashpoint, they were dominant on capturing the first objective for Hybrid. Control was a little bit more lopsided in favor of the Broncos, but the performance on first point for Paraiso makes me feel like this Flashpoint series could favor them a lot more because the Broncos were consistently overstaying their welcome. When the fight was lost, people were still fighting when they shouldn't have been. Whereas the side of South Florida is like, we're down, we need to reset, either die or get out. They did it very quickly.
I mean, one of the best things in Overwatch is to learn is knowing when to die fast. It's something that isn't, you know, intuitive when you first pick up a game like this, but knowing when to reset with your team, that's what can really help you have enough time to compete in situations like overtime. All right, Boise State is going to try to redeem themselves here, but Corrido is damage boosted, moving in for a flank around the first flashpoint. Going to try to focus down. Boise's going to try to focus down Boise State's tank. Doesn't find it. And Boise State's tank is eliminated. Toast gets the final shot onto him. Clear, though, it's a trade tank for tank. And a trade again, Large Bagel and Saki eliminated, Toast eliminated, and it's back and forth. Boise State and South Florida fighting to the bitter end.
Yeah, I think Clear was left unchecked, but then Quinto and Kirito were also left unchecked.
Boise State, though, crucially managed to get the point first, and they're already more than halfway to getting it. And already, the Genji just goes charging right into their Sig. The help of Bagel just eliminates and deletes him. They're now moving forward even further. They're just trying to keep South Florida off the point entirely. Just based on positioning, I think the Broncos have this first flashpoint.
Seems like South Florida is choosing to wait out until the point is fully locked down, and the next one is going to be revealed.
Flashpoint, Paris.
Palace.
Like new again.
All right, it is a race between both teams, but South Florida does not have that Lucio speed boost. So Boise State, the Broncos are going to be the ones to get there first. They're also sitting on this blade that Clear has built up, as well as the Kitsune Rush. Copy now coming online for Corrido. We know how scary that can be. Blade and Rush is used. Clear taking out Corrido, taking him out of his copy, saying, no more double tanks, thank you very much. And everyone from South Florida is cleared out. Boise State takes the point.
I want to circle back to the knowing when to reset here. South Florida, both Toast and Bebop stopped moving. They're like, no, that's it. I'm not going to fight, not giving you extra ult charge, eliminate me. It was called, and you could even tell in the movement of the players that fight was lost and they needed to go again.
South Florida is only going to have, well, no, they're going to have the Gravitic and the Visor, as well as the Valkyrie to use, but that's pretty evenly matched by Boise State, and they've got the beat to help bail themselves out from damage that is going to be pushed forward. In fact, they're going to ult first. They're going to bring out the Rampage, be able to bring out the Anti onto that Mercy, but she's still in the air with her Valkyrie, still living to fight another day. A swap over to the Mei by Corrido. First time we've seen Mei tonight. Meanwhile, Boise State is just letting this timer tick up in their favor, sitting on this overclock that Chosen has built up. And once again, they're just letting positioning be their best friend.
Saki also is coming up on this Visor, but is going to have the blue beam from the Mercy to gain an advantage. Especially with Clear gone, no deflect to worry about. This is an opportunity to pop this Visor and play cleanup and then rotate to the next point if you're Florida. They find Moose, so no front line for the side of Boise State. Sojourn is going to slide away. They're making their way back towards the other point, but unfortunately Clear is respawned. And Lyric is going to pick up 2. Tragically, I discussed it 2 weeks ago. Do you go to point, or do you win the fight?
Boise State now on what can be the flashpoint to decide it all in this round, take them to match point.
Flashpoint unlocked.
Gonna claim it quite fast, and Joe's gonna have to wonder if he lands a good overclock. We could see a situation like we saw with Hanzo earlier of just consistent picks before the fight even starts. It looks like it is gonna be a full team fight 5v5. Window's gonna be dropped down by the Bulls to move on toward point. Boise State just waits it out. We hear the visor and a whole bunch more being used, and the rampage and the blade just shut right down by South Florida. Chosen trying to bring it back with a double on the overclock. Makes that a triple, and a large bagel playing cleanup duty for Boise State. I thought for sure South Florida had that.
I did too, especially when Clear kind of dove straight into the blizzard. And Suzu had been forced as well.
Boise State got to be thanking their lucky stars that they managed to get through that one. This dive in by the Genji. Lyric has already eliminated Toast, and the Squishies fall. Clear taking out the other support for South Florida, and now everyone else is falling except Bebop, who managed to get a double, but it's not enough to turn things around. Boise State is going to win Flashpoint.
That means we move on to push, and it's going to be South Florida's choice. Based off what they've seen from the Broncos. Because I started talking first, I'm going to flip this around on Jacob. I'm so happy. What map do you think they're going to use on push?
I think they're going to go with... oh, heck. I'm going to go with New Queen Street again, just because today's been such a wacky day with the off picks.
You know what? I could see them picking that. I could see South Florida actually picking New Queen Street. Honestly, I would avoid Coliseo.
No, I wasn't even gonna try to troll you there with the Coliseo
Thank
pick.
you. I appreciate you for not putting that energy out in the universe.
I was thinking this would have been the safe pick for me to choose, but I decided to go a little bit off kilter.
I mean, what ends up being chosen is going to be Esperanza, so at least you get your trains.
I do. Well, I would have gotten that with New Queen Street either, so I'm good either way.
I do think we could see the JQ like Jotes / the JQ Rush comp come out here from South Florida. And if it's executed, just rotating those abilities properly, the cooldowns, and taking space when you have natural cover or when the cooldowns are in your favor for South Florida, they could be very successful here.
This is the one chance for Boise State to lock it all away. Otherwise, we're going to be heading toward Escort 5v5. We could have a bookend of two, all 5 games. We had 2 sweeps in the middle, but at the very beginning, it went all the way to game 5. So we could bookend the night with both of those. Boise State is going to be looking to close this out as soon as possible.
I'm going to be eating my own words if we go to a full map 5 here. Not just because earlier, before we transitioned and put Jacob back in with Matt, I was like, I expect the next game to be a full 5. It wasn't. It was a 3-0, and Matt got off easy. And then the full 5 games is going to hit me in the face instead, which, again, I'm fine with.
Let's kick this off.
Oh my goodness, South Florida has this wrecking ball that's just hiding. It's going to be moving into the back line, trying to pick up a Squishy. Moves right in, but isn't able to do too much damage, so is just going to regroup with the team instead.
The Wrecking Ball Tracer composition does deserve respect. It requires that Tracer and Wrecking Ball combo their abilities and their cooldowns together. Not as easily punished as other dive comps because it's a hybrid of a dive. Unfortunately, Toast waited around too long and does get taken out, as does Quinto, followed up by Saki for the side of South Florida. Ball, I believe, is going to be able to make it out alive. Yes, Ball does. Oh, did I just jinx you? No, okay. Bebop does make it out alive all the way back to spawn. He's going to get some healing, able to get Toast some extra ult charge. And that Broncos are already encroaching on this first checkpoint. Ball needs to make way and get in. Stopping this bot from hitting that checkpoint is paramount just because of that close spawn becomes very deadly with fast-moving compositions like that of the Broncos.
Boise State having a 1-2-person advantage is going to move in and get all that they can out of it, trying to focus down this Kariko, who burns the Suzu, gets taken out. Now South Florida, we were talking about their ability to reset quickly, but we're seeing staggers now be brought out in a very crucial push round.
Push is an unforgiving map type. It's a lot harder to not get staggered even if you walk out of spawn. You could theoretically get yourself staggered very fast in comparison to other map types. Kirito has made the swap over, and we do see Bebop pick up a 2-piece. Clear does find Bebop. However, the pressure being put on by Kirito right now. Clear is dangerously low, forced to disengage, back off, and go to cover.
Clear trying to find some sort of sneaky blade. Moves in, brings it out, and just slices and dices the Pharah out of the air. Okay, he was going completely for showmanship that time. Melees someone in midair. He wanted to be the star of his own movie, and now he tragically fell.
I know Kirito actually, Kiriko has a quip whenever she kills one of the Shimada brothers. I just don't remember what it is when she kills Genji. Now, that being said, Toast almost has Kitsune Rush online. Saki with the pulse bomb, Bebop with mines, Valkyrie's coming up. We're going to drop Rampage, and Pharah manages to live despite the ante, drops down out of the sky. Mercy's hanging on to her for dear life, is in Valkyrie as well. Toast goes down, Kitsune Rush is popped from the side of the Broncos. B in response to losing one. Chosen comes in, that's a 2-piece. He's got both sets of wings, but did not get any thighs.
South Florida now has a whole bunch of ultimates to fight back. However, Boise State has expended everything and is far, 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 far away. But I gotta say, if Chosen, I mean, if he can charge up his right clicks and then just delete South Florida out of the air like he did last time. Right now, the Kitsune Rush is going to be used to start things off for South Florida. The minefield has also been expended by them, but Kirito is eliminated by Clear, who again just has a thing for meeting them in midair and taking them out. Chosen, I said that once he gets his right clicks, he's going to go ham.
That was an unfortunate Guardian Angel yo-yo for Quinto. Quinto is actually going to say, I'm done, and go over to the Ana. Lyric is already on Kiriko, so sleeps on the Hog are probably going to be countered very quickly. It's probably best not to look to use them on the Roadhog. We have Diva, Bebop going in, looking to eviscerate that Kiriko, but Lyric makes it out in the nick of time. He's now going to go after Echo, just back them off. Moose gets punished by Toast, but not before Saki, as well as Kirito were both sent to respawn.
Boise State is almost toward the final point. Blade brought out by Clear, but he finds himself deflecting instead. Nice work by Bebop defusing that.
Toast unfortunately did go down to Lucio. So we have Moose make the swap over towards the Doomfist. There's still 5 minutes left in this game, by the way. Plenty of time for South Florida to start pushing this back in their favor, but they do have to make it across this checkpoint, get it to the halfway point, at least get rid of forward spawns. Everyone is currently alive for them. They just need to catch up.
Large Bagel finds himself anteed. South Florida gets the first pick on Boise State's Doomfist, and Chosen falls soon afterwards. There's a lot of time being brought back for South Florida. The round is only half over. They've got a lot of ground to make up, but if they can keep staggering the Broncos like this.
Diva has managed to get the payload, the bot past halfway. Unfortunately, Quinto goes down to Lucio Sombra. Need to check your flankers, and it's most likely going to be Sombra. It means your accuracy stat needs to go to 0 almost. Do not stop spamming every flat entrance point.
Beat is going to be used by Boise State, giving them just a little bit more health to work with. But their tank was already taken out, but Lyric now coming in clutch with the Kiriko. Chosen moving around, has this overclock to use. They're just going to be chasing this Diva away. Oh, almost taken out of their mech. Moving in, I mean, knowing that the Diva's not there to defend them, might try to pick off a squishy or two, but Saki gets rid of Chosen. Bit off more than he could chew.
Moose misses the shot onto the Echo. Bebop capitalizes on Moose's lack of movement, eliminates Moose. Saki goes down to Lyric, who's been playing a lot of supportal combat. However, Lyric gets cleaned up again by Bebop. It's been an absolute powerhouse on Devo for this entire map.
I have to think if only Boise State didn't get such a huge push at the very beginning. I mean, despite the first half, this has felt like a much more even match in the second half. So South Florida's done a great job of adjusting. Meteor Strike's going to be brought out onto the back line. They managed to survive through it. Clear gets the pick onto Saki. However, so South Florida now at the disadvantage. Toes hurting for health as he has hacked the EMP used by Boise State. And the Ana is taken out as well. Boise State now looking to secure their victory. They're just going to have that robot run back to point in no time at all. And if they can get the stagger here onto this soldier hiding behind the barrier, going to be able to survive.
I am shocked Quinto survived that onslaught for as long as they did. After the Meteor Strike, I thought Ana's fate was sealed. No, Ana lived for a solid another 20 seconds after that.
No one has an ultimate charged up. The closest is going to be this copy from South Florida. Self-destruct maybe to follow up. South Florida gets a touch. The dive in comes through from the Doomfist. Moving farther, he moves back to the team though. Doesn't want to overextend himself. They do force out the Immortality Field and the window as well by South Florida. We hear the copy be brought out onto the Kiriko.
Ooh, Bebop!
Bebop's been doing great work on this Diva. Moves in past Boise State's tank, tries to delete the backline. Now see self-destruct online for Bebop. One more field's going to be thrown down by South Florida. It's cleared out by Clear. Carito gets a pick onto Lyric. Both of the supports are gone for the Broncos, and now their tank is gone as well. This is a nice team fight win for South Florida, except they only got a minute left to make up so much ground.
Bagel is chilling out over by the Mega. Possibly looking to get a touch onto point before the Broncos lose forward spawn. We'll have to wait and see what ends up happening, because if I think Saki, if he catches line of sight of this Lucio before then, yeah, would likely pop his ultimate. Kirito sniffed out Clear outside of our line of sight, so that's a down 1 DPS for the side of Boise State. Chosen goes down, and that's both DPS and Lyric. Just 2 left standing. Moose and a large bagel. Doomfist and Lucio need to get the heck out.
South Florida getting very close to having forward spawns.
Oh, look up.
Oh no, a trap is being laid by Boise State. They pop the EMP. It doesn't hit anyone for South Florida, only Toast actually. Kinto is going to be taken out now. Both the supports are gone for South Florida, but Chosen and Clear are eliminated as well. Despite having no healing, South Florida is fighting back. Bebop taken out of their mech, uses self-destruct. It doesn't hit anybody. Large Bagel clears out Bebop. And Boise State takes back the robot for themselves in overtime and is going to end this fight. And they win. Boise State is going to go up to 3-0 in the West Central 1 division. Wow. Well, despite a little bit of shakiness there, which, you know, we don't need to review that again. They
got the
managed to
first
recover.
C9 of the season, at least on broadcast.
We did. So, Boise State, you got the victory. You also got something else that is going to stick with you throughout the entire season.
Yeah, most definitely.
So you get some, you lose some. Overall.
Honestly, if that's C9, like, you could see the moment where the POV we were watching, like, they look over and it's
even
like,
the spectator is like, oh no.
Like the shock that's happening in that moment. If that's not in POT in top 5 plays,
If that is not in the top 5,
because honestly, that was magical. South Florida, like I said, we saw Sombra today. It was clear. But typically, you see that type of sneakiness coming from a Tracer or coming from a Sombra. It was neither. It was an Echo. So apparently, we don't know what object permanence is here if you're a fan of the Broncos.
Well, it is almost midnight Eastern here, so, I mean, we have got to get going. I mean, those of you watching in Eastern or joining us late night, we got to get you. I mean, it's a weekday, so we got to get out of here because we have got Valorant tomorrow. You're going to want to tune in for that. We'll leave you with the top 5 plays of the game brought to you by Mavix. Mavix Gaming Shares. Feel the difference and enjoy your top 5 plays. We hope you have a good night.
Flashpoint, they were dominant on capturing the first objective for Hybrid. Control was a little bit.
Bunch of ultimates, but the question is, can they coordinate it enough to use them? We're gonna find out right now.
That's Overclock, that's Kitsune Rush, Amplification Matrix, probably Death Blossom shortly to third. Team though pushes in, Immor is burned by Lyric. Kiriko uses Swift Step and Suzu to jump in. Kirito is going to copy Kiriko. That is a mouthful. Suzu forced on both sides. Swift Step out. 80% charge on Kitsune Rush. 99. Can they pop it? They will. The enemy tank is encroaching on your position. You back out. You're almost unkillable.
Does find himself boosted, moves right in. He's going to be able to secure the pick onto Toast, take the D.Va out of her mech, focus down the pilot D.Va. Now there's just the enemy. Echo, voices first. They're also sitting on this blade that Clear has built up, as well as the Kitsune Rush. Copy now coming online for Kirito. We know how scary that can be. Blade and Rush is used. Clear taking out Kirito, taking him out of his copy, saying no more double tanks. Thank you very much. And every out. We hear the visor and a whole bunch more being used, and the Rampage and the Blade just shut right down by South Florida. Chosen trying to bring it back with a double on the overclock, makes that a triple, and a large bagel playing cleanup duty for Boise State.